Death is like the winter chill. No door can keep it from us. And summer yet may bloom again, though ice be all upon us. No door can keep it from us, and summer yet may bloom again, though ice be all upon us.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm not doing as long of an intro as I normally do because I think we may actually open the stream by fighting Turin in multiplayer if he sees my messages. Okay, awesome, cool. Hold on. This is gonna be a little disorganized because I wasn't gonna do this. So I guess I'm gonna start the stream with a multiplayer match, and then we're gonna do single player. Because I just see him like spinning his wheels on his stream. Hold on. Where am I? There I am. Hello, chat. Hello. Yeah, we're just gonna go in against Turin here. I have not played a single game. I have not played a single game of this on multiplayer, so I am probably going to get absolutely obliterated. What was that song? The intro song is the it's by Mamba King. Mamba like the snake and king. On YouTube, he does, he, like, takes a lot of the songs from Total War Warhammer and, like, makes longer tracks out of them, and that's what he did for that. It's just the Kislevite soundtrack. Okay, so I think he's in the, ranked matchmaking.
Another wretched foul-lizard thing joins the red host.
So this is gonna be,
Sotek spawn.
This is gonna be, interesting. Because I haven't played this at all. Alright. So we're literally just gonna jump into this and get our asses kicked. Look at this goofy ass thing. No, not a multiplayer stream. We're just starting with a single match. So hopefully he sees the chat. What faction should we play, chat? Like I'm thinking I kind of want to play Nurgle today. No, I can't play Kislev. No, I have to play one of the factions that's been shown off so far. So I could do Cathay, Khorne, Tzeentch, or Nurgle. I kind of want to go Nurgle, even though it's gonna be bad. Cathay? See a lot of Cathay. One of the mods, can we do like a 1-minute poll? Like literally just a 1-minute poll for Nurgle, Cathay, Tzeentch, Khorne. How is chat, by the way? Oh god, it's gonna lock me. Never mind, we don't have time. We don't have time. We're going Nurgle. We're going Nurgle. Oh god, there's like a time limit. Okay, so I build 2 armies. Who's he? He's playing Khorne? Oh god, okay. If he's playing Khorne, let's go a great unclean one. How do I even like Okay. So here's how Dream Karasula, Miasma. Here's the Leopard's actually pretty good, I feel like. Rancid Visitations. Light Boils. Rancid Visitations is 16 Winds of Magic? Yeah, no, we're not taking that. So we're fighting Turin here right at the start, and Turin's like actually good at multiplayer. Unlike me, I am very bad at multiplayer. So this is gonna be this will be a thing.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10.
Nah, I don't think
Kugath is horrible and MP don't tack him. The smaller lord is better.
Okay, well, I just took the generic Great Unclean one. I don't need a screen blocker, dude. It's Turin. Wait, are y'all saying I should take the Herald? I should take the Herald instead of Big Fat Boy? I hope he checks the chat, because I like. Well, I guess if we take the little boy, we'll have a lot more points to work with.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Take Lord in support army instead of main army. Lets you take bigger starting army.
What? Take Lord in support army instead of main army. What do you mean Lord? Oh my god, I only have a minute. Damn it, Turin! He's giving me no time.
Mo Addicted cheered. X100. Are you going to play the campaign as
Oh my god,
Kugath
this is
later
gonna be...
on? I just woke up, channeling you it seems XD.
Another wretched, foul lizard thing joins the red host.
Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna wing it.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Give me a soul grinder and more Nurglings. And then
Inquisitor
just...
Hammond cheered. X10. You can take the Lord in the support army slot instead of the starting army slot.
Oh, I see. I don't have enough time. Auto-generate. Bro, I don't know. Turin's just sitting here, like, going a million miles an hour. Turin always does this. Turin always does this. He just goes. He doesn't wait. He's so rude.
Just tested positive for the cough and you're playing Nurgle. Coincidence?
Oh no, teaspoon of salt. I hope by the cough you don't mean COVID. If you got COVID, I'm so sorry to hear that, my dude. I hope you feel better soon. Who am I playing against? Turin. I have no idea what I'm doing. Turin always does this shit. Every time we try and play something, he always rushes shit. I have no idea what's in my support army. Listen, I'm basically just here to get my ass kicked, okay?
Wretched, foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn. Herald of Nurgle.
I don't even think I got a cultist. I don't know how any of this is gonna work, but that's okay. We're just gonna do our best.
Lord _ Inquisitor _ Ignis cheered. X10. I hate to say it, but Turin's gonna slaughter you.
First of all, that's really rude. Second of all, I could have told you that way before. I have barely played Nurgle, like, at all. Like, even in single player. I have no idea what I'm going to do with this army.
Herald of Nurgle.
He only has 4 units? Well, he only needs 4 units because he's going to take the objectives. Well, now I'm going to rush him. See how he likes it. Oh, of course, he readied up immediately.
Teaspoon of salt cheered. X100. Will you be doing any campaign today as well?
Yes, I'm gonna campaign right after this. This is literally the only fight I'm playing of this. And I'm only doing this because I saw Turin just like twiddling his thumbs. And I was like, oh, he looks bored. I should go play with him a little bit. And what do I get for being nice? He cheeses me by rushing me into a fight. Like the big cheese boy that he is.
Redman 5252 cheered. X100. Objectives? In my total war game. It's more likely than you think.
Bro, his bloodthirster is like freaking out. They're trying to land and they just can't.
Herald of Nurgle.
Whatever, I'm just gonna ignore him. What does this do? Increases damage reflection? Oh, well, I can't do that if he knocks me over. Pop the locust. Give me that damage reflection. Oh, I can't even capture these for like another minute. Wait, how is he getting summons? Where do I summon? Oh, I summoned from like back here. I thought I couldn't start capturing stuff yet.
No, the enemy has slain our lord.
Pyrotetra's shield, X100. Rot his flesh, propagate the disease, bring happiness by creating a larger family for the grandfather.
Yeah, okay, so I've learned a lot of very valuable lessons here very quickly. So, we are not going to contest the middle right now.
Wherever Nurgle asks.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Bring them blood. Grandfather Nurgle's favorite.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Oh, more Nurglings. Yeah, I guess. Oh, that's interesting. So you could summon Vanguard units from like a Vanguard point.
Inquisitor Hammond Shield, X10. In the news today, it said they unearthed sarcophagus
25 or above.
chocolate and nuts. The tomb here is wrapped in gold foil, so they believe it is the legendary Pharaoh Rocher.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware.
Harbinger of rot.
Nurglings, go, 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 go. No, Lord's
One
charge
of your
stuff.
units has been destroyed.
Nurgle.
No, not you.
Mightiest time.
Yeah, if Turin had actually let me build my army, I think I would have this under control. I think I would be okay.
Nurgle himself.
Yeah, I need to like save up my money so I can get something kind of big. Hey, Sotek, that's awesome to hear, dude. Thank you so much.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
I'm trying to think what to bring. Oh, I can't afford anything. Yeah, Turin cheated. That's all that happened is Turin cheated. I want that to be the important thing for everyone to note is that I only lost because Turn cheated. That's all that happened here.
One of your units
He's
has been
a
destroyed.
cheating bastard, and he knows it. I know he knows it. I need armor.
Sotek spawn.
Thank you for 2 wonderful months.
No, thank you for 2 wonderful months. Go in. Hey, yeah, go by Turn's chat and be like, hey, Loremaster wants to know what's it like to be a cheater. Go ask him. I want to know what he has to say in defense of himself. We're gonna fight to the bitter end. I don't give a fuck. He's got 13 units to my 3. More Nurglings! More Nurglings! Why do demons have such low leadership? Because they don't break. They fight till they die, which gives them a distinct advantage. So when your leadership goes negative, you don't run away, and the enemy like can't take advantage of it and start like beating you up. So I know that we all are, of course, more than happy to know that I'm walking away with the victory today, because, of course, I don't cheat at the game. I'm a respectful player that gives my opponent plenty of time. I don't rush my opponent into making decisions to claim unfair tactical advantages, which someone else, not saying who, but someone else does. So, we just, you know, it's important to keep in mind that, just like Grandfather Nurgle, we have the moral high ground. We're gonna let Turin have his win. We're gonna let him, like, feel like he won. You know, it's important to let the people you care about have those wins from time to time. Like, you know, sometimes you just need to let those that are struggling to have a W sometimes, you know, because you know who knows what's going on in their personal life right now. I'm sure we know there's lots of stuff going on, and it's clearly, I mean, that's just what happens sometimes. What happened? Mistakes were made. Yeah, you know what? I'm just happy that I could let him like show off how good he is at the game.
One of your units has been destroyed.
What if I can run away? Go, Toads, go! Go, Toads! Go, Toads! Run! Oh god, I don't have any. Man, I would have loved to have designed my army like at all. They are not fast. No, Nurgle's. No. The only fast thing I have are Furies. I actually feel.
There is only defeat.
I actually feel that there's a pretty good chance I could make a good Nurgle army to beat this. But I would actually need like time to make a list. What a rude boy. What a rude boy. Oh man. Okay, so real quick, hello chat. Hold on, I'm gonna send him a cheeky message. He wants to play again? Of course! Dude, that's always what Turin does. That's all he does. Turin is like one more time personified. No, I've already done enough time. That's all he does. He does that every time. He goes, oh, let's just play one game. Let's just do a little bit. Let's just do a little bit. And then he's like, oh, just one more game. Just one more time. Just one more time. And it never stops. That's all he does. That's his actual name. That's why his name is Turin, guys. Because it's one more turn, one more time. It's fused together. One more Turium. That's his actual name. That's why his name's Turin. Dude, I love Turin. I want to do... All right.
That disease, Weaver.
No, this is actually it's actually much better for me to get out now because I can just say, "Oh, he cheated, that's why I lost." And it's not because he's like way better than me, which he is. I can just blame it on the cheating. So I've got to take my moral high ground and I got to run. I got to go. I've got this high ground. I can't lose it. I got to go now. I can't go back in there, man. Otherwise, I'm going to lose the only win I've got. All right. Real quick, there was a whole bunch of stuff that happened when I was getting set up today. And for anyone that may be new here, doesn't know me really well, I want to just make it clear that I'm joking. I'm poking fun.
Lord _ Inquisitor _ Ignis cheered. X10.
Don't
Or no more
take
slaughter
anything I say
of
seriously
kind of like that
when it comes to
spilled into
Turin.
every trailer.
Turin is like one of the biggest sweethearts we have in the fantasy community, and he's also one of our best players, so he's easy to poke fun at. All right, so Garnak Grimwrath, thank you so much for the 16 months. Thanks for all the bits. Oh god, there was a lot of bits from people like desperately trying to help with multiplayer stuff. Thank you for all the bits, guys. Aurelius, thanks so much for gifting a sub. Oh, 2 subs. Thank you, Aurelius. That was very generous of you. Thank you very much. Yormagander. Thank you very much for the 2 months. Appreciate it, guys. And good afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you may be in the world. To Materius, over to the Great Horned Rat, Grosgok, Bromidol the Ancestor, CS00, Goas House 24, Charon, Wayward Sun, It's Nico, Simon Sec 13, Papa Chaos 42, 96, Lord Inquisitor Ignis, Hawkeye, Dom Tempest, Dom Tempest, 1991, Slith, Gothic, Spike, Cranium Blood, Infinite, Jack Diego, Unveiled Man, 1 Gig, Gantes, Big Aggie 72, Johnny Thorson, Charger Rhino 369, Gario Prode, Darsims, Armored Serial, Franz Emperor, Rigaldo 88, Engine 64, Mr. Vom, oh god, where'd I go? There we are. Jake Wu 6410, Astonished Hydra, Quaris, Vayer 7, Defsa, Bishop of Cheddar, Ikatalka, Mass War, Fan of Astora, and Squats Infinite. How you doing? Will I be streaming on YouTube as well? Sadly not. I only stream on Twitch, but I do upload the streams to YouTube later. So you can always catch it afterwards. Oh, sorry, Mr. Vom. Sorry, I saw the R and the N. In my defense, Mr. Vorn, an R and an N right next to each other look like an M. Need to get turned on Lorebeards? We're trying, dude. We're trying.
Another dreaded foul thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek
okay, let's see
spawn.
here.
Keep on delivering the Juice Warhammer 3 content, but I got an exam tomorrow, so I can't watch it too long today. Skeptical.
Oh, it's okay, Tyblane. I'll be streaming a lot this week. We're gonna be streaming a lot this week.
X11. First time catching a live Sotek stream. Thanks you for being the most wholesome Warhammer fantasy lore expert.
I don't think I am, but thank you. I appreciate the support.
Mo Addicted cheered. X100. What do you think the status of your channel mascot is, bearing in mind changes to the Games Workshop fan art policy? Artworks based on the setting must be non-commercial, with no money being received or paid. This includes all forms.
So, 3 things on that. Number 1, my channel mascot is not Warhammer Fantasy. It is a unique lizard concept that I came up with myself that exists in an old personal universe that I am writing. If it bears any resemblance to a Games Workshop property, that is purely by coincidence, not by design. Number 2, Games Workshop does not enforce that policy. The only times they have ever enforced it are regarding animations. If they genuinely enforce their policy where you could not have any IP whatsoever and make money off of it, then I would not have a YouTube channel, nor would countless other content creators. Clearly, they don't do that, so I don't care, and I'm not worried about it. The only people Games Workshop seemed to flex on was animators, and that's because they tried to buy them all up, and they basically said join or die. Number 3, there has been open news that Games Workshop is changing that policy and has built a team that's going to be having an announcement in the near future that exists to support fan creators and people who do things about the lore, or animations or art or anything of the like. So they seem to be pivoting on that, but literally the only person I know of whatsoever who had an incident with Games Workshop was the only person in the community who, like, well, not the only person, but like definitely like the biggest piece of shit in the community who should not be associated with Warhammer in any way whatsoever, because he can eat a dick as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. That's my answer. All right, moving on. Are we limited to 50 turns? No, we can go up to 75 turns now. How does it work in Warhammer knowing the real name of a demon? Does that kill them? No, Johnny Thorson, if you know the real name of a demon, you basically are able to bind their essence. So you can, like, make them do what you want, and you have control over them. You could potentially use that to kill them, but very few people would do that.
But they are mostly generic since GW cannot own the concept of Ice Witch.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the important thing, is that, like, don't worry about, like, the Games Workshop copyright bullshit, because ultimately Games Workshop is an entire universe built off tropes. So, like, they don't own those tropes. They only own super nitty-gritty specific stuff. Lizard-like humans, they don't own that. Lizard-like humans with Aztec theming, they don't own that. Ratmen, they don't own that. Like, they don't own practically anything in their universe, because it's all based on actual historical content with very large reaching fantasy tropes. So, like, Games Workshop, like, that's always kind of one of Warhammer Fantasy's strengths as an IP, but also one of Games Workshop's issues with it, was that they can't, they aren't able to control it as much as they want to.
X15. Hello, good
Otherwise,
evening.
they would, like,
Are you cold?
sue the
You
shit
look
out
cold,
of
Sotek.
everybody.
You should stand in the corner. It's 90 degrees.
Oh, Hammond. The novel Sons of Aurelian talk about some sort of great elven warriors called the Ulthane, but I can't find anything about them. Is there any more lore about the Ulthane? Ooh, I'm the Dan Man Stan. I don't know off the top of my head. I will look into that. Okay, Wild Turkey, Random Guy, Mandragora, Vizoe, Brother 3D, I see you Raider. How y'all all doing? Okay, I'm gonna get rid of all these now. Well, all of them except for this one. Damn it, I have to, like... Oh god, there's so many requests. I have to, like, Alex Lev, McAlex Lev, how you doing?
Giga_Golgans cheered.
Go away, go away.
X100. Can you make
Go
a
away.
demon good kinds to direct command from a chaos god with its true name?
Probably, well, it depends on what you mean go against their god. You could definitely manipulate them against others in their legion, but you couldn't tell them, like, go attack your god. That probably wouldn't work, because their god also knows their true name. And they would probably, like, their god would just get ripped apart. Like, you could definitely compel them to do something like that. It just, you know, wouldn't work very well. It would definitely be a kind of convoluted way to kill that demon. Okay, complete. All right, let's get started. All right, chat, grab your popcorn. Prepare yourselves. Thank you very much for all the gift subs, and Brand Muffin Rex, thank you for continuing your gift sub. Grab your popcorn, chat. It's movie time. See y'all in a minute.
5,991 cheered.
I always forget I gotta read this part first. Decay and rot. Nurgle is the god of plagues and poxes, and while the countless mortals suffer in misery, he believes to have bestowed them all with great gifts. Nurgle's most eager apprentice this is the voted brewmaster Kugath Plaguefather. The Plaguefather has always preferred lurking in the dark places of the mortal world, so it is no surprise that he was far from the realm of chaos when Urson's roar called the Maelstrom. But there is a way to lure him back there, the promise of the ultimate specimen upon which to experiment. For a time he was well hidden, even from the Tome of Fate's pages, and I wandered needlessly, until I picked up his noxious trail and it led me underground. I must make my offer quickly, before I succumb. And I'm just gonna say this as we're getting into it. Does anybody else get, like, Ursula vibes from the way they portray Kugath in this trailer? Like, I love it. I think it's honestly my favorite of the trailers. But, here we go.
The gallows tree, dwelling of Kugath, father of plagues. There is no greater brewmaster of phage and pox than he. To describe the squalor of the fetid sewer is impossible. I risked my very flesh to tread it. Kugath thought me but another specimen for his grotesque experiments. Before the rot consumed me, I offered something finer. Belagor has imprisoned the god-bear of Kislev.
Oh, how delightful. If Belagor has struck, there'll be plenty of carrion for me.
Urson himself lies dying, fatally wounded in the Forge of Souls.
A dying god. The finest corpse from which to brew a plague.
A god-pox, mighty Kugath.
A god pox. You tempt me, old man. But I cannot reach the Forge of Souls. The Maelstrom prevents us.
I can reach it and guide you to the dying bear.
And why would you do this, little healthy mortal?
For a single drop of Urson's blood. That is my fate.
Damn it! Blood for you, the body for me.
Our goal is to harvest the god bear's corpse. The perfect specimen to create the most unholy of plagues, the god pox.
I love the murk, but this time I require clarity. Infected you'll be if you do not allow me to see.
Our travels from the gallows tree to the sunken sewers place us much closer to mortal lands. All the better for you to unleash your brews and ensure we are powerful enough to breach the realm of chaos when the time comes. Ogres encroach on our land and squat in Glutport. our access point to the frozen sea. Get rid of them. We must be wary of leaving our eastern flank exposed even as we look south. For hated dwarfs recolonize Karak Dum, a beachhead in the Chaos Wastes they have no intention of losing. And southwards, just across the sea, are tribes of mortals, followers of the dark gods, easy to corrupt and make puppets of, or even vanquish. Food for your plague bearers. But it is through Black Blood Pass where frail Kislev lies supine and ready for infection. You shall bring misery upon its people before defiling their god. I can see you are eager to begin, feculent brewmaster. So let us conquer in Grandfather's name.
Alrighty. I hope y'all make sure y'all get some water, something to drink, some food. We are going to be streaming for a while. So, a couple questions I see floating around. Let's turn alerts back on. Okay, so Scarbrand wants to kill the god. Kugath wants to distill a plague. Is Nakari into bestiality? No, Nakari's goal is not to fuck Urson. That is not. I won't tell you what his goal is because that's still under embargo, but I will tell you it's not that. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't put it past him, but that's not what his goal is. Thanks for the stretch.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Honest question. What is Chapter House lawsuit? So GW couldn't copyright the names in a lawsuit, so they axed fantasy? First time I heard of this. Phil 5,991.
And that's not the reason they killed fantasy, but
Can you set up cults in settlement not owned by
it's
humans,
complicated. It's a long
like
story.
Dwarf Hole?
Another wretched foulism.
Jesus Christ, chat. Calm down.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Thank you so much.
Sotek, can you name the beast of Nurgle, Chloe?
Yes, I can.
Kugath, the Plaguefather.
I don't start with one, but as soon as we get one. Though, do note you can, like, submit names. Okay, so just quick, whole bunch of things. Does Scarbrand have a real name, or does he have another one? No, Scarbrand's real name is not Scarbrand. That's just like it's the name he's known by, but his true name is something a lot more complicated.
And Kari wants a bear skin coat. Calling it now.
Minor Chaos God random fact. The biggest thing about the minor gods is that they were pretty heavily axed for a while, but now they're starting to come back. The two most prominent we have right now are, of course, Vesuvius. I think it's Vesuvius, who is the god of... I think he's the god of atheism or the god of unbelief. And then Nakoho is what? The god of discord? I forget what Nakoho's thing is. They stopped really showing up in the lore when I was starting the game. So I started playing Warhammer Fantasy in 2001, and by that point they were Zuvasim. I get them mixed up. I always get them. I don't know a lot about those gods. They are way before my time. Nakoho is the god of atheism. Zuvasin is the god of... What is Zuvasin? Is he Discord? Am I gonna watch the LVO reveals? When are those? Yeah, there is a chaos god of atheism, and he's just as ridiculous as he sounds. He is the chaos god of unbelief, and he's very complicated. What demons can become soul grinders? It's implied that any demon with enough sentience to bargain its soul away to the Forge of Souls can become a soul grinder, not just greater demons. Because a demon's size is not something that is like, that's something that's only bound on them when they manifest in the mortal plane, and the Soul of Forges is in the realm of chaos, so things are a little different. Is Hashut a minor chaos god? Yes. Mornington Crescent, Maximilian, how you doing? Did that. Okay. You want a unit of Nurglings named the Party Pukers. Got it. Okay, let's actually get into the game. I've never seen the Bell and Chains weapon for the Exalted Great Unclean Ones. I thought that Great Unclean Ones only use Bale swords. Is there any lore for that? Demons can wield any number of crazy, bizarre weapons. Like, there's a story in the lore where Kugath actually wields, like, a big flail. But those weapons are from the new AOS designs. But greater demons could show up with, like, all sorts of bizarre nonsense in the lore. They don't all show up with swords. They could show up with any manner of weapons. It's just that tabletop tends to, like, narrow it down to a very common perception of them. And so that's what you're seeing. Rose and Spare, good to see you. Name a unit of Nurglings. Subscribe. Twitch subs. You get done. Here, we'll do one Twitch sub, and then these guys could be YouTube subs. there you go. Bellacore in-game model reveal when? When you beat the campaign. All right, let's get into this. If you're... No, I'm in Texas. It's on the 28th. Wait, so it's... So if I'm in Texas, it's tonight at midnight? Is that what you're saying? It's 7 hours from now. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely watch it. We'll probably just transition from stream into that. Could one race worship another race's gods? Yes, happens all the time. There have been humans that have worshipped Cain, the elven god of murder. There have been elves that have turned their attention to the dark gods. There have been dwarfs that have turned to the dark gods. There have been... it's not like crazy common, but it definitely happens. All right. So, this is the Nurgle campaign. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we've got 7 categories of things to pick up, and we're gonna go ahead and get to work on that. So let's do... We're gonna start with highly infectious, which unlocks the fever symptom, gives us plus 1% chance of our plague spreading, and gives us 150 gold. Now, welcome to my Knuckle. Thanks so much for gifting some subs. I really appreciate that. Welcome to my favorite mechanic in the entire game, I think, at this point. So this is the disease system. So the way it works is you select a base plague, and then once you select a plague, you can select symptoms to equip onto the plague that enhance it. Captain Barf, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Moving screen.
Full 5,991 cheered. X10. Can you set up cults in non-human settlements, like say a dwarf hold?
Yeah, if you have enough corruption in a settlement, you get to set up a cult. It doesn't matter what race is there. Okay, so what should we do for our first disease? We need a lot of infections, and we also want Nurgle corruption. So we could do a friendly one. If we do a pox, that gives us growth on our buildings, and also makes my building cycle faster. We could do attrition to an enemy and lower their casualty replenishment with buboes. We could do an egg, which gives enemy units attrition and minus 25% campaign movement. We could do the rot, which does corruption and gives us more Nurgling units in our unit summoning tab. Or we could do a palsy, which gives us infections and lowers enemy melee attack. I'm gonna start with a plague because I want to infect my settlement. The sunken sewers have a plague. So now there is a plague on the sunken sewers. This plague can spread. And what this plague does is it gives us growth and also it enhances our cycles. So, real quick, I'm going to explain how Nurgle works and then we're really going to get into it. So the way Nurgle works is very different to any other race in the game. You do not have a building tree. You build a building, and then once you've built it once...
foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Once you've built it, it will naturally cycle. So you can see that this one has a cycle time of 4 turns. So I would build the Plague Flesh Poppies building, and in 4 turns it will evolve into germinating, and then it evolves to budding, and then it evolves to pollinating. It can't evolve here yet because I need to get like various upgrades that'll let it get that high. So when it's red, when it's like this brighter red, that means it can go that way, but it'll skip the unhighlighted parts. So for instance, if I were to build, well, no, I actually can't build this yet because it requires tier 2. But you can see it's got the tiers marked here. So like if I were to build this building, it will cycle around to this and then it'll reset until I get to a tier 3 main settlement. Whereas if I build the Rancid Aloe, it'll only go here and then reset until I get a tier 2 settlement. So the buildings upgrade by themselves. You don't upgrade your buildings. However, your buildings are very expensive. Like, they are super expensive. Because once you build them, like, they'll just keep going forever. So.
Fool things.
Yo, Archer! Perfect timing.
Summon Tel Gorage to defend
Hello!
your pit.
Raiders, you're just in time! We actually just started. We are just now starting our Nurgle campaign. We had a late start today, which is normal. I like to wait till pretty much everyone is done for a bit. Someone asked what the unique structure is. No matter what character you're playing, this is the unique building. Archer, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Real quick, if you don't know me, hi, I'm Loremaster of Sotek. I'm one of like the premier lore authorities on Warhammer Fantasy. I know a lot about the setting, more than anybody else, I reckon. And I'm happy to answer your questions. And just, but we are experimenting with Nurgle and hopping into it. All right, let's get going. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab a microbial bog, because this will give us lots of Nurglings, and more importantly, it's going to give us even more growth and get our income started.
I'll concoct a perfect play.
Kugath's voice acting? Also, Undertaker, guys, give me a minute. If y'all do a redeem of some sort, please be patient. I will see it. I will get around to it. So Nikoho's script chosen. Like you're gonna have to be patient, guys. There's a lot of y'all today. AV Peck stream, Titan Hunter, welcome to stream. How you doing? In the Warhammer 3 post-battle screen, there's a note about Kislev mother scaring the children to sleep with a Shinka. Is she Baba Yaga? No, the Akshina are the secret police. The Akshina are the secret police of Katarina, or Katarin. So they're like the, I don't remember what the word is for them in like Russian history. But they're like the super spooky, they're like the very, very spooky secret police that like black bag you and you vanish. Because you've been causing problems for the state. Song of Power, thank you very much for the KGB. Yeah, they're like the KGB. Thank you very much for the $10 tip. That's very generous of you. Happy to see you finally get to play the Earthfather. Hope you enjoy. Could I get a demon called Blathamus the Leper? You absolutely can, my dude.
Kugath, Plague Weaver.
These lads look like they could use some gifts. Chat, what do y'all think, chat? Should we give them some gifts? I think these guys could use some presents. And we'll take a moment to take a look at all the units, because I know everybody wants to see them. So we've got Plague Bearers. They are super gnarly. If you watch long enough, you can see Nurglings pop out of their guts, which is fun. You know, honestly, I know they're not going to do it, but I kind of wish that when they do the Blood for the Blood God pack that allows this game to essentially go up to, like, M rating, I guess, I wish they would include, like, more Nurgle models that actually have their guts hanging out. Because if you notice, they very carefully gave a lot of the Nurgle units, like sores or mouths, but none of them have, like, the hanging intestines. Anyway, here are the Plague Toads. They're bizarrely adorable. Like, don't get me wrong, they're gross, but they're also kind of adorable.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hey, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs, Bulwark. Really appreciate it. Here are the Furies of Nurgle. They're green. Spooky little green old demons. And then we've got Plague Drones. These are one of my favorite units. I love that they're, like, rotting so much that you could see inside them. If you've got that, what's that phobia of, like, holes and things? Because if that should absolutely be triggering that. And of course they've got, these are the actual Plague Drones, so they've got riders. And then, Big Daddy himself, Kugath Plaguefather. Oh, he's beautiful. He is so beautiful. Trypophobia, thank you. I absolutely love him. I also, like, dude, these Nurglings that are holding up Kugath, what do y'all think their weapon strength would be if they hit somebody? Like, look, there's only, like what, maybe 12 of them, maybe, holding up all of Kugath and his palanquin. Like, how strong are those Nurglings? Like, I wanna see their weapon strength, dude. Speaking of Nurglings, we got the little devils right here, just having a grand old time. What's with the green gas? Nurgliness. Alright, anyway.
The perfect plague. It is done.
Let's pull out a Nurgling.
Our enemies are merely specimens. Their corpses found
Beautiful.
on our lands.
So as you can see, Kugath to shoot literally pulls Nurglings out of his stomach and throws Nurglings at people.
Kugath, plague weaver. Decimate them.
Do it again. It's kind of like a Doom Diver.
Nurgle's command.
Yeah, he's an artillery lord. Yeah. Nurglings, go have fun. You want to see the best animations? Plaguefather, come show us how it's done. Oh, good hit. Oh, he's all Lord, he coming. Oh Lord, he coming. And he can fire while moving. Look how huge he is, man. You nerds, clear off. Let Kugath have some fun. Nurglings, out of the way, dudes. Thank you, thank you. Hi, guys. Oh, that's great. Make sure I'm not dying. We killed everything else, right? Okay, I just want to make sure. Flag bearers, come here. Come on, do my favorite animation. Would I ever get a pet plague toad? No. No, see, I don't like being sick. Turn him off rage. Oh, good idea. And he has melee mode enabled. Oh! Yo, what was wrong with that Nurgling? That Nurgling, he was like, no. Oh, here he goes, boom! I love that one. Where he slams the two Nurglings together. Oh, it's so good. Here he goes! Rah! Also, like the Tyrant has great animations. Do demons have blood? Yes, demons have like physical organs that mortals would believe them to have, essentially. Ugh. So it goes, so it goes.
Plague and us. The perfect plague.
And just to show y'all some cool stuff Kugath has, a lot of Nurgle, pretty much all Nurgle units have this, which is Cloud of Flies. Cloud of Flies is, as long as you're in melee, you are going to have a melee defense bonus. But Kugath also has Nurgling Infestation. So if Nurglings...
At Loremaster of Sotek, do you think the blood bag should be renamed the Blood, Guts and Tits DLC as legend has said?
You know, somehow I don't think CA would go for that. Nurgle also has, Kugath also has Nurgling Infestation. So you can heal your Nurglings as long as they are around you. They just are regenerating constantly. And he also has Slime Trail. Slime Trail, so if anybody gets too close to Kugath, their speed and melee attack goes down by a good bit. Okay. We've done a lot of checking, so now we can get back into killing. RC Star Destroyer, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Do I have a guess why Malekith failed to prove himself at the flames of Ashuran? Because he murdered everyone else in the room to get what he wanted. And I don't like what they did in the end times. I think it spits in the face of the lore that came before it. So I just kind of ignored that part of the end times. But I would say the reason Malekith did not make it through the Flame of Ashuran is because ultimately he was everything that Ashuran would not have wanted. He was cruel and petulant and wanted to like skip the line. All he had to do was be patient, and he was the opposite of patient, and he literally murdered like everybody. All right, first thing, okay, I'm only doing this because it was redeemed, but someone redeemed for this guy's name to be Sexier Turin. I don't agree with that. Does anyone survive the end times? Yeah, a good number of people do. Sigmar, not Grumbrindle dies, but Sigmar survives. Grugni, Gotrek Garnison survives. Grugni and Grimnir survive. Who else? A lot of the Lizardmen survived. Lord Croak, technically. Here is Kugath's. Here's Kugath's skill tree for anyone that wants to see it.
Hunt down those lizard trinkets.
One of my favorite things about Kugath is this: he starts with hates dwarfs. You can't even not take this. You have to have it. He hates dwarfs.
100.
What a boss!
Is still alive. Smile.
This will end.
Grimgor is still alive. Sure, buddy. Nobody tell him. All right. Take a drink of water. So, this is how Nurgle's recruitment tree works. Nurgle's recruitment tree is that you have a pool of units, kind of like the Tomb Kings. You have a pool of units you can pull from. Daniel Ringholz, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for all the bits, guys, and thanks for the gift sub, Spartan. Thank you all very much. So, it's kind of like Tomb Kings. Your units aren't free, but the other thing that's unique about Nurgle is that when you buy a unit, so let's buy some Nurglings, Plague Bearers. Actually, give me another unit of Toads.
Join the grandest
So,
experiment.
as you can see, Nurgle gets his units instantly. Nurgle gets his units immediately, but they come in wounded.
Satisfactory outcome.
And then someone asked for this to be named Chloe. Even though that goes against everything I believe in. My dog is not a disease beast, how dare you?
Nurgle's chosen.
Okay, let me just get cut. What's the cutest demon asking for a friend? I mean, the most adorable demon is a Nurgling. Undoubtedly, it's a Nurgling. Or, no, maybe a actually, I'm gonna be on Team Fleshhound. I would rather have a Fleshhound for a pet than a Nurgling. Constant Drakenfels, how you doing? Why does he hate dwarfs? So I'll tell the story when we get into this fight here. God, hold on. Camera settings. CA, why make camera settings save between campaigns?
THT Ringo, cheered.
The ultimate
I know that new
experiment.
characters are fun, but is a character or character archetype that you would like to see return to AOS?
Yeah, if I could get like a really badass human character in AOS that's like a king or emperor who's just like a noble, cool human that has like a powerful magic, some like good magic items, but ultimately he's like just a man who like fights the good fight. That'd be awesome. So like a Lewin Laneker or Karl Franz.
Nurgle's
All right, so let me tell y'all the story of Kugath and why he hates dwarfs. What GPU am I playing on? Oh god, what is it, chat? Like an NVIDIA 1070, I think. So here's Kugath's relationship with the dwarfs. Back in the day, during the Great so there's an event in Warhammer Fantasy known as the Great Cataclysm, and it was that way back, over 10,000 years ago. Life was great, everything was awesome, and then roughly in the ballpark, like of 8,000 years ago, there was a big apocalyptic event known as the Great Cataclysm, where these two polar gates, like these giant portals that were like super hardcore sci-fi tech, that were floating above the North and South poles, exploded. And because they exploded, they were these portals to this other dimension, and it basically ripped open a Terran reality, which we now know as the Realm of Chaos. And this gateway has been there ever since. But when the demons of and this is how the demons started to manifest in the Warhammer world, was that basically this portal got ripped open, and because this portal was ripped open, all hell broke loose, as these demons were able to manifest all over the planet to their heart's content, and it was a really, really bad time for everybody. What happened was that the demons of chaos started invading the world. And there were a number of races at this point who had already established empires and were in a good enough position that they were able to fight against the demons. Though, for the most part, they were getting their asses kicked. And each of the dark gods kind of championed a different fight. So, for instance, actually, if I Vanguard deploy over there, well, we could send these guys this way, and then have y'all be over here. So the big thing was that each of the dark gods kind of had a champion at the time, and each of these champions was responsible for attacking a different part of the world, as the dark gods were kind of racing amongst themselves in order to bring death and destruction to everything in the world. So for instance, the big, here's the Beast of Nurgle, for anyone who doesn't see it. It's got a disgusting slime tail, and it's just such a happy little boy, and it's got Nurglings that crawl out of it. He's just so happy to be here. He just wants to give you a big hug. Look how happy he is. He's so overjoyed. So, each of the dark gods had like a different thing they were trying to deal with. Some of the major moments include a lot of the major story beats include that Ulthuan was being invaded by mainly by Nakari. Nakari being the kind of the ultimate keeper of secrets for Slaanesh. You also had Hyros Fateweaver of Zinch was headlining the invasion of Lustria. We don't actually know where Skarbrand was. Skarbrand was definitely around at this point, but we don't know like where he was. It seems like he was just kind of randomly running around attacking everybody. But if I had to guess, he was probably either fighting in Cathay or somewhere else in the old world. But I would guess he was in Cathay. But outside of that, we also had Kugath Plaguefather. And Kugath was put in charge of dealing with the dwarfs. So Kugath Plaguefather goes in and he leads this massive invasion of the dwarven realms. And for the most part, he's actually very, very successful. Kugath can't be stopped. The dwarves just do not have, even with the ancestor gods literally walking amongst them, they are struggling to stop Kugath. Because his armies are endless, which is the case with a lot of the demonic characters, is that they literally had endless legions for their armies. There was no conceivable way to stop them. Because even if you managed to hurt them, it wouldn't put them down permanently. It would just, like, you'd buy yourself maybe a decade at best of peace, enough time to kind of like prepare for another wave, and then another tide of demons would show up. So Kugath Plaguefather kind of meticulously started picking apart the Dwarven realms, and slowly but surely he kind of got the upper hand, and the dwarves just kept being pushed back and back and back and back. So finally, Valea basically tells the dwarves that the only way to survive this is that they need to fall back to their holds and basically bury themselves deep beneath the earth and wait until the tide blows over. And as part of this strategy, we actually get the sacrifice of Grimnir, which is that Grimnir actually takes his axes and leads an army north to go deal with the demons of chaos before they seal the dwarf holds. But the dwarfs know that they have to, if they're gonna really have a good chance to defeat the demons, they need to not only seal themselves away, but also deal like a pretty significant death blow. So that's exactly what they do. The dwarves in Karasakarak under Grugni and Valea basically set a trap. And the trap is that Kugath has been unstoppable. Even though the dwarves have proven themselves like quite resistant to his diseases and contagions, which has made him very irritated, because not only are the dwarves messing with his experiments, but they're just being rude. You know, Grandfather has come to share all these precious gifts with them, and the dwarves are just spitting on his gifts due to the fact that the dwarves are A, very hardy people, and B, they're very naturally resistant to magic. So they are like doubly resistant to Nurgle's plagues compared to like anybody else. So Kugath finds this to be like a pretty hefty insult and believes that the dwarves need to be taught a lesson in manners. So as he's leading this major invasion, while the dwarves are able to resist his diseases, they can't stop his numbers. Ultimately, there's just too many demons. So the dwarves fall back to Karasakarak ultimately, where they kind of put up their big final battle. And as Kugath Plaguefather arrives to the city, he sees that the city's defenses are completely abandoned. The city is empty. Like, there's nobody on the walls, there's nobody defending the gates. So Kugath thinks to himself that he's finally done it. He's finally unleashed so much death and destruction and devastation and misery on the dwarfs that they have been overwhelmed by despair and they've given in, like so many mortals have up to this point. So Kugath Plaguefather leads his army into Karasakarak and is heading towards the he goes deeper and deeper into the city, and once his entire army is in the city and are pressing in to finish off, find the survivors and finish them off, Kugath suddenly hears a really loud banging sound. And him and his army, thousands upon tens of thousands of demons, start looking around because they hear all these booms. They hear boom, 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 boom. They hear all these explosions ringing out throughout the city. And too late, the demons look up and realize that the explosions are a very carefully set up series of chained explosions going all along the top of the city. And the demons watch as all these explosions ring out, and then after a few seconds, the demons realize the reason there's no dwarfs is because everybody who's in outside of the main city is about to die. because the dwarves very carefully blew up really specific points so that the mountain of the Everpeak falls. So an entire section of the mountain collapses and falls straight down on top of Kugath and his army. And the entire legion of Kugath Plaguefather, his entire Grand Legion, every single demon under his control is completely and utterly crushed instantly under this mountain. And all of the demons are just instantly killed. So the dwarfs deal a horrific blow that Nurgle is not able to recover from before the Great Cataclysm is ended. And by doing so, Kugath was basically very embarrassed by the dwarfs making a fool out of him. So it made him look bad in front of Grandfather. So he has a very personal vendetta against the dwarfs for that. And also, he just finds the dwarfs very irritating on principle because they don't accept his gifts. But that's why Kugath hates them. Do all Nurglish demons believe they are doing good, or are some aware of the misery they're causing? Oh, Hobo, I would actually say all of the Nurgle demons are aware of the misery they're causing. A significant amount of them believe what they're doing is like genuinely good. Like they're very proud of it, and they're like, how joyous and beautiful and wonderful that we get to share our gifts with the world, kind of situation. But there is also some in Nurgle's legions who are not so happy, who do not feel that way. Like they seem to have a more genuine understanding of what's going on and what they're doing. But usually they're involved for other reasons. Like there are some entities in Nurgle's legions that are genuinely unhappy. And they're just kind of like, like they're just miserable, horrible entities. But for them, there are different kinds of versions on how you'll see them. A lot of them will be like individuals who want to share their misery. So the concept of misery loves company. And some of them are individuals who believe that there's no point in fighting against it. That it's better to just give in and accept it, because then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Like it's over. So there's a whole system of different emotions throughout Nurgle's legions. Oh good, the pox spread. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and head this way. How long do these plagues last? There are ways to modify it, but I believe at base... Hold on. I think it depends on what's going on. So the pox on the Sunken Sewers is 3 turns. The pox that I spread to Glutport is only 2 turns. And the egg that I have on Kugath is only 1 turn left. But the egg that I just spread to Stormvrak Mount has 3 turns. So it depends on like what it's on and where it goes, and like how you've designed it. Those are all factors that will alter how long it has and how it behaves and stuff like that. Can Epidemius count forever? Presumably. Hey, Greensmiet, I really appreciate those words. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Captain Barf, I do see that. Thank you. Court armies often fight each other. Do armies from the other Chaos Gods do this as well? Yes! Giga Gigante's chaos is chaotic. They fight each other all the time. A lot of the time, you'll have armies from the same side fighting each other because they represent different aspects of their gods. So you might you could literally have a Nurgle army who's like obsessed with causing a very specific kind of disease. Like maybe they think that fever is like the superior form of disease, and there could be another army that feels that no, that's bullshit. It's actually Poxes are best. And they'll like fight and like literally murder each other over these kinds of disagreements. Am I looking for the Night Haunt reveal for tonight's preview? Fuck yeah, I am, dude. It's like asking if I'm gonna stop that analogy because that's inappropriate. Yes. This is actually one of my favorite maps because you can actually attack from behind the city, which is fun. Stormwrack Vault is it's a very enjoyable map, especially when you're playing Nurgle, so like you're really slow. So like it's much nicer to attack from the direction where I don't have to go as far. Am I gonna stream LVO in the middle of the night tonight? Yes. Yes, I will be streaming the LVO reveals at midnight. CST.
Taliban of plagues.
Oh, I need the plague ridden. Shall I go with them?
Gather around, children.
Children.
Yes.
Will we be doing a Zinch campaign soon? We will probably do Zinch tomorrow.
Kugath, plague. A superior position.
Forward, children! What does the Nurgle's meter ability do? I only have one unlocked at the moment, and it is Curse of the Slug, which reduces speed and charge speed by 45%. But the unit I use it on, it can spread to other nearby units within 30 meters up to 5 times. Or up to 4 times, technically. So Nurgle's army abilities are generally like diseases that you can use on enemy or friendly units depending on which level it is. Like I think the second level one is a heal, and then the third level one is like a big damage ability.
My experiment succeeds.
Could Nagash revive Lord Croak? Nagash would probably be able to like animate his corpse, but he wouldn't be able to revive him because Croak's not technically dead. Like, he is dead, but his spirit is still, like, hanging around. And no, I don't think Nagash would be able to manhandle him. Croak's a little above Nagash, even Nagash's pay grade.
The perfect plague. The perfect plague. Kugath, plague. Will. Throne of Destruction. Kugath, plague.
Everybody get some flies! Flies! Beautiful flies!
Yes.
Are you gonna rename yourself to Papa John's and Game 3 since Lord Croak will be delivering pizzas all day long?
Dude, I can't wait for the combined map. Like, shit's gonna be sick, dude. Oh, let's get a nice, juicy shot right down the line of Noblars. Plague Bears. Take that. We've got this under control.
Nurgles, come on. The lava.
More flies. Whoa! Thanks for the walk. So we've got Curse of the Slug, and see, Curse of the Slug just spread to the Ogre Bulls, then it spread to the Mournfang Cavalry. Might spread one more time, but I don't think it's gonna make it. Plague Bears, go! I got this.
Father, they die. Plague decay. Kugath, cursing Sotek spawn!
I love their charge animation where they all bowl up. Oh no, come back. Whee! Boom. I like how they're so light they can't even knock over like a single Noblar. They just bonk them on the head.
Kugath, plague. My experiment succeeds. Children.
My unit's like, some of my unit's stuck over there. Wonder how Nurgle's gonna check out multiplayer. I actually watched Turin's stream all morning, which is actually why I didn't stream until later today. I was watching Turin's multiplayer stream because they did like a tournament with some other content creators and stuff. Nurgle definitely seems like he's gonna struggle a little bit in multiplayer. I do think it's gonna be like possible to play him very, very well, but I think for Nurgle, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to learn, be very, very good to play with Nurgle and not. It has a learning curve. Inked upon these pages are the fundamental secrets of the winds of chaos. Alas, the grimoire is a fickle and mischievous demon, little given to cooperation. The chromatic tome. If I remember right, I think the chromatic tome is actually like a greater demon of Tzeentch. Oh, that's really cool. So he increases my winds of magic by a lot. Oh, he adds to my reserves and increases my recharge. But there's a 50% chance it's gonna hurt me, which I'm totally cool with because I'm Nurgle.
Finally able to catch a stream again. It's been actually months. To celebrate, I of course have to ask a super important lore
Oh, you
question.
can use to it.
What
How
would I
you
have to do
doing,
to
my
convince
dude?
Katarin to become my dom mommy?
What do you have to do to convince Katarin to become your dom mommy? Tell Katarin that you're into ice play. And for your sake, I really hope you're being serious, because otherwise you are in for a bad time. But that, you know, that's probably a fairly easy way to get in there. Plague flail. This flail's heads are the shrunken heads of plague victims. Its chain crafted from the knotted and desiccated entrails. Pestilence hangs heavy about it still, ever seeking to escape. Oh, it gives us a Mortis engine effect. Very nice. Yes, I will take that in a heartbeat. And then let's do... What is the channeling staff? Cooldown to all abilities. Let's put that on Kugath, and then let's give our plague-ridden scroll blast.
My contagion.
Okay, so let's grab Angel of Disease. Oh, that's so good. +5 growth to all provinces every time Kugath wins a fight. Very strong. And then let's grab Rancid Visitation, so I can kill single entities.
So many.
Let's grab that, so I want to get him up to where he has the heal passive. And then here, I need more... Do any of these specialize in money? Well, this one specializes in healing. Let's grab this. Let's get Weeping Creepers.
Let's prepared.
And then I think we're good. We need a greater demon named Diabetes. You have diabetes. Combine the arcane items. Yeah, we can do that. Clancy Dubs, thanks for the 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. That's very lovely of you. I appreciate that very much. Unlock 2 plague symptoms. Sure. If y'all, yeah, we can combine those items. I kind of like both characters having one item. It's not always best to combine, especially because there's no guarantee what kind of item we're gonna get. Hopefully we'll get something we don't have. Ooh, Forbidden Rod. That's how you get Katerin. You tell Katerin you've got a forbidden rod. She'll be all over you, man. Alright, so the other thing I want to show y'all about the plague system is the plague system is very similar to, the foods, the buff system from Grom the Paunch. So in that all of your plagues are unlocked by doing different things. So, like, we've unlocked this one, which was, I believe that we just had to spread, I should have moused over it before we got it, but we got it pretty quick. So this one, we got Limb Blight, which is, if it infects a non-Nurgle army, it gives minus 10% speed. Let's see what are the other ones we've got. We've got Spread Buboes 5 times to give bonus attrition. Bleeding Ears, which is Spread Pox 5 times, which we've almost unlocked, which gives control to us and hurts enemy control. Weeping Eyes, which spread Rot, and we can lower enemy range and accuracy. Brain Fog, spread Palsy 5 times to lower enemy weapon strength by 15%. The Sweats, spread Palsy 25 times for minus 20% missile strength.
Aurelius 011
Necrotizing Flesh, plus 5 additional infections. The Flux.
My Wolfrek campaign, I'm playing ATM.
Okay, so the way you spread these is literally just create a base plague and spread it a certain amount of times and it'll add up. Aurelius, yeah, dude. I feel like most people say that when they get Forbidden Rod. So, the Flux is all units suffer attrition. Mucus runs. Oh, that's gross. It doesn't just come out of the nose. Mucus runs give all Nurgle units Vanguard. Inflamed Glands lowers defensive supplies by 500. Oh my god, that's actually terrifying. For the record, a generic settlement, like a minor settlement, will have 1,000 defensive supplies to start, so you can cut that in half. The Gut Rot, minus 40% ammunition during siege. Violent Spasms, increased chance of plague spreading, and cycle time is faster for military buildings. Paroxysm. Look at that. Enemy settlements get -2 local recruitment capacity. You could prevent armies from being able to recruit in a province. Dude, that in multiplayer would be hilarious. You just, like, summon a cultist and you bomb someone's settlement with this. They can't recruit units if they don't have enough recruitment slots. And then the ones that you get from your tech tree, we got Highly Contagious, which is 20% chance of spreading. Pustulant, which makes the plague last 3 more turns than it normally would. Festering, which is more corruption. Fever, which is bonus money when spreading, which we're unlocking right now. And Sores, which lowers enemy casualty replenishment. And then here are the recipes. So the recipes are that you have to build a very specific thing. So you have to pick a certain base plague and then augment it with a specific symptom in order to create a recipe. And our recipes are the Crumbling Egg, which is plus 5 additional turns for this plague to last, 15% chance of its extra 15% chance of it spreading, plus 4 corruption locally. And if it gets on a Nurgle army, it gives them 35% additional healing and 100 experience per turn. We've got the Black Plague, which does the same buffs, but then it gives us 250% bonus money from sacking and looting settlements. We've got the Green Pox, which gives us plus 50 growth on Nurgle settlements. The Grim Shakes, which lowers enemy spell resistance by 50%. Oh my god, that's terrifying. And then Nurgle's Rot, which gives your armies 20% additional physical resistance. Pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie, chat. It's pretty hot. I don't have a disease on me right now. That needs to change. What disease shall we put on Grandfather today? I kind of want to get up this tree as fast as I can so I can get the violent spasms.
Clancy Dubs cheered. X1000. Thank you.
No,
for
I
all
want
your
necrotizing
content.
flesh.
Learned a lot from you. Would agree to Nurgling. What race in Warhammer
Oh, that's a lot of
do you
bits.
think would be the tastiest?
Would an ogre eat a Nurgling? Yes, absolutely. Well, it would try. Eating demons is actually kind of hard. Demons, when demons die, their bodies literally like fizzle and pop out of existence. You can't really eat a demon, unless you get like really lucky or there are magical shenanigans involved. But if an ogre could eat a Nurgling, it would do it without question, which doesn't always work out well. Sometimes it does, but most of the time it doesn't. What race do I think would be the tastiest? According to ogre literature, halflings taste the best. But halflings are also, like most ogres, think you should not eat a halfling because they make really, really good chefs. So it's like kind of a waste to eat them. Skaven is also noted as being particularly good. Roast rat. But the problem with Skaven is there's usually not a lot of meat on them, but that's why ogres tend to prefer fighting Clan Moulder, because Clan Moulder have big beasties and ogres like munching on them. When I say ogre literature, I mean my books about ogres. Ogres do not have literature. Ogres don't write. They don't have a writing system. Ogres have they tell stories. They have a storytelling system to communicate information. I missed adding a symptom to the plague. No, I didn't want to add fever to it because it would have cost me 50 infection points.
I'll dissect them.
Oh my gosh, I have to get caught up on all these redeems. Okay, Mr. Streamer Man, can I tell a story about Chaos Dwarfs and Dwarfs meeting up and fighting? Old Man Quilty, I would really recommend picking up the Dwarf Omnibus, which you can buy from Games Workshop or Black Library, also known as Stone and Steel in some publications. One of the books, I think it's... Oh, I forget which one it is. But it's the one about the King of Zufbar, better than Stoneheart.
One of the PCs in my
Oh,
Warhammer
gosh.
campaign plays an elf envoy who comes from a family of mages and came with minimal magical talents, so she tries everything she can to learn better magic, including consuming distilled demonetta.
Dude, MMO addicted. If you are looking for some really cool ways to fuck with that player, Google a document. You can find it super easy by Googling the PDF. Look up the Tome of Corruption PDF and scroll down to the page about muses. A muse is a Slaanesh, is a really minor Slaanesh demon, but you look that up. It is a perfect way to screw with someone who is biting off more than they can chew and is willing to do anything.
Kugath, plague.
But anyway, probably the most famous battle that's ever happened between Dwarfs and Chaos Dwarfs. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in the timeline we're currently in. But the most famous showdown that happened between them was during the Storm of Chaos. Because during the Storm of Chaos, Tsar Nagrand actually unleashed a very large legion at the head of... to join alongside Archaon's invasion. And they invaded through Peak Pass, which is right next to Karakadrin. And so Karakadrin actually, like, Zufbar went to help them, and it was this huge battle between the Chaos Dwarfs and the Dwarfs. And you had, like, Ungrim Iron Fist fighting there, Baradin Stoneheart, the Chaos Dwarfs, like, unleashed a Colossus, which was this, like, terrifying mecha giant thing that they were using to, like, literally stomp on dwarves and, like, drag their war machines into combat as they were shooting. When did the stream start? We're still in, like, the first, like, 5 or 10 turns. You're not that late. Toads, have fun. Go play. Those Slayers. They are Slayers.
Rot bags. Rot bearers. Curl. Drift. Kugath, plague. The perfect plague. The lava Nurgle.
Oh, they actually put a number. They put charges on the Rod of Corruption to stop you from spam casting it. That's actually kind of funny. More flies! Oh, this hurts. This hurts. Ow, 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 ow.
Bring Nurgle's rocks.
Kugath, where are you at?
They die.
Actually, let's throw Nurglings at these guys.
Experiment. A new brew.
Those Quarrelers are going to be a problem.
Finger of sickness.
Yeah, I need to get Kugath closer so his debuffs are in action. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put Curse of the Slug over here to slow all those guys down.
Kugath, plague.
Because if I can get in range, I can start healing.
Plague, not us.
Heal all my precious little Nurglings.
Bringing fox.
Bro, what are you doing on the wrong side?
Kugath, plague. My experiment succeeds. The perfect
More
plague.
magic! Yes, yes, flee, little dwarfs! Flee, run for your lives!
For my studies. Plague.
Plague drones, I got a job for you. Oh no, they're rallying. No, don't rally! I was just kidding. I wasn't making fun of you. Please keep running.
Kugath, plague. Yes. Wind. Decay. Children well.
Death heads! There we go.
The perfect plague. Magic king.
Yeah, I need those Quarrelers stop shooting me. It hurts. I need to get some, like, Chaos Furies.
Kugath, plague.
Ah, that's better.
The lava Nurgle. Not my child. For the despair god. Light bearers.
Twitch subs, run down the fleeing units.
Yes.
Man, the cooldown on this is really short. Like, I know it's like got a 50% chance to hurt me every time I use it, but like, dang, that's a short cooldown.
Plague. Taliban.
I don't think this will be too much friendly fire.
Kugath, plague.
Good, 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 good. Move slower.
Infection is inevitable.
No more melee attack. Alright, we need Kugath in here, because Kugath does slime trail, so... Like, look at their melee attack when Kugath is in range. 0 melee attack. Oh, that's so brutal, dude. 0 melee attack. What do you even, like, what are you supposed to do against that? There's nothing you can do, Dawi. Give in to despair. Did their arms rot off? Essentially.
Nurgle's pestilence.
It's how you have to win with Nurgle, man. You just gotta, like, wombo combo your way into making their stats non-existent and then just grind them out through your melee defense, large health pool, and regen. Are those slayers?
Come on.
Yes, they are. Kugath, get out of there, silly goose. Let our boys that specialize in slayers deal with that. Garnath and McCollum, thanks for the hydrate stretch.
Finger of sickness. Kugath assaulting.
Man, Kugath can turn really fast. Like, shockingly fast.
Another wretched foul lizard thing.
Like, dude knows how to pivot.
Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Beast of Nurgle's doing a good job running down that Dwarf Lord. He just wants to play. He just wants to play. That's all it wants. Just give it a hug. Just poor Dwarf Lord. It's like when somebody who's like only like 5'2" or something visits my house and Chloe's just like, well, actually it's more like when Chloe was a baby. She doesn't do it anymore. When she was a baby, she used to be like, love me, and she was just bigger than them. And I imagine it was quite frightening. He ate him? Yeah, pretty much. Circa SK, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Also, anybody, thank you, anybody that's done bits or subs. I'm aware of the muses and the Tome of Corruption. Oh, yeah, okay. Then you're good. Yeah, second edition's got some good stuff. Sorry, this is a dumb question, but the Chaos Guards are not able to go to the Forge of Souls. Could Morgar go there? I don't think so. So, they kind of combined, like, the Forge of Souls with the unique building you get from, like, a lore standpoint. Ooh, 191 infections.
Ingredients.
So,
I bruise.
this place, if in your big base, so whichever demon legendary lord you play, you always get this, which is called the Court of the Covenant. The Court of the Covenant is actually like the genuine meeting ground for the Dark Gods, like where nobody has dominion. The Forge of Souls is a little more complicated, but they kind of like fuse the ideas a little bit for this game, though they're both represented. But no matter what demon character you play as, you actually get the Court of Covenant in your capital, which basically just gives you bonuses with other Demons of Chaos armies. In a neutral space, in a genuine neutral space, no god is able to be Big Boss. That would include Morgar. Morgar would certainly be, Morgar's a very bizarre god. It's also worth noting, in addition to all of that, like, he does not play by a lot of rules that a bunch of other gods do, because he doesn't seem to be terribly aware of the fact that he's a god. He's just sort of this absolutely batshit insane, bizarre entity that is, floating around, causing problems, and being a general nuisance. All right, so let's summon a new plague that's gonna cause a lot of damage. So let's do an egg with a limb blight, and we're gonna summon a plague cultist.
Cultist of the Fly Lord.
So this guy's job is to go, I'm gonna blow up! Whee! Boom! So now, there is an egg there that's causing attrition, and it's going to spread.
I must test my contagion.
I'm kind of tempted to use the heal Unholy Manifestation. We'll do it here in a second.
Specimens.
What is Morgr the god of? Morgr is technically the god of mutation. That is his prime domain. He is an undivided god of mutation, and he's very spooky. But Morgr is like completely batshit insane. Like, he does not seem to have any sentient. Like, he is sentient, but whenever Morgr like squeezes a little bit of himself into the physical realm in order to become Morgr, he has a very difficult time understanding like anything around him. Like, he really struggles to. He finds every reality to be very disconcerting. Can I play Darkest Dungeon? Yes, soonish. When we're gonna be dealing with a lot of Total Warhammer 3 stuff for a while. Plague Flesh Poppy Buildings. Which one is that?
Master.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I would definitely like that building to be really fast. But man, I'm gonna get Viral Incubation to start because plus 10 growth in my Chaos settlements, like that's just really good. That's really good. All right, let's upgrade the Glut Port. I need some more units. Give me Furies and more Nurglings.
Join the grandest experiment. Lots prepared.
Okay, let's take.
The plague.
Can I see his camp from? No, I can't reach his camp from here, but I can see it. Okay, I'm gonna move to here, and then next turn we're gonna take out the camp. We're gonna get rid of the ogre camp because ogre camps are super annoying.
What?
Oh, dude, I've been playing a lot of Darkest Dungeon. We're almost done with it actually. Like we've got like one boss left in every area, and then we're done. Dungrit of the Magathkin.
We are agreed. How wonderful.
Which is a fun little end times reference. Is there a benefit for not filling all 3 plague slots? It costs less. Everything you add onto a plague costs more infections. So for instance, if I go to create a plague, oh wow, we unlocked a couple of new symptoms. If I like do an egg, it costs me 25 infections just for a basic egg. If I decide to make it a fever, well, now it's going to cost me 50, and if I do this, it's going to cost me 75. So like it just it just depends on what you're doing. But the more complex you make a disease, the more expensive it is. Kugath has a twin? No, he looks... I don't know what you're talking about. He looks nothing like me. Would Urson dying be of interest? Dude, Urson dying would be of interest to anybody. Harnessing the power of a dying god, like, there is no faction in Warhammer Fantasy that would not want a piece of that action. Is there anything really good I could do to myself? Oh god, yeah. I want a fever. Because a fever gives me money when it spreads. But I want to send it away somewhere. So let's do let's create a cultist. Oh, I can't afford it yet. Okay, so we're gonna save up so that we can get a cultist, and we're gonna send a cultist like somewhere else to just do like lots of infections so we can get a lot of money. Maybe we'll send him into Norska. Yeah, the plague system is like honestly one of my favorite mechanics in the game. Hello, ogres. Let's see. Hey, Sotek, I was wondering if it was possible for ogres to eat demons. Generally, no. Demons dissipate when they die. Because they follow the laws of our reality when they are in our reality, but when they die, their bodies are just made of magic, so they just fizzle away. It is possible to force, like, a piece of a demon to stay around, but doing so takes, like, a lot of preparation or certain kinds of specific abilities. What do lesser demons do when they're not fighting each other? Generally, lesser demons in the realm of chaos are either scheming, watching the mortal realms, torturing souls that they've captured, fighting each other. They're up to any number of shenanigans. They're busy. They're very busy. Especially when you're in the realm of chaos, because the thing you have to understand about the realm of chaos is the realm of chaos does not flow according to the laws of reality. According to reality, physics is a thing, time is a thing, and space is a thing. Space, time, physics, you know, we have all these laws that we have to follow just to exist, right? In the realm of chaos, that is not the case. In the realm of chaos, time is fluid. It can run forwards, backwards, topsy-turvy, whirvy-dervy. There are no rules. The realm of chaos, you could walk into the realm of chaos and pop out somewhere else. You could pop out in a different time, a different reality, a different universe. Like, you could go through the realm of chaos and walk out and accidentally end up on a completely different planet in a completely different reality. Or you could go through and think you're safe, only to suddenly find yourself, you know, like back 500 years, or any number of things. There are no easy, simple answers to what isn't possible in the realm of chaos, because it don't play that way. It don't play that way. More magic. More magic. Okay, if he's not gonna defend, then y'all... Okay, no, he is turning around. The AI is actually really funny about that. One of the AI's favorite things to do is that when you charge into them, they will run away from you, and then to like lure you into the base a little deeper, and then they'll turn around and charge you, which I always find kind of adorable. Though it actually has caused me to goof sometimes. Like, every once in a while, the AI will, like, charge me, or, like, run away, and I'll be pursuing a unit, and then it'll end up, like, a different unit ends up charging me and, like, slapping me in the butt when I wasn't paying attention. It makes me feel like a Dark Souls boss, where, like, butt slapping is the way you, like, burst somebody down.
Nurgle's pestilent Loremaster.
Furies! Chase off the fleeing ogres, please.
The perfect blade.
I'm going deeper in.
Father asks it.
Plague drone! Kugath, we got places to be. Let's go.
Inevitable.
Days are not chilled. Exit. Do we have a cuddle bunch?
Do we have a cuddle bunch? Not yet, but I can make one.
For my studies. It is
Bro,
done.
who's this piece of garbage ogre bull that's fighting me?
Father.
Bro, your unit's broken. How dare you keep fighting me? Yeah, that's what you get, son.
Ready, you
Jerk. It's cheating. That's cheating right there. Do the Chaos Gods fight for dominion in the realms of chaos the way nations fight in the mortal realms? Oh yeah, absolutely. Except for their armies are way, way, way larger, and they're fighting across, like, time and space. And it gets real complicated and weird. I just need to keep casting spells. As long as I'm casting spells, I am healing. That's Chloe, if you're new here. I don't know what's going on outside, but I guess something's happening. That was her surprise bark, so that means somebody surprised her making a noise. She must have been sleeping. Damn tower. Plague drones to me!
Kugath, plague.
This post is mine! Plague bearers. Come here. rest of you take that one. Beast of Nurgle, chase them down. Come here, tyrant. Watch this magic trick as I turn him from 59 melee attack to 35. Oh, good, you're here. And I can use this to up my melee defense. Wait, is that? Oh, increase my armor. So I have 100 armor. Wow, Kugath is tanky for a demon. Damn. He has 70 armor base. So now I got 100 armor and I reflect melee damage, which is cool. Siege battles look stressful. Ah, they're pretty fun. And there are built-in ways to make them less stressful. Like there's a system that's implemented in the game that you have to manually turn off, which makes it whenever you use like a spell or ability that requires targeting, it actually slows the game down. So like everything goes in slow motion while you're trying to like aim a spell or figure out what spell you want to cast and stuff like that. They have little things to make it where the game doesn't overwhelm you, which I think is a very, very good decision. All right, those guys are shattered. We don't have to worry about them anymore. Oh, wait, no, they're not shattered. Come to me, minions.
One time. Mortars. Kugath, plague.
Do the thing. Give myself some more armor and make me reflect melee damage. What was my favorite part about my trip to Scotland? Oh, dude, that's hard to answer. I loved a lot about Scotland. I mean, my favorite moments were probably the Isle of Skye. The Isle of Skye was just absolutely gorgeous. It was like stepping onto like another planet. It's just amazing. It's a beautiful island. But the probably the most standout things for me. This may sound weird, but for a Texan, the public transportation system is like, oh my god, dude! It's like it's genuinely like watching magic. Because I'm from Texas, we don't have that here. Public transportation like is not really a thing. I was able to travel across the entirety of Scotland. Like I went from Edinburgh to Inverness, the Isle of Skye to Inverness, all around the Highlands. I traveled over Loch Ness. I went to St. Andrews, and then back to Edinburgh, all without renting a car. Like I just took public transportation the entire time, which was mind-blowing to me, and was so nice.
I don't get to catch streams very often, so here is some dollar reduce. Your constant streaming.
But I mean, Edinburgh is just a very, very cool looking city. I wish I had more time in it. I would have loved to go into like the underground and see like the old city. But I absolutely I adored Inverness, dude. Inverness was like such an adorable city and it's like growing a lot, and you could tell it's growing a lot. So it kind of reminded me of my home, which started off kind of small and then grew into something much bigger. But there's just I just like, hey look, it's Sartorial the Everwatcher. Look at that. Of the 9 proclamations I'm about to tell you, only 1 is true. That's cool. I like that Sartorial has a cameo. Well, he actually has a number of cameos in the game. Good old Sartorial, everybody's favorite douchebag final boss. Do I want the heal? Nah,
Shut them into my vats.
I really like incubating. Do I think I could get an exalted greater demon this stream? Yeah, probably. Yeah, we could summon exploding Nurglings now with Kugath. Oh baby.
Such power. Ow.
Chat, who's ready for exploding Nurglings? Let me see a show of hands. Also, mods, can we get a poll? I want chat to decide where we send our next plague. Do we send our next disease to Norska, the Ogre Kingdoms, or to Tzeentch? Where do y'all want to send? Where do y'all want to send a disease? Can I show you Nurgle's or Kugath's unique tree? Yeah, sure. So he's got Angel of Disease, which is anytime we win a fight, we get 5 growth faction wide. Nurgling Tide, which lets us summon Nurglings who explode when they self-destruct. We've got Plague Shield, which is +5 melee defense for Nurglings. Champions of Decay, which gives us the ability to recruit Plague-ridden everywhere. Increases how many we can have and what rank they're at. The Rotting Ways, which gives us a 50% chance to spread plagues via armies. Holy garbage. That's amazing. And gives a bunch of Nurgle corruption. Giggling Grenades, which gives us 15% ammo. Pestilent Abundance, which gives us regeneration on all Nurglings, as well as makes them cheaper to recruit, cheaper upkeep. Plaguefather's Oration, which gives us 24 melee defense and 16 leadership in an active area around us. And the Lord of Stench, which gives upkeep reduction for 15% upkeep reduction faction-wide for Great Unclean Ones, and gives all the Great Unclean Ones in our army the Slime Trail passive. That is Nurgle's personal tree. Or sorry, not Nurgle, Kugath.
The rotting.
Any mods here? There should be a mod here. Mods, hello? Anyone? Hello?
The Plague Weaver.
Let me see if I can get caught up on some of these. Was it sad when I left Inverness and went to Outferness? Yes, it was very sad. Lord Wedge, thanks so much for the $10 tip, my dude. I really appreciate it.
Andy underscore the underscore let's cheer.
Appreciate it, dude.
X5000. Hello, Loremaster. I saw that Skipperant doesn't have the skill in his skill tree Wrath of Khorne, but a generic exalted bloodthirst to have it. I really want Skipperant to have this ability.
What ability?
You know if CA will add this before.
Holy crap, Andy the Lich, that is a metric buttload of bits. My god. I saw Scarbrain doesn't have the ability Wrath of Khorne. What does Wrath of Khorne do? I might be able to answer that. I don't remember what Wrath of Khorne does. Can you remind me what it does, Andy the Lich? Thank you for the very, very generous amount of bits, my dude. That's crazy. Vitarius, options for where we will send our next disease are Norska, Ogre Kingdoms, or Tzeentch. We're gonna send one of our disease buddies on a mission.
This will work.
He set up another camp, bastard. I kind of think we probably need to save our money for a little bit. Give Tzeentch the bird flu. Oh boy.
Onward for Nurgle.
I wonder if I can ambush him. Let's hide into the forest.
Spread disease.
Ogres, my lord.
Dr. underscore Vulcan cheered. X500. Bribe to send it to Tzeentch.
Bribe? That's not how it works. Wait, no, you can use your bits in the vote. If you want to bribe the vote, you could bribe the votes. The votes have it enabled, so you could spend your channel points or bits to, like, load it one way or the other. But tell you what, I kind of want to send it to Tzeentch. I think, okay, so it's up now, but I'm gonna vote Tzeentch. I'll tell you that.
I'll force feed you endless toxins.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Kugath. What? That's a great name. The unit of Plague Bearers needs to be named the Flutane Clan. That's hilarious. That's really good. All right, we're going to Zinch. We're paying our old brother a visit. All right, let's make a gift just for him. I want something that's really gonna screw with him. What's the most Nurgle corruption I can get? Okay, so we'll do buboes. No, let's do an egg. We're gonna do an egg, and we're gonna do fever and bleeding ears. Yes, excellent.
Cultist of the Fly Lord.
Yeah. Hey, go ask the Flaming Scribes how they're doing. Just pay them a friendly visit. Just a friendly visit.
Fitted to master.
Okay, did that. Dealer's choice on these two questions. What's my favorite character from a race I otherwise am not a huge fan of? What would make sense for Sienna to have a different Lord of Magic as a DLC class in Vermintide 2?
X300. Yes, all according to plan.
Zinch. He's given me a disease because I wanted him to give me a disease. So the one I will answer of that Brock Studley is I think, I'm 100% genuine when I say this. I want Sienna's fourth career to be Necromancer Sienna. Like, because her twin sister is a Necromancer, I want So there was an event in the end times that's actually, like, well explored, where when Nagash is resurrected, one of the first things Nagash does is he rips the Wind of Death out of the vortex and slams it down into Lustria, which causes like a whole bunch of shenanigans because suddenly the Wind of Death is like free of the vortex and it's like a lot stronger. And as a result, it ends up causing a lot of wizards to suddenly be able to tap into magic that they normally couldn't. So a ton of wizards became suddenly able to wield a new lore of magic that was invented in the end times. And it's called the Lore of Undeath. Now, just to be clear, the lore of vampires is very different from the lore of undeath. They're two totally different lores of magic. The lore of undeath was the lore of magic that was unleashed during the end times that basically represented like Nagash becoming the supreme being among undead. And his magic was like so prominent that it kind of started infecting like everything. So I would love for Sienna to get the lore of undeath as her Wind of Magic, and to be like having to wrestle with this new system. Because there was like a whole storyline in the end times about there was this wizard who suddenly realized he could tap into this new Wind of Magic, and he ends up actually saving a bunch of his friends in the Empire by utilizing this lore. But since he was using what they believed to be necromancy, even though he saved all of his friends from the forces, like a bunch of demons, they end up killing him. Like, he basically gets like shot by all of his allies because they think he's been like a necromancer. They think he's just like a necromancer and he's been corrupted. So they end up killing him even though he saved them all. Which is super sad. Where are my exploding nerdlings? There they are.
Experiment. Fox, plague, and pus.
Infested nerdlings, come here. Ready? Steady. Steady. No, I want you over here. Come here. Plague bears, look out. This is gonna hurt. I love exploding nerdlings. They're so fun. Furies, escort them, please.
Nurgles, come on. A new brew.
Rancid Visitations does so much damage. Look at that damage! Look at that damage! It's nearly 100 damage per tick. So good versus single entities.
My experiment succeeds.
Do the nerdlings nod when you give them an order? Yes. Yes, they do. It's a very affirmative nod. Dude, nerdlings are just delightful. Like, how could you not love them?
The perfect plane.
You explode for me, chat? Listen, guys, that embargo's not up for like another week or something. Like, let's, like, we'll play Slanesh as soon as we can, okay? Y'all need, you gotta chill. What's the average Nurgling life expectancy? Not long. Generally speaking, they tend to die pretty quick. I am only interested in your soul. I can see it gleaming within your mortal vessel. Fleshy pulp I shall flinz away. It is the pit of the fruit I so desire above all. You know I shall feast. It is inevitable. But as an aperitif, a moment of ecstasy for us both, we shall couple. Slephialon, Keeper of Secrets. Incubate more captives.
Shove them into my vat.
Yo, look at that. Leper Lord, 20% upkeep production on plague bearers. Yes, please.
The Plaguefather.
That is amazing. Yes, I'll take 5 melee defense for my nerdlings.
Will supplement my boxes.
Kind of want to hire some units, even though I feel like they're just gonna
No
die.
one tells a tyrant what to do.
Ah, we'll just auto-resolve it. Fine.
My box rats are
Alright.
I must test my contagion.
We need to take a breather. So let's go ahead and use Pestilent Growth, which is going to prevent us from moving, but it gives us 20% healing. Or 20% bonus healing. The one guy said Scarbram was missing the Wizard's Blow Up next to Corn Unit's ability that the Exalted have. Wolf Shadow, I will send, or Lich, Andy the Lich and Wolf Shadow, I will send a message to CA after the stream and see if I can get something figured out on that. Appreciate the heads up. Alright, so here I want... Oh, dang. Ah! Expensive buildings are expensive.
I must fine-tune my plague.
I could get a smaller building, but the problem with the smaller buildings is all they give you are Nurglings. All they give you are Nurglings. I do love Nurglings. Yeah, let's hold off for a bit so I can get some other buildings.
Chosen.
Though I will take a unit of Plague Toads and more Nurglings.
Submit to my research. The rotting Foxmaker.
There's a misspelling. I'll have to spend some time combing through stuff, see if I can catch all that. Do I know what level of corruption the map starts to change at? It starts pretty quickly. Because it's just like a flat 0 to 100. Oh, that's not good. Okay, dwarves are invading, and the big issue is I can't move. Slanesh is ascendant. Boovis. A cult has manifested. So we have a cult here.
I'll be only the great more.
Where's my cultist?
Cultist.
Oh, wow. Alright. That'll actually generate us some money. And Kugath, I just have to wait with Kugath. I can't actually go anywhere right now. Beastmen. I would like to have control of some beastmen. That's a big dwarf army.
Big on.
Thorgard Cromson himself, huh? It's arriving at the Glut Port. Oh, good. We got this for the Sunken Sewers. Ah, this is a hard choice. Do I want the Forsaken building? Because with the Forsaken building, I get access to Chaos Spawn. Yeah, let's get the. Oh, God, that's hard. Yeah, let's do that because I need more unit variety. So let's get the Forsaken building, which is going to give us Forsaken and Chaos Spawn, and eventually a Soul Grinder. So we're gonna do that.
Specimens required.
And we can have the Glut Port actually gain a disease. We could put a disease on the Glut Port that will make it where the enemy army that's coming for us is gonna take attrition damage. Ooh, we could actually give it bigger attrition. Well, I don't know if that's how that works. Let's do this. Let's do attrition and see if we can debuff their ranged units, because this will make them less accurate and have less range. So I've infected Glutport, so if the dwarfs attack Glutport, there's a good chance they're going to catch that disease. Alright, let me get through a few more of these. Laser Ninja Studios, how you doing? If an ogre fell to Nurgling, would it have happy little Nurglings instead of Noblars? Probably yes. Hydrate, thank you. What info do we have on the Dark God's personal weapons and their power now with the Tease of Slaaneash's blade? Not a ton. The only two weapons I know of for sure is there is the Sword of Slaanesh, or the Blade of Slaanesh, whatever they're calling it, which does appear. It has a chance to appear when you are running your way through Nurgle's or Slaaneash's realm. There's a chance you can run into it and actually acquire it as an item, and it is a freakishly powerful weapon. I mean, consider that Sigvald's weapon, Sliver Slash, is like one of the most. It is a very, very terrifying and imposing weapon, and Sliver Slash is literally it is a tiny shard, a sliver, literally, of Slaaneash's own sword. I mean, it is an itty-bitty little thing from Slaaneash's blade, and yet it is like a devastating magical item, capable of unleashing like a lot of devastation. Where are you going, dwarf?
Dare my white Nurglings.
I can't ambush here because these damn beastmen.
Hold my
Into the deep forest! Come here, little dwarf. I have a gift for you. How does the merry-go-round work? So the way the merry-go-round works is every time your building cycles, every time you cycle, you basically gain whatever unit is on that cycle. So for instance, like, take this building. This building takes 4 turns to cycle, right? I build it. When this building finishes building, it provides me a plague bearer. When it cycles, it provides me a new plague bearer. When it cycles, provides me another plague bearer. And then if it were to cycle to here, I would get an exalted plague bearer. And then because this isn't red yet, because I don't have a tier 3 settlement, it would then go back to cycle 1 with give me a plague bearer, then to cycle 2, give me a plague bearer, etc. So it just spins around forever. And every single time it hits, like, it spins to a new dial, whatever unit is on that dial is what you're gonna get. If that makes sense. I would like more income. We're also going to need a warpstone locust at some point. This gives me a... Oh, these all give me garrisons. That's nice, at least. How is our control? Our control is pretty good. Our growth is pretty strong. A little bit of extra growth wouldn't hurt. Oh, this one, let's do more casualty replenishment. Can't have too much casualty replenishment as Nurgle. It's not possible.
Repair.
Come here, little dwarfs. Let me see you. Step a little closer.
Fetid Brewmaster.
I'm gonna give myself a plague. Step a little closer, Master Dwarf. What is control? Control is public order. So your control is this meter here. When it's really, really high, you get really nice buffs. So you have cheaper casualty replenishment, higher growth, and you have larger campaign line of sight, which the higher difficulty you're playing on, the less you can see. So having that really high is important, especially on high difficulties. And the worse it gets, the lower your growth, the more expensive your recruitment cost is, the less you can see. And if you get to negative 100 control, you get a rebellion. So an army spot pops up outside your settlement and it tries to attack you. Oh look, our plague is spreading through Tzeentch. How delightful. Take that, you feather-brained bastard. Is Kugath my favorite legendary lord so far? Yes.
Oil with unspeakable infection.
Though, I do like a lot of them. What does Nurgle's mansion look like? It's actually in the game.
500. Sometimes I step back in total shock at just how many 8th edition Warhammer units have been digitally realized.
Yeah, tell me about it, dude. Develop a cyclical building through its full life cycle and get the void armor. No, dwarf, come back!
My contagion.
Okay, I need to hop across this river.
Work.
Oh, I guess I did.
No time.
Ah, there we go.
To tarry.
Come back, dwarfs! I love you! Okay, Stormwrack Mount is actually pretty exposed compared to the rest of our buildings. So we're gonna grab a carnivorous compost, which is designed for sieges, because that's gonna help protect us a bit.
Someone fetch me a skeeve.
Why is the Slaanesh icon at the top? Because Slaanesh is ascended in the great game at the moment. Random lore fact on Slaanesh. Probably my favorite lore fact about Slaanesh, which I think anyone that has a sibling can relate to, is that Slaanesh being the youngest brother and Khorne being the oldest, Slaanesh has tried to challenge Khorne to a lot of duels and a lot of, like, personal showdowns and stuff, but as much as I love him, Slaanesh has a very bad win rate. He tends to lose a lot more often than he tends to win, unfortunately for him. Hello, little Dawi.
Welcome. Mayhaps we can barter for the souls of those you represent.
Oh, they have new voice lines. That's cool. Let's see.
Carve and grind. Don't presume, though. Lord of the Blood Legion, your presence
Wolverized
fills me
Chief,
with
X10. In your
boiling
opinion, should CA
rage.
focus on the map we have now and add new factions like Chaos Dwarfs, maybe Neponi and so on, or should they just rush adding Mortal Empire 2.0 first?
You thought Nurgle's the oldest? No, Nurgle is the oldest in 40k, but in fantasy, Khorne is the oldest. In fantasy, the birth order goes: Khorne's the oldest, Nurgle's the second oldest, Tzeentch is the third oldest, and Slaanesh is the little baby. He's Babby. 40k has a different order than we do. Do I think CA thanks for all the bits, by the way, guys, and Deep Delta, I 100% agree. Do I think CA should focus on the map they have now and add new factions like Chaos Dwarfs maybe to pawn, or should they just rush adding Mortal Empires? I would not rush adding Mortal Empires because I want the entire planet, which is a big ask, and I realize that, but that's what I think they should do. But I do think that getting out Mortal Empires as quickly as they can while still making sure to make the best quality release that they can I think that should be the first priority. The only race I could see them adding before Mortal Empires would be the Chaos Dwarfs, because the game is very set up for the Chaos Dwarfs to just kind of casually join in. My favorite Soul Grinder, design-wise, my favorite one is the Khorne one, but function-wise, my favorite one is the Nurgle one. Yo, did I get a free cultist? Yo, lost and found. While tallying the bodies after the routine infection of a human village, your maggotkin discover a lone survivor trapped beneath a pile of putrefied corpses. The wild-eyed man, his skin crisscrossed with weeping legions, but otherwise no worse for wear, kisses the demon's festering feet, declaring Nurgle his savior. Oh, baby. Come, cultist, come!
Decay.
Let's
Join your grandfather. Come. Wouldn't it make sense for grandfather Nurgle to be the oldest? Listen, I don't make the rules, okay? I'm just telling you how it's written. The way it's generally explained in Warhammer Fantasy is that each of the dark gods was basically we'll get favorite children, had the emotion and event that birthed them happen in a particular order. So when sentient beings were brought into life on the Warhammer planet, which started really like causing a lot of upheaval within the realm of chaos, because the old ones were basically making creatures and entities that were causing things to get born there. The first big emotion that was experienced enough for something to coalesce out of it was rage. As these new species fought one another and got angry, and murder happened, and violence happened, and wars happened, that was one of the first great emotions. And then as they started to develop from savages into being slightly more civilized, the next thing that came was despair. As these cultures started to focus on like trying to grow crops and build very minor villages and stuff like that. But yeah, Nurgle's not the oldest. Oh yeah, you're right, Jixine, that's right. Nurgle's not the oldest in either setting. Yeah, Nurgle's the second youngest in 40k, so like, tell me what you want. So Khorne was born from like the massacres and slaughters that occurred first. Nurgle then showed up due to despair as people started to suffer from sickness, disease, old age. Their crops would rot or not grow, or there wouldn't be rain because there would be droughts or swarms of locusts or what have you. And then Siege came as they further developed. They discovered magic. They were utilizing it to change the world around them. They become full of a lot of hope. You had more scheming and ambition and betrayals as like societies began to develop further. And then when true civilizations were sprouting up, you get the youngest god, Slaanesh, who came about due to excess. People that, as all these races developed love of music and art and poetry and sex and money and food, and they were able to indulge in things too much. They were able to become excessively obsessed with all these different aspects of life. And that's where Slaanesh fundamentally comes from. Oh gosh. Could a group of ogres take down and eat a dragon ogre shaggin? Yes, absolutely. Would it be good? Probably. Ogres are actually not that picky, to be frank. But the dragon ogres, fun fact, the dragon ogres are actually originally most native to the World's Edge Mountains and the Mountains of Morn. But when the ogres moved into the Mountains of Morn, they actually fought a war against the dragon ogres, and the ogres pushed them out. The ogres actually won the war against the dragon ogres, and that's why the two races hate each other so much. is they have a really ancient territorial conflict between the two of them. But the ogres won, and they usurped the land that the dragon ogres had as their ancestral home. They pushed them out, and the dragon ogres are still super pissed about it. Could the dwarves get Valea as a legendary hero? No. An ancestor god would be way too much. However, I do think they should get a priestess of Valea as a generic hero type. A rune priestess of Valea, I think, would be an excellent addition to the game. And just let her be a character that has very good support abilities that don't feature as much around battle. But like, I would give her a healing ability. I would give her the ability to do heals. And she should also have abilities that are able to really mess with enemy magic. So I would give her maybe an ability where she could like target an enemy character and force all of their abilities on cooldown for like 10 to 20 seconds once every few minutes. Or give her an ability where she can like select some units and further increase their spell resistance, stuff like that. Just give her a lot of like defensive focused buffs. So like you kind of have the runesmith as more of an offensive and aggressive support character, but the priestess of Valea would be much more like a defensive support character. And she should also be like their big character on the campaign map that focuses on growth. And like really giving them a lot of bonuses to growth and buildings and anti-corruption, stuff like that. Skull Gold, good to see you. Hayden, good to see you. Who would win, Grease's Goldtooth or Ungrim Iron Fist one-on-one? I think my money would... that's hard. I honestly think my money would be on Ungrim in that matchup. He's a little more specialized to deal with something like Grease's versus the reverse. Grease's Goldtooth OnlyFans, good to see you. What's Morgar's story? Morgar is best known... Ooh, this is not going to be easy. I need to... Wow, that costs like all my movement. Can I get in range of my settlement? Yes, I can. Come here, dwarfs. I have a gift for you. Are STDs the first case of the gods doing a collab? No, but that, you could argue that is a collab. Though, really, STDs just fall under Nurgle. They wouldn't really fall under Slaanesh. If you want to get technical about it.
My contagion, the Plague Weaver.
I can't outright fight him, so I need him to come close to me. So I can either get my settlement or catch him in an ambush. Right, so Morgar. So what we know about Morgar is still a little complex. But basically what it boils down to is that Morgar... Ooh! A terrible nausea grips you, and over the course of the next 7 hours, you slowly and agonizingly retch up a withered and weeping black orb, double the size of your own head. An egg or a fruit? The reeking sphere defies easy description, but it must be used appropriately. Plant it in the fields, which will give us 4 plague bearers. Or we can consign it to the sewers to get plague toads. I would like some plague toads.
The rotting poxmaker. More plague splitters are useful.
But Morgar most likely came into existence when the Beastmen did. So when the Great Cataclysm happened, and the Dark Gods had already formulated by that point, there was a massive invasion of demons all across the world, but more importantly, there was this big shockwave of chaos energy. And a bunch of warpstone manifested like all over the planet. And as this warpstone literally rained down across the atmosphere, a lot of people got very, very sick and very, very infected. Ooh. Fecundity heals a unit and also restores their vigor, and spreads to friendly units. Yes, please.
The rot horde would grow stronger.
So you have this situation of all of a sudden there's all this like crazy new insanity that's being introduced across the world as terrifying monsters are manifesting. Humans are being mutated to like more accurately fit their inner nature, which apparently means like beastman-like creatures. You've got animals fusing with other animals, humans fusing with animals. You have animals that are being rippled and distorted to turn into like horrific bestial creatures, more befitting their own natures. And when all this mutation is going on, somehow in the midst of this mess, an entity is born. And that entity is Morgur. Now, we don't know a lot about Morgur in the beginning. Something in the water. An uncommonly bloated plague toad is drawn helplessly to the defilement of a nearby sewer, but cannot squeeze itself through the entry grate. With a final terrible lunge, it wrenches itself across, tearing its vast belly open in the process. The countless black maggots within surge into the local water supply. Delightful. So Morgur comes into existence somewhere in this ballpark. And when Morgur comes into existence, the thing to understand about Morgur is deeply, genuinely insane. Titan Tactical Official, trust me, dude, I feel genuinely extremely privileged to be playing this right now. But y'all don't have too much longer to wait. We're nearly there. So Morgur, as he's born into reality, he's not aware very well. He is a god that is seemingly born just from pure insanity that has been caused. Double experience for plague bearers. That sounds kind of amazing. He has been caused by just a vast amount of shenanigans as all of these horrible creatures are being created and various entities are fusing into each other, and nothing is really actively worshiping him just yet. But there are so much horrible garbage going on that it's kind of unavoidable to kind of get wrapped up in him, if that makes sense. A lot of entities are finding themselves, he is a very strong and deep representative of something that is happening all over the place. And as the beastmen are becoming more and more and more, some of them do start to worship this aspect of mutation. They do start to love what they are and think of themselves as a superior species, and they dominate a lot of the world. Because while the elves, dwarves, and lizardmen are busy fighting the demons, the beastmen are just having a grand old time. They are also fighting demons here and there. Some of them are worshiping demons. A lot of them have dominated the forests of the old world and are attacking like any humans they can find, or just like they are the primary dominant species. And many of them turn to self-worship and seeing themselves as like an evolved form, a superior entity, something better than anything else in reality. And as things grow more complex, Morgur grows more complex. And because there are so many beastmen all over the place, like they're freaking everywhere, then Morgur's power continues to swell and swell and swell and swell. However, the next stage is where things get genuinely super complicated, which is that Morgur does something very unexpected. Which is that Morgur, being the bizarre, insane god that he is, that doesn't really understand what he is or how to interact with reality, Morgur ends up doing the only thing he can really think to do, which is that Gunther Shadow, thanks so much for the raid. I'm in the middle of a story. Hope you're all doing well. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome everybody. Hope you're down to check out some Nurgle action. But Morgur does something that no other god has really done, at least not generally willingly, which is that Nurgle, or Morgur, squeezes himself into reality. And the way Morgur's able to do this is that Morgur is the very concept of mutation personified. So whenever a human is going to give birth to a mutant, which happens a lot, more than you probably think, there's basically a very low percentage chance that if Morgur is not currently alive, he's about to be. Because what Morgur does is that he has this horrifying ability where he will pour as much of his essence as he can into this fetus. So he basically finds a baby that is already over that line. It is already going to be a mutant on birth, and Morgur infects it and fills it with his essence. And so this child becomes an avatar of Morgur, but it's literally just a piece of Morgur. It's as much of himself as he could fit in it, which isn't a lot, but it's a terrifying amount at the same time. So this fetus, this unborn child, turns into Morgur, and the thing about Morgur that's really, really bad is that Morgur is the god of mutations. He is the avatar of mutation. So as soon as Morgur embodies that kiddo, the kid starts radiating mutation. So Mom is instantly dead. Like, well, not instantly dead, but she's about to experience a horrible death. Because Morgur is such a, like, overwhelming presence that just by existing, he causes everything around him for like a 20-foot radius, 20 to 30-foot radius, to just be constantly mutating. So like, Mom would be fine 1 second, and then the next thing she knows, there's like a spike arm that will punch through her stomach, and she starts like mutating, like her skin will start melting, and she's gonna be in horrible agony as she's like growing new limbs and eyes, and her brain's gonna go completely out of whack as this baby will literally rip its way out of her because it's now Morgur, who even as a baby is exceptionally dangerous. So he always kills his mom, always. There's some levels of storytelling about it, but whenever Morgur is born, he always kills his family, anyone that's around him. Because just being in the room with him, you're gonna start mutating and you're gonna go completely insane. So like, if the mom's in there with a midwife and dad and siblings, they're all super fucked. Because they're all just gonna start mutating and they'll be driven insane. So Morgur will be born, and then he will basically just kind of wander, because Morgur has a really hard time perceiving reality, because he's basically like a god that lives in a different reality, because he's in the realm of chaos, trying to perceive our reality. You have to remember, for Morgur, the concept of time, space, physics, all of that is very foreign to him. So he's like someone in like the 5th dimension trying to understand the 2nd dimension. He's having a really hard time with it. So he just sort of like aimlessly wanders until something like kind of compels him to go one particular direction. And inevitably he'll be found by the Beastmen, because whenever Morgur is born, the Beastmen kind of know, because they can kind of sense it. So, and there will be signs and stuff. So the Beastmen will inevitably find baby Morgur, and they will grab him and spirit him away to their tribe to keep him safe until he matures to adulthood. Which Morgur seems to grow quite a bit faster than most mortals. Like, it usually seems to take Morgur only like a decade-ish to become fully grown. So Morgur will become fully grown, and he will just kind of wander around. But Morgur did not really develop a purpose until the Elven gods lost the war against the Dark gods. Because the Elven Pantheon fought a war against the Dark gods during the Great Cataclysm. And there's this whole situation where the Elf gods tried to fight the Dark gods, and they got their asses kicked. Like, it was a beatdown. Wasn't even close. And many of the elven gods, some escaped back to their own personal realms, like Ashurin, where Ashurin just sits in his pyramid citadel, flying in some random realm, where he basically hides and tries to like control prophecy and do a whole bunch of stuff. But most of the elven gods fled to the mortal reality. So like a lot of them took on mortal aspects, or were or fled into some vague area of the mortal plane. Morgur just so happens to have a very good nose for gods. If Morgur sees or detects another god, he can zero in on them because that's something he understands. He can understand what another god is. So Morgur is drawn to them. And when Morgur is drawn to them, he hunts them down, kills them, and eats them. That is his whole thing. Morgur is the devourer of gods. He loves eating gods. We don't know for sure how many gods he's eaten, and the Elven Pantheon is not the only pantheon he's snacked on. He's snacked on a couple pantheons. But Morgur, we do know that by the time Ariel meets Morgur, which was a really long time ago, Morgur had already devoured a number of gods, some of them Elven. The only god I feel 100% sure he ate was Hukon the Sunderer. He absolutely, undeniably devoured Hukon. But, because he's just, like, dead. Hukon's not around. So, Morgur just kind of, and you can't kill Morgur, really. You can destroy him, but he's a god. If you kill Morgur, you are killing basically the equivalent of, like, maybe his fingernail, or maybe, like, a few skin cells, or ripping out some hairs. You're not actually hurting him. He can feel pain, but the dude has, like, very little idea what's going on around him most of the time. He's just kind of, like, lashing out and is, like, kind of vaguely aware of things, but not always. It's very rare that he, like, zeroes in on something. But when he does, it's really bad, for whoever it is he's zeroing in on. Because the thing about Morgur is he's been killed many times. Morgur has died tons of times. But every time he dies, he almost immediately, like, usually within 1 to 5 years, he'll be reborn, and then it's only a matter of time until he matures to adulthood again. And he is difficult to deal with. Anyway, so that is the end of the Morgur story. Would being devoured by the Great Maw be enough to truly destroy a demon? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if that's ever happened. It would be a fun experiment.
Vulcan cheered. X400. Great story time. Thank you kindly.
Dr. Vulcan, you're welcome. Thank you for the bits. Wow, y'all have been very generous today. Thank you. Is the Great Horned Rat a demon or a god? He's a god. The Great Horned Rat is the god of Skaven, also known as the god of ruin and pestilence. Let's see. My plague scientists have discovered a new form of blood parasite, which causes the infected to fall hopelessly in love with those they traditionally find repellent. The burning lesions come much, much later. Oh, this is like... Wow, this is like a date rape drug. How best to employ this delightful microbeast? We could poison the water supply, which will make Scarbrand fall in love with us, or we can infect an enemy general, which gives us bonus. While this has perhaps unwelcome overtones of Slaneshi sorcery, causing a high-ranking foe to become captivated by your singularly horrendous form would yield invaluable insights. We're gonna poison the water supply. I've poisoned the water supply.
I yearn to spread my perfect plague.
Dude, the voice actor for Kugath is perfect.
Clancy Dubs cheered. X100. Would assume dying in lore be universe changing, like one of the Dark Brothers dying?
A god dying in Warhammer Fantasy would be a like cataclysm tier event, because whatever causes a god to die, like that would be insane. It could happen. It is totally possible in Warhammer for God, or at least Warhammer Fantasy, for gods to die. You can kill a god. It's very, very difficult, but it can be done. Oh, I thought that army was scary, and then I actually saw what he had in it. It's literally just like nothing but Noblars. Plague toads named Hoppity Herpes. You got it. Hoppity Herpes. And then someone wanted a Herald of Nurgle. We don't have one of those yet. Exalted Clean One, don't have one of those yet. What's the lifespan of an ogre? Ogres generally live to a little over a century, due to a lot of like the dangers of their environment. But I have found occasional suggestion that they could live much longer than that, maybe even into the ballpark of like a good couple centuries. I don't know of any ogres that have I can't think of any ogres that have made it over like 400, but there have definitely been a good number of ogres that have made it over 200. So they seem to have like dwarf level lifespans, but not quite as much as dwarfs. So they seem like low hundreds. In general, they tend to be definitely longer lived than humans.
Teaspoon of salt cheese. X50. Why aren't two of your
Yo,
units
Ragnar's reinforcing us? Let's go. Why aren't two of my units regenerating? Because I am in enemy territory. They were regenerating just very, very slowly, because my casualty replenishment is butts at the moment. Because I don't have a disease. I remember reading no ogre has ever died of old age. I do not think that ogres have traditional immortality. I think it's more that they've just never written a story about them dying of old age. Ready for the Night Haunt reveal tonight? That's like asking if I'm ready to get like the best conjugal visit of my life. Yes, I'm ready. Are humans the shortest lived race in Warhammer? No, that goes to Skaven. Skaven are hilariously short-lived. Let my allies take all the damage? No, I'm not I'm grandfather. I'm grandfather Nurgle. I would never betray my allies like that. I am the all-loving and appreciative father. I have to support my grandkids, chat. I'm not gonna abandon my grandkids. What kind of screwed up family dynamics are y'all trying to make me have? I know, listen, I know Legend is just a Skaven in a man suit, okay? That's not how we do things here. Yo, we've got our healing ability. Nice. And we got a new character. We've got the Cultist of Nurgle. Isn't he lovely? That dude's got flies. He's got some serious pustules. He's got some ugly bruising. He's lost all his hair. He's got a cool little mace.
Praise the Earth, Father.
Yes, praise the Earth Father. He's blessed with many gifts. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. There's a Slaanesh cultist in chat. Get him. He just revealed himself. Get him, chat. Nurgle doesn't say ooh woo.
Finger of sickness.
Dubs cheered. X100. Do we know of any factions/generals ever making to one of the Dark Brothers' strongholds in the realm of chaos? Besides maybe Oxyapple.
Fail the pox, Father.
Somebody throw Nurglings at him.
Assaulting.
Plague drones. Let's go throw death heads, please. Whoever just submitted a question, I will check it in just a minute.
Our Father's sacred servant.
Unspeakable poxies. A new brew.
I'm gonna poop out some Nurglings. There we go. Plague toads, get out of that forest, buddies.
Yes.
Corruption is salvation.
Kugath.
Did anybody taking like a lot of damage?
Plague and pus. My experiment succeeds. The perfect plague.
The Plague Lord suffers.
One-eyed waters.
This looks like a job for
The
vomit.
love of Nurgle.
Liquidy. I was gonna save up for the heal, but let's slow these ogres down. I don't want them killing my Nurglings. Oh, good. Chaos is here. Ragnar is here.
Kugath, plague reaper. The perfect plague.
Forsaken, make yourselves useful, please.
All hail decay!
Where's my summon Nurglings? There they are. Nurglings, go after them. The rest of you stay here. Oh no! Oh, dang it. I forgot about them for too long. I was gonna make them explode, but I forgot about them for a bit. And then they ran out of time. Okay, I won't forget you this time, I promise. Since Skaven don't live that long, how old? Ikit Claw has access to the elixir of the Skaven's like elixir of long life. So Ikit Claw is like hilariously old. Most Skaven die of old age by like 4 or 5 years old, generally speaking. If they're lucky, they might make it to like almost double digits, but it's very, very rare for Skaven to make it like 10 years old. But generally speaking, Ikit Claw's an exception. He has access to the stuff that lets the Council of 13 live for like a hilariously long time. Because there's a magical brew essentially that the Council of 13 was able to get, that Clan Scryer invented, that allows their lords to live for a very long time.
The perfect plague. Kugath, plague reaper.
Oh man. Funny fact, lore fact about the Tomb Kings. Probably the most hilarious lore fact about the Tomb Kings that's the easiest to talk about without like a ton of build-up is that there have been a number of issues and shenanigans where the Tomb Kings have basically been... So, Tomb Kings are not usually supposed to be that active. Cetra has like a policy that he enforces in Nehekara, where he basically tells everyone that unless there's like a very specific reason for you to be awake, you're supposed to be asleep. So a lot of Tomb Kings spend most of their time in the sarcophagus.
Joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hey, Sokasa! Thanks so much for the 7
I just
months!
want to thank you for being a great streamer and someone I look forward to watching, especially when I'm having a really bad day.
Well, I hope you're having a great day today, not a bad day, but I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you so much. But in any event, so there have been a couple of incidents where basically some grand explorer or team of raiders or bandits or what have you will go down into they will go down to the land of the dead, and they will successfully steal a whole bunch of artifacts. And the problem is that they have a bit of a bad habit of just stealing anything and everything they can get their hands on. And this has led to a couple of circumstances where they have stolen a mummy, or what they think is just a mummy. So they have stolen a sleeping Tomb King and take it back to be paraded around, or like put on display or something. And the problem with that is that inevitably that Tomb King wakes up. And when that Tomb King wakes up, he is, generally speaking, very not happy that someone has not only taken him away from his home, but has been parading him around like a trophy. It's actually happened multiple times to different factions, but probably the most famous circumstances were two in particular. There was one instance where the Empire accidentally kidnapped a Tomb King and brought him back to the Empire and set up this really nice, cute little museum and exhibit and everything for him. And when he woke up, he was very upset and proceeded to absolutely massacre everyone on his way out. But my favorite version of the story actually revolves around the Bretonnians. Because there was a hilarious incident where the Bretonnians genuinely accidentally brought back a corpse from Nehekara that the Bretonnians thought was a Grail Knight. They thought they had found a hero from the Crusades, and they were very excited to have him back. And he was paraded around a peasant village and basically turned into a Grail relic. You know that model where the Bretonnians carry around the dead horse and they have the dead knight on its back? Yeah, it was a Tomb King. And he wakes up being a Grail relic and he's like, what the fuck? And he just starts killing everybody. So he just massacres this village of peasants. And Bretonnia are just like, oh shit. Guess like, and it wasn't like a little Tomb King. It was one of like the big scary ones. Yeah, he just obliterates, like that village ceases to exist because he wakes up and it's just like curse and murder city. It was bad. It actually happened to King Far, who's like one of the most important Tomb Kings, but I can't remember if King Far was taken to the Empire or if he was taken to Bretonnia, but he was taken to one of them. Does Kugath have items? Yes, he does. Kugath has the necrotic missiles, which is basically that you get a deadlier strain of Nurgling. And it gives you the necrotic missiles ammunition, which gives you more of them, and I think it like adds a buff to it. And then you get these just buffs. The Bretonnian King abductions, event in game 2, yeah. He killed the whole village and just went home, basically, yeah. I think a couple knights tried to stop him, but he killed everybody that tried to stop him.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. How are they so dangerous in lore? They're slow as heck in game.
The problem with Tomb Kings in the lore is that Tomb Kings are exceptionally tough. They are virtually impossible to kill with mundane weaponry. And a lot of them are insanely resistant to magic. And they tend to have very nasty, powerful magic items in their possession. They're slow, yeah, but the problem with Tomb Kings, generally speaking, is that Tomb Kings are slow, which is great if you're fighting one on a battlefield and you know he's there and he's coming across the battlefield at you. Yeah, it's not a huge deal. When the Tomb King, you've brought the Tomb King into the middle of your city and you don't realize he's alive and he just gets up and starts murdering everybody and you think, oh, it's just a corpse, but he's like way stronger than any human has any right to be. He's basically immune to damage unless you have like a flaming weapon. And even if you have flaming weapons, you can't just hit the outside of his body, you have to penetrate his body. Because Tomb Kings are flammable, but from a lore standpoint, the only way to properly ignite a Tomb King is that you have to find a way to like get into their guts. Because the outside of their skin, like you could burn the bandages, but it's not going to hurt them that much. You need to get the fire in them so it gets to all the embalming fluid and all the things their bodies were prepared with. Then you're going to get them. But even then, like, Tomb Kings are not stupid. And while they cannot move like super fast across a room, when it comes to like attacking, like defending themselves and swinging their sword, they are exceptionally fast. Like much faster than you think they're gonna be. Because like, you know, it's kind of like vampires. You think, oh, it's a rotting corpse. Like surely it can't be like that crazy. No, it's that crazy. You don't want to mess with a Tomb King. It's never gonna end well for you. Nurglings, go have fun. Can you get a lore fact of Borgio the Besieger? Yes, Borgio the Besieger was a very big badass.
Irina's favorite toy for Ungari. Got it, takes notes.
Hey, you said that, not me. So probably the biggest, my favorite thing about Borgio the Besieger, and the thing that makes him the most badass character in Talea, is that Borgio Besieger is the only person in all of Talea's history who united all of Talea under one banner. No one before then had ever managed to pull that off. It had always been a very like loose collection of like merchant states or city states essentially. But Borgio the Besieger decided that nope, I'm gonna control all of this. And he did successfully. And he was also considered unkillable because every time the enemy thought they killed him, the son of a bitch ended up surviving, including the time someone shot him with a cannonball, got a direct hit on him with a cannonball. But the dude's armor was so thick that he literally just caught it in his armor. And like he was fine. And because he's such a cheeky bastard, to kind of like lean into some of the mysticism about him, he deliberately had his artisans turn the cannonball that nearly killed him into a mace. So he wields a mace that is made out of the catapult that was used to try and kill him and failed.
My experiment succeeds.
But Borgio the Besieger also met kind of a humiliating death, interestingly enough. Like, from a Total War Warhammer timeline perspective, he would still be alive. But in, like, the modern setting, which is, like, 20 years after Total War Warhammer starts, he dies. And the way he dies is that he's actually finally assassinated by his sister-in-law. His sister-in-law, well, it's not confirmed to be her, but it's her. Lucrezia Belladonna, who is she is a very gifted assassin who specializes in poison. And she, if I remember right, she poisoned him with, what did she poison him with? I think she poisoned his back. I know he died in his bathtub. He died in his bathtub. I don't remember what she poisoned to get him, but there was either something he ate or the bathtub itself was poisoned. So it was a toasting fork. Yeah, it was a toasting fork. So, but yeah, he like dies in the tub. Why would a Tomb King eat a bat? No, he's not a Tomb King. Borgio the Besieger was a Talayan. He was a human.
Kugath, Plaguefather. Yes, the perfect plague.
Why did his sister-in-law kill him? Because she wanted to make some power plays And having all of Talea united under a single ruler would have gotten in the way of that.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X50. Borgio
At least that's what I suspect. We don't know what her actual, like, we don't know for sure why she did it, but that's why I suspect she did it. Aurelius, have a good one, my dude. Thanks so much for coming by.
Most brilliant. For my studies,
Have some flies.
plague and pus.
Who's eating most of my damage here? Like toads.
Nurgle.
Ah, they're running away. That sucks. I wanted to blow up on them. How much longer do they have? 15, no, 8, 7 seconds! Run, Nurglings, run!
My experiment succeeds.
Oh! Ah! Oh, well, I mean, I got to blow up, but it
The
unfortunately did that.
perfect play.
I wish Kugath had that ability in multiplayer. That would be a really good multiplayer ability. I don't think he does, though.
Finger of sickness.
Like, I don't think it's that overpowered. And from what I hear, Kugath is pretty goddamn awful in multiplayer. Which makes me sad, but it is what it is.
The Poxfather. The perfect blade.
Come on, give me that heal. Yeah, heal time! So I just unleashed a disease that can spread among my units, and it heals whoever it infects.
Unspeakable
Which is
toxins.
lovely.
Pox, plague, and pus.
Oh, come on, 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 come on! Oh, what the fuck? It teleported back there. God damn it.
Kugath, plague.
Alright, Kugath.
So be it. Throne of destruction.
You, all of you, go that way. Take the toads with you. Alright, let's start chucking stuff.
Nurgle's command. The love of Nurgle. Nurgle's pestilent blue master. My experiment succeeds.
Worshipper of disease!
Kugath, plague.
How do I feel Epidemius will play? What Kugath is to Nurglings, I feel Epidemius will be to Plague Bearers. But I also suspect Epidemius is going to have some kind of ability where either it's going to be... I think he's going to have a Scarbrand type ability, but it's going to be for his army instead of him. So it's going to be like, the more kills he gets, the more big his, like, general buff. Like, I think he's going to have some kind of passive buff to allies around him and maybe enemies around him, like a Mortis Engine effect, that grows bigger the more people that die, or something like that. That is what I am currently suspecting. Is the little girl in Tzeentch's realm actual lore? Who? What little girl? What are the most famous plagues in Warhammer Fantasy? The most famous plagues in Warhammer Fantasy are the Black Plague and the Red Pox, which were both released by the Skaven. the Black Plague devastated the old world, but did most of its damage to the Empire before it mutated to where it could infect and kill Skaven, and then it bounced back on the Skaven and really screwed them over. Meanwhile, the glittering scales. That's so good on Kugath.
A Plaguefather.
Dude, glittering scales. That's an extra minus what? That's an extra -5 melee attack to stack with his slug skin or slime trail. That's awesome. Anyway, so the thing is with the Black Plague is that it mutated to where it could kill Skaven, which the Skaven suddenly had a really bad problem on their hands. Dude, the cultist has armor sundering? Damn, son. And he has regen. Wow. This guy is actually, like, really good. Put him on a chaos. Beyond that, there was also... What were some of the other? Nurgle's Rot is probably the most frightening plague in existence. Like, Nurgle's Rot is considered, like, the absolute worst case scenario, bar none. It is the most frightening, deadly, horrible disease that's ever been unleashed. The disease that Clan Pestilence first really big disease that they unleashed onto the Lizardmen was the Yellow Fever. The Yellow Fever did a lot of work on the Lizardmen, and it wiped out the city of Chakwa with the exception of Tehenuin and his legions, who proved pretty much immune to it due to the blessings of Sotek. Cycle time for infrastructure, enemy campaign movement, chances of plague spreading 50% and in 100% longer plague duration. Yeah, boy. I had a brain fart. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, diseases. So those would probably be the biggest ones I can think of off the top of my head. Nurgle's Rot, the Yellow Fever, the Red Pox, and the Black Plague, or the Black Death. Those were kind of the big ones. Karanak, the Hound of Vengeance, is a legendary hero? Yes, 100%. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Specimens for the battle study.
Okay. Give me a pox. Can I make any of these yet? Nope, not yet. So give me a pox with fever. And that's it. Because that'll give us money as it spreads. You know, also improve our growth. And we're gonna go ahead and activate Pestilent Growth on Kugath.
I must fine-tune my plays.
How do I get Occultist? A Nurgle Thicket? Nurgle Thicket. Oh! Oh, that's kind of interesting. So the minor settlements give you cultists, and the major settlement give you Plague Ridden. Huh. That's interesting. We're gonna get our second army here in a second. Does Nurgle's Rot affect elves? It has a much harder time infecting elves, but it can. Has it been explained why only Tzeentch has been able to infiltrate Cathay and the other gods can't? Cathay has designed itself very, very well at the behest of the Celestial Dragon Emperor to... Ooh, quest battle. to make life as difficult as possible for the forces of chaos. Like, it goes super out of its way in order to be a pain in the ass. And part of that is that Covidius Pandemius. Part of that is that because of their like focus on harmony and all these things, they have proven more resistant than many would probably expect at avoiding the predations of the Dark Gods. But and a lot of the Dark Gods are just kind of focused on anything they can get. They don't really care. A lot of the Dark Gods do not have a preference, right? Like they're just snacking on whatever they can fit in their mouth. They don't give a damn who it is, so long as they get to eat. Tzeentch finds the realm of Cathay to be irresistible to him. Because the realm of Cathay tries so hard to be immune to corruption and change, while having like kind of a surprisingly good system when it comes to like, oh, they're like fairly gifted at magic and all this stuff. The Tzeentch sees that as a challenge. So for Tzeentch, it's kind of that Tzeentch sees it all as a big game. And Tzeentch wants to play the game. He sees them as like directly throwing down in front of them this gauntlet of, we're immune to your shenanigans. And Tzeentch looks at that and goes, oh, you think you're better than us. Like, you think that you can avoid my attention? You know, you think you can't be deceived or controlled as part of the game? All right, let's play. So that's kind of the thing. The other gods just don't care that much. If they added a second demon legendary lord to each faction, who do I think makes the most sense? I can tell you who it will be. I don't even think it's a contest. I'm calling it. I'm calling my shot, chat. I'm Babe Ruthing it. So the answer is, for Nurgle, it's going to be Epidemius, the prime tallyman of Nurgle. For Khorne, it's going to be Skulltaker, Khorne's greatest duelist. For Tzeentch, it's going to be the Blue Scribes, who are charged with gathering all the magic in the universe, and they are fucking hilarious, as a side note. And for Slaanesh, it's going to be the Mask, which the Mask is the once most favored paramour and dancer of Slaanesh, who was banished and has eternally been trying to earn her way back into his good graces. Didn't Skulltaker punch Khorne? No, that was Scarbrand. Tell you something about Tzeentch. His name is Tzeentch. Next question. To be more accurate, no, mask as in like masquerade, not mask M-A-S-K. Fun lore fact about Tzeentch. Probably my favorite lore fact about Tzeentch.
Just for you.
Probably the goofiest thing about Tzeentch. By the way, if you're in chat, please spam that greenskin emote whenever you hear somebody call the Wah. It's important for us to call the Wah. A vast bubo the size of a fortress and with a stench like an open sewer in high summer sprout suddenly upon the earth. A mass of slithering, slippery shadows are visible beneath its greasy surface. How best to show gratitude for grandfather's noxious gift? Do we nurture the growth? Smear the bubo with carrion, mulch, and excrement in the hope it will grow yet more fecund, and thus feed the land with Nurgle's petruscent power, or burst the growth. Whatever pestilent horrors swim within this vast and necrotic edifice shall be loosed upon the land, spreading the Earthfather's foul touch wherever they go. We're gonna nurture the growth. We're gonna take care of that sweet baby little bubo. And instead of chasing the dwarves, who's ready for a quest battle? Y'all ready for a quest battle? I know y'all love quest battles. Let's go get our necrotic missiles, chat. The dwarfs and their almost impervious constitutions have always frustrated the Plaguefather. It is also proven difficult to collect enough beard specimens to experiment on, for they are wont to fight back and inconsiderate enough to prefer dying in battle and rage rather than meekly waiting to be collected. Now there is an opportunity deep underground in what the mortals call the Underway. Kugath shall suppress their iron will with vile effluvium that will not be dissipated in the open air. But even before it is released, the dwarf spirit must be defeated and crushed in battle. They will fight hard, for they don't like trespassers in their caves. Expect them to send for reinforcements. Whoo, just made it. Speech time! What you got for us, Kugath? I'm gonna wheel out of the way here.
Slops are gravy, beggars cram, finger more, and skip that thumb. I crave what I crave, and that is dwarf and scum. I will have their hands and heads in my vice. So, best to infect them with fetid blood lies. So be it.
I love that he speaks in rhyme.
Is inevitable.
That is a wonderfully classic Nurgle thing, is that he speaks in rhyme. A lot of Nurgle characters do that. All right. Gather up! Nurglings! Forward!
The love of Nurgle. Horde robbers.
Kugath endorses fingering? Listen, I don't think that's what he said, but I'm not going to take your dreams away from you, okay? If that's what you wanted him to say, then sure, that's what he said. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Nurgle's pestilent Loremaster. Avenge! Yes.
Ow, 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 ow.
Pox, plague, and pus. The Plaguefather.
Plague drones! I want those guns offline.
The perfect plague. A new brew. The perfect plague. Unspeakable toxins. It is done. Kugath repositioning.
They are worm food!
Kugath plague. My experiment succeeds.
Good news is, I have very long range spells.
Slaughter them. Infection is inevitable.
They have cannons?
Negro!
Oh.
A superior position.
They're on both sides.
The love of Nurgle. Kugath!
And the AI has a bone to pick with me. Good grief. That's fine. If he wants to shoot catapults at me, he can do that all he wants.
Fox, plague, and pus. A new brew. Nurgle. Nurgle's command.
Those cannons hurt.
The perfect plague. Plague bearers.
Kugath over here.
My experiment succeeds. Bring up of sickness.
That's a lot of dwarfs.
The love of Nurgle. Plague drone
Okay, we're starting to chase off enemies. That's good, 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 good.
of Nurgle.
Let's loop around this way. We just need to get rid of all the range stuff. If we can get rid of all the range stuff, I think we'll be okay.
Kugath, plague reaper. Very well. Tallyman of flames. Plague drone.
Yep, let's make sure these units are leaving. Good job, boys. Good job.
Good kid. Fox, plague, and pus.
Beastie, go over there.
Go. Kugath, plague reaper. Tallyman. Kugath, plague reaper. A new brew. Rot bearers. Curl.
Alright, artillery's offline.
Nurgle's pestilence.
You sad there's no Kugathany? There's no Kugathany
Decimate
yet.
them.
Yet. I actually think they're gonna make one.
Assaulting.
This game's making way too much money and is too popular for Games Workshop not to capitalize on it when they can.
The perfect plague. Maggot King. Tallyman. Plague.
Okay, once I've got that last unit offline, I just need these last few little ranged units offline. Once we've got that done, Kugath can rejoin the party. He's getting like really wailed on.
My experiment succeeds. Plague drone.
You, come here.
Rot bearers.
Kugath, forward! Nurglings, come here, my precious little thing. My precious, sweet little boys.
They die.
I am overwhelmed!
Oh, you're fine.
The love of Nurgle. Fox, plague, and pus. Plague Weaver, moving. Yes.
Not that, it's rude.
Rocket King, go.
Those Forsaken are putting in work.
Kugath, Plague Weaver. The Pox
You stop that right now, young man. Ugh.
Kugath, Plague
Ah, come on.
It is done.
It's gonna be close, dude. Like drones, fall back.
Kugath, Plague Weaver.
I need more magic. Kugath, forward! And heal.
Rocket King! Attack! Train of Kugath, Plague Weaver. A new brew. Plague bearers.
Oh no, not again.
Wherever Earth Father asks.
Avenge! Kugath, Plague Weaver. The perfect blade. Fire!
Grant decomposition.
The perfect blade. My experiment succeeds.
Blade drones!
All hail decay.
Nurglings, kill the Slayers.
Worshipper of disease.
Enemy, die!
That's the thing I've actually noticed about the quest battles, is that in general the quest battles are actually kind of difficult. Like, they are not pushovers. Oh god, it hurts.
Kugath, Plague Weaver. Plague bearers. Unspeakable foxes. Infection is
Yo, Temple Institute, what's up? How's it going? Thanks for the raid. Raiders, hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. We are playing some Nurgle action. It is a very, very difficult fight. We are trying to get Nurgle's quest item.
Decay Lord cultist.
mortal.
And Kugath's quest item is not easy. Okay, there's only one dude left. Here, Dwarf Lord. Actually, never mind. Kugath, don't be dumb. Okay, Thunderers are dealt with. Nurglings, chase off these fleeing units.
Kugath, Plague Weaver.
It's okay, we can always make a new plague ridden.
Kugath, Plague Weaver.
I could do this, but oh, I have 4,000 health still? Good lord. Okay, yeah. Leg drones, chase down the fleeing units. Forsaken, into them!
Cleanliness is blasphemy!
Nurgles, come on!
Nurglings, come to Papa!
Bring up of sickness!
Oh, good. They're
Nurgles,
yeah, alright.
come on!
For the grandfather victory!
Aid not us!
Whew. They made us work for it. They made us work for it. Good lord! Name the cultist Periite. You got it. Oh wait, no, I've already got a cultist name above that, unfortunately. Oh. Give me I kind of want to incubate all those. Yeah, let's incubate. All right, we got necrotic missiles. Oh, baby. Yeah, oh, that minus 10% recruitment. That is not bad by any means.
Kugath, the Plaguefather.
Yo, there we go. A leadership ability for 24 additional melee defense. Okay, I need missile resistance, so we're gonna get bloated carcass.
Promising reagent.
You know, the best thing about Nurgle, honestly, is that it's like, oh, we just lost like a ton of units. Oh God, what are we gonna do? The dwarves are right there. And that's where I go, oh, well, I'll just one, bup.
More plague spreaders.
Look at that! My army's pretty much like almost back to full. Gee willikers. what a cool hat trick that is.
The fetid Brewmaster.
Here, you can have this plague flail. Make good use of it, son.
Best plague bearer.
How's Nurgle? He's fun. He's very, very fun. Definitely can be like a little weird to get used to if you're not used to his kind of like play style, but he's quite enjoyable. All right, and now I'm gonna send the dwarves a gift for that difficult battle. I think they deserve like a good round of applause. Like I think it's important that we congratulate them on a well fought battle. So let's just send a little let's see, attrition under siege. Let's do attrition and campaign movement. Bonus money. And let's do, oh, I don't know, maybe let's do weeping eyes. No, not you. Oh, I had him selected. Wait, no, I didn't. Yes, I did. I don't know. Yes, I did. Whoops. I forgot to hit the cultist button. Well, everyone say hi. Everyone say bye to COVID. He's gonna. He got here quick, but he's leaving just as fast. Actually, he might be able to make it back. Run away. 30 over par. Thanks so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sickliness is next to godliness.
Sickliness is next to godliness? Nice. I don't think that's how that goes, Kugath, but you know, whatever. I'm not one to tell you how to live your life. Okay, so if we get this building, we make our military buildings cycle even faster. But I think it'd actually be better to save up money so we need flying units. Like, we desperately need flying units. So I think we're gonna save up to get the flying unit building. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, we'll give it our best shot. No, Nurgle does not have tiered buildings. Nurgle has cyclical buildings. So, like, you'll have multiple cycles per tier. Generally, most of his buildings you don't need to be... most of his buildings you only need, like, a tier 3 building for. Do I think that the good representations of the Chaos Gods, like for Tzeentch being the God of Hope, and the more neutral view of the Chaos Gods in general could be more interesting path of the lore of Warhammer Fantasy? Or do I prefer clearly evil? So, in the lore, they do have a bit of a focus on how to show variance among the dark gods. But the thing about them is that while the dark gods ultimately have like more noble interpretations, at the end of the day, the only thing that those noble interpretations actually do is that they literally only exist to lure you in. They are tricky, stealthy little manipulations to basically make you think, oh, this god's not so bad, and then like you start off with noble intentions, or worshiping a god that you think is like good and just, or like you worship not Nurgle, but I don't know, some like weird play on Nurgle, who like, there are cultures who start off worshiping Nurgle as like a god of the seasons, a god of growth and stuff like that. There are societies that started off worshiping Slaanesh as the god of music, or the god of fertility. It never ends well, because ultimately the dark gods are kind of what it says on the tin. They are completely and utterly evil, purely. There's nothing noble or good about them. There are good things that play into what they are, but the problem with the dark gods is ultimately that they are everything taken to such an absurd extreme that it is never ever good, which kind of plays into the concept of, in our world, there is always too much of a good thing. There's no such thing in reality, at least when the dark gods are present, that you can have that like having too much of is okay. I mean, even in our world, there are a lot of things where people try to have like a balanced relationship with that thing, and it's really difficult, because like it's very natural. Like you can always have too much of something, and you can have like the most noble of intentions and be trying to do the best thing possible, and it can still end really really badly, because it just twists and mutates into something that it wasn't supposed to be at the beginning. And that's what chaos is. They just represent that to its full conclusion. Cleanliness is blasphemy! So you're not really... Okay, so I do actually want to get you into combat because you have the Plague Flail. Has any enemy ever entered the Impossible Fortress? Not that I'm aware of. But like, if you're going to try and invade the realm of chaos, which is something like people have proposed as a way to, or like a strategy, then it is somewhere you would probably end up having to go. Are there any non-laughably evil chaos cults that are even vaguely benevolent? Yeah, there's quite a few people or cultists that have started off noble. They like start off with genuinely, deeply noble intentions, and they are there to help people or to make the world a better place. But you know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You know. All right, we're just gonna let old grandfather here butter him up a little bit. Yo, do I fire 2 missiles per shot? Yo, the necrotic missiles makes him fire 2 shots at once. Oh, that is sick. That's an upgrade. Okay, that was absolutely worth it. Harold, get over here.
Harold, the love of Nurgle.
That's a beautiful upgrade.
Kugath, Plaguefather. Bring us of sickness.
Festus was, to my understanding, I have to double check the story, but I'm pretty sure Festus was an actual doctor because he was Dr. Festus. At least we got Chaos Spawn. Now, Chaos Spawn are like super duper good because they're. Oh, it hurts. 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 And boom. Hey, I still got it.
Kugath, plague. Nuggets.
Plague bearers. Toads. Toads go around.
Tally man.
Stick together. Stay with your partners. Stick with your group, please.
Plague and us. Spread. Fist.
Stay in your groups.
For my stuff.
Oh god, I don't like that the AI focuses down Kugath. Makes me upsetty spaghetti.
The perfect plague.
Just gotta use a lot of magic to heal me a bit.
My experiment succeeds.
Keep
Plague
moving.
Weaver. Moving.
If I'm gonna die, I'll at least make them work for it.
Yes. A new brew. Kugath, plague. The love of Nurgle. The perfect plague. Plague and us. Kugath, plague. Very well. Children of Nurgle, tear apart the perfect plague. A sensible location. Tainted worms. Most prudent. My experiment succeeds. A new brew.
All right, we should be safe to approach.
The love of Nurgle. Infection is inevitable.
Teaspoon of salt
Plague
cheered.
and us.
X50. Who's forsaken of which you look to get a few in the future.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to. I'm trying to build up a supply of them. Okay. Luckily, the AI was a little too focused on trying to kill Kugath, so we were actually able to get a handle on things. Yo, let the melee units get away. Get rid of the ranged units, that way Kugath is not in danger.
The perfect plague. My experiment succeeds.
Yeah, that's what I thought, dwarfs. Who's happier, greenskins or Nurgle? I would say on average, Nurgle tends to be happier, but like greenskins definitely are bumping when they've got like a really big fight going. Whew, good grief.
Corruption.
Alright, I'm just gonna cast as many spells as I can. Because the more spells I cast, the more healing I get. That's what you get, Dawi. What you get. Yeah, let's run down those fleeing range units, please.
Yes. Kugath, Sotek. That's not better.
As many quarrelers as we can kill as possible. What do Nurgle's army in battle abilities do? This one, so all of Nurgle's abilities are chains, which means that you drop them on a unit and they have a chance to spread to another unit nearby. Curse of the Slug you use on an enemy and it can spread to other enemies within 30 meters up to 4 more times. And whenever it infects someone, it slows their speed and charge speed by 45% for 17 seconds. Fecundity is you use it on one of your units, and for 12 seconds it heals them 0.8% of their health and improves their vigor by 1% 12 seconds. So it just heals a bunch of health, and you throw it on one of your units and it'll spread to allied units within 30 meters of them. And the last one, which I haven't unlocked yet, is a damage ability. So you throw it on an enemy unit and it deals damage, and then it can spread. Did I ever think I'd see Cathay? No. Well, I mean, I always hoped, and I was always like a firm believer that we'd get to see more, but like the fact that I'm actually getting to play around with it and stuff is still kind of wild. Greenfire, no, you would die. The Bloodletter would be just fine. You, though, you would definitely die. I could, let's just make a shitload, just a ton of, good, the dwarves caught our diseases. Nice. Oof.
Plaguefather.
That got a little sticky, chat. That's okay. We somehow survived. If I could get rancid visitations to be cheaper, that'd be awesome.
Power. How fascinating.
Wow. This dude got 3 levels out of that.
Brings corruption.
Good job, COVID. That's not a feel-good sentence at all.
I'll concoct a perfect plague.
Alright, I need to recover for a hot minute, because that was painful. Everything about that was painful. Could get a Plague Bearer building. Well, first I want to create some cultists. All right, so we've maxed out poxes. I don't want to make any more poxes for a bit. We need to make other plagues. Oh, dude, if we get this, we get the ability to summon Plague Bearers. Wow, minus 40% armor. Holy shit. Yeah, let's do a palsy.
cultist of the plague god. Infect all around. Cultist of the Fly Lord.
More, 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 I say, more. Let's do one of these. Let's do a Boobos. We haven't done a Boobos for a hot minute. Damn it, I forgot to... I hate when I do that. I already did it here, so I can't do it again. Oh. Fine, we'll do it next turn. And we are saving up for a 10k building. I'm going to take a very, very quick break, chat. Literally just a second. I'm just going to run downstairs and grab some water. Because I am pretty much out. So I'm going to go get some water. I will be right back. Just hang out for... here, I'll just leave y'all on the plague screen since it's got like a cool background. I will be right back. Sit tight. Okie doke. Post Skaven? Oh, okay. I see how it is. That's fine. I don't want to come back to anything. Okie dokie. And we're back. Do you generate infections passively? Yes. As well as by infecting and like fighting and stuff.
Yearn to spread my perfect play.
Okay, let's combine the earthing rod and the channeling staff, because I don't think either of those are particularly good. Ooh, obsidian amulet is actually pretty good on demons since we already have physical resistance. So with physical and spell resistance, we functionally have a ward save, so that's nice. I like the plague flail. I don't want to get rid of that. And I do like the armor we have, so I'm going to keep that for right now. What would have happened if Teclis had visited the colleges of magic when Van Horseman started his traitorous scheme? I don't think Teclis would have picked up on it, to be honest. Van Horseman was very, very, very careful. I do not think anybody was really in a good position to catch him, to be honest. And you know what? I think instead of just saving up for 10,000 right now, I think I'm going to go ahead and grab the Plague Bearer building. That way I just have Plague Bearers generating right now.
Crusade against cleanliness.
A crusade against cleanliness? Ah! I see this game has met my teenage self. Did Morgar's lore change at some point? It didn't change. They just kind of shoved him to the background. Morgar, I'll put it this way. If you go back to the 6th edition Beasts of Chaos army book, Morgar is the main character. Like, Morgar's the big bad. He's the single most important character in the book. He is also super, super fucking overpowered, to be frank. Like, Morgar, even Total War Warhammer Morgar, is a chump compared to... Hold on, y'all want to hear what Morgar was actually capable of in his original writing? Of, like, the version that he's supposed to be? Because in 7th edition, Morgar got pushed into the background to just be, like, a minor background character, and the focus became on Kazrak, which is unfortunate. Will this be a VOD on YouTube? Yep, yep. It's always got to be a but. Hold on. Oh, this will be a very brief, fun little story time. I've got to go... Where are all my digi files? Where are my digital files? They're there. That makes it a lot easier to look this up. What page is Morgar?
I'll infect this entire land.
Man, this was such a good book. Beastman's 7th edition book had a lot of good things too, but the 6th edition was just like amazing for the Beastman. It also shows how, like, hilariously infested most of the planet is with Beastmen. Let's see. More. Zogmek, welcome. I'm glad you heard Grandfather's call. We missed you, Zogmek. Even though you're new here, we missed you. Welcome back to the family. Make sure you give everyone in chat a big... gross hug. The snottier the better. You know, like little kids do. Alright, so check this out. Morgar. Oh my god. Here we go. Oh god, that's cool artwork.
Once I was but a nurgling.
Morgar. So the current Morgar, supposedly, is okay, I'm gonna read this. Prepare yourselves. I just want to read y'all Morgar's OG story, okay? So this is Big Bad Morgar the Master of Skulls. Just a warning, it's a little gruesome, so, like, you know, trigger warning if, you know, gruesomeness. So this is the current Morgr that's still alive. Morgr is like functionally invulnerable or eternal, and he's been around a super duper long time. So this story is about his current body. Morgr, born almost 3 centuries ago, the creature known as Morgr was far from a human child. With tooth and horn, he ripped his mother apart in his gory entrance to the world, while her features mutated horribly. Her distraught husband reached forward to strangle the twisted abomination, yet as his hands touched the foul creature, his body was also racked with hideous mutation.
Bring grandfather's toxic.
Days later, when a group of traveling players arrived at the small community on the outskirts of the dark forest of Arden, they found it in absolute chaos. Recorded in the tragic Bretonnian poem Requiem, it is said that men crawled around in the mud like animals, their hands turned to hooves and limbs twisted and rearranged. The livestock walked around on hind legs, speaking in unfathomable tongues as they devoured each other. In the following decades, a shadow touched the forest of Arden. At its rotting heart, the trees contorted and twisted. It is said that their cries of anguish can be heard on the wind, and their skeletal-like limbs scratch and lash out at any who intrude into their mournful world. Parents scare their misbehaving young with tales of a mad creature that shambles tirelessly through the trees at night, turning harmless animals into rabid killers and torturing the trees, forcing them against their will to invade the lands of men and steal naughty children from their beds. Little do they know how true the tales are. Having crawled into the forest as a misshapen and deadly babe, Morgr lives deep within a cave, hidden in one of the darkest groves. The dank stone walls of his cave flow like water in his presence, constantly reforming to mirror the dark visions that plague him. At all times, Morgr's mind is filled with images of destruction, fire, and desolation. Burning hatred simmers within his heart, and he is consumed with the desire to make his waking dreams become reality. To rip down civilization in all its forms, to shatter order wherever it is found, and to change the world constantly and randomly. As he walks the forest, everything in his presence is irrevocably changed. Grass turns black and grows in strange patterns beneath his hooves. Streams begin to flow backwards, and animals mutate horribly. Beastmen revere Morgr, believing that his spirit walked the world before the birth of their race, the incarnation of disorder and chaotica. They set out from thousands of miles away to stand in his presence, drawn to him by urges they do not question, a tainted pilgrimage that often destroys them. Only the strongest willed survive such an encounter, though their minds are usually shattered and plagued by visions ever after. The bodies of most are racked by fatal change. Those few that do live on with minds intact return to their war herds, where they are regarded with awe and respect, and invariably rise to become powerful wargors and beast lords. The shamans claim that if the physical body of Morgr is cut down, his spirit is reborn elsewhere. Indeed, creatures of similar description have been recorded all across the known world. The darkness and taint has always followed in his wake. The elves know this being as Sinether, the Corrupter, and amongst the dwarfs he is the Gordum. Legends of the Empire claim that in the ages long past, this being made the Drakewald Forest, the dark and twisted place it is today, where Morgr was known in those times as the Shadowgave. Nevertheless, only one to perhaps understand the true horror and revulsion that is Morgr is Ariel of the Wood Elves. It is she alone who truly perceives the black and expansive essence of Morgr, too powerful a spirit to be contained in a single physical form. A silent, unseen war ravages in the dark forest between the Wood Elves and the Beastmen, as Ariel seeks a way to destroy Morgr forever, while with every passing year, ever more Beastmen are drawn to his distorted realm. Morgr's home is generally considered the Forest of Arden, which I would like them to move him there, to be honest, but... So let me just tell y'all what Morgr is actually capable of on the tabletop, and how woefully underpowered he is in tabletop. So first, you have the general rule of the Hordes of Morgr, which we're going to skip over because it doesn't really apply to tabletop, though it would be like a cool little ability to have. The next he essentially has, which is the Taint, which the Taint is that basically he makes... Actually, this would kind of be a cool ability if they implemented it. Seeing that they found a way to implement this in Game 3, so I'd love it for an ability for Morgr when he upgrades, like maybe around like level 15 or something. But if you had Morgar on the tabletop, he made all forests dangerous. So whenever you would move into a forest, Morgar twisted all the forests on the tabletop so that they would attack people. So if you went into a forest, you'd have to roll a check, and if you failed, the forest would literally start ripping you apart, and you couldn't move or shoot, and you'd start taking damage. So it'd be cool if they had an ability for Morgar where maybe like around level 15 or something, he got a passive that makes forests just deal damage to people hiding in them. Would make him kind of a terrifying opponent for the Wood Elves, wouldn't it? The next one is that Morgar has the Insane Wanderer trait, which makes him functionally act like a Chaos Spawn. Also, Morgar is unbreakable. He does not have leadership. He's just unbreakable. The Spirit Essence of Chaos is the thing where Morgar basically does damage to people in close combat. Just by being in close combat. It can also turn people into Chaos Spawn near him, which obviously they've represented in game. Then he has Despiser of Civilizations. Morgar is completely immune to psychology and unbreakable. The only exception to this is that Morgar suffers hatred against all races. So I would like them to make Morgar unbreakable. I don't understand why he's not. Well, the reason he's not unbreakable is because they think it would be overpowered, but I actually don't think it would be that bad. I think they should make him unbreakable. And then this is my favorite one, there are two things that he really doesn't have in Total War Warhammer that I think he should. The first is the Beast Roar. So Morgar is able to emit a piercing, unearthly, and warping roar that resounds through the forest, drawing the beastmen to his call. Morgar has an ability that he can use that counts as sounding the Brayhorn, meaning that he provides a notable leadership buff to his troops, and he automatically rallies fleeing beastmen within a certain distance. I would just give him a unique army ability instead of having him use the generic one, which they do. And then the other thing is that in game, in Total War Warhammer 1, Morgar only has one magic item. The only magic item that Morgar has in Warhammer 1 is the Brace Staff, which I think they actually combined with the Stones of Skull Cave, but he technically has two items. So he has the Brace Staff of Morgar and the Stones of Skull Cave, which are his items that allow him to summon a Chaos Spawn unit, and also it makes him kind of a nightmare for enemy wizards. But then the item that he doesn't have in Warhammer 1 that really makes me sad is the Skull Weave. Listen to how fucking cool this is. This is like one of Morgar's most innate traits, and I love it. Because have you ever looked at Morgar and you go, why does Morgar have dreadlocks with like weird skulls in them? And why is he called the Master of Skulls? Allow me to educate you. It's because he has what's known as the Skull Weave. The skulls woven into Morgar's hair and horns gibber and screech constantly. While this is regarded with awe and respectful fear by the beastmen, it evokes terror and mind-numbing horror in all others who encounter Morgar, often sending them insane, condemned to hear the horrific chatter for the rest of their lives. And thanks to this rule, this item, Morgar causes terror, and Morgar also lowers the melee attack of anyone in combat with him. Like, come on! Doesn't that sound awesome? Anyway, back to Nurgle. We should have just got a new unit of Forsaken. Yes, we did!
More plague splitters are useful.
How upset would I be if this entire game was just a long con to Malal? I wouldn't really, as long as, like, what do you mean by, like, if by long con you mean, like, we got to the end, they were like, haha, just kidding, like, nothing you just did actually happen, we're, like, removing the game from Steam, and it's really just, like, Malal Simulator, then yeah, I'd be super upset. If they came out and they were like, hey, look, this game has been like a major build-up, and now Malal, a minor chaos god, has returned to the setting, and he actually has a huge scheme and plot that has been unleashed, and the world is changing in ways that we never thought it could, I would be super excited. Because, like, that's just more content. And I just need more content, chat. I don't really mind the specifics, to be honest. Okay, let's make some boobos. Oh, nice! We got to make the plague last 3 more turns. You...
Cultist of the Fly Lord.
Does the cultist hero remind anybody else of the cultist? I wonder if it's... Like, does he remind anyone else a lot? of the cultist from Dawn of War, but he's like, like he's so like high pitched and weird sounding. Y'all remember the cultist unit from Dawn of War? Those guys were goofy. Kugath has his ups and downs. He has good days and bad days. Anyway. Back to it. Also, thank you for like the just titanic amount of new followers lately. I hope y'all are enjoying the stream and everything. 30 over par, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Thanks for the bits, Tipuna Spalt. Tipple Institute, thanks again for the raid. I don't know if y'all are still here, but I did thank you earlier. Hopefully they heard that.
Days are not cheap.
Okay, I need to get up to...
We captured it for chaos.
I must test my contagion.
This one. So the most recent one I have, Alexander the Rot Heliac. That is a concerning name. That opens a lot of questions, to be honest. Probably best left unanswered. Okay, as soon as we are fully healed, we're gonna go invade the dwarfs, but we're gonna grab some more nurglings. Because you can never have too many nurglings, chat, no matter what anybody tells you. And this is also good because we're building up our Winds of Magic, because if we can get to this part of our meter, we get 5% extra melee defense, which is actually pretty sick on some of our units. Go, my little cultists, go! Is Skulltaker a Demon Prince or a Bloodletter? Skulltaker is a Bloodletter. Skulltaker is he's a Herald of Khorne on cocaine. He's not a Demon Prince.
His fetid embrace.
Yeah, I want you to go to Krakadrak and blow up.
Bids us march.
You, Valmir Cool. Yo, the Ice Caverns of Ymmerdrak? That's awesome. Ymmerdrak is a really, really cool character. I don't think we're ever gonna see anything with him, but that's a... Oh, look, they even have the little thing there. The ancient frost dragon who lives here is a breath so powerful it once froze an entire ogre tribe into a single glacier-like block of ice. That's cool. I love Ymmerdrak. He's a really cool dragon.
My bruise bubble.
Alright. Come out here, dwarves, you cowards, and face me. Grandfather wishes to embrace you. Come here. Give old grandfather a hug. Yo, 10% cooldown to spells. 10 armor for Beast of Nurgle. Oh, look, it's a Putrid Blight King. Ah, that's cute. there's a Putrid Blight King character in the art here, which is a Age of Sigmar thing. Living Tree of Decay buildings. What's the Living Tree of Decay? Let's see. Egg sacs, poppies. Okay, it's that one. Okay, I don't have those yet, so I'm not gonna worry about that tech. What else do we have? Plague beasts. Ooh, bonus versus infantry. Children of Nurgle gives great unclean ones the spell passive. This gives us a new plague symptom. Let's take Curse of the Slug to start.
An aid to the plague crusade.
Okay, so I did that. We did that. Thanks for answering my question. Do you think Morgr will become a horned rat level chaos god for Beast of Chaos and Age of Sigmar? Chorus, yes, 100%. He already is. Because there's a sub-faction in Age of Sigmar for the Beast of Chaos called the...
We bring grandfather's toxic love.
The Shadow Cave. The Shadow Cave sub-faction, which is, they worship him as a god. Yo, we've unlocked the Crumbling Egg! Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Yes, I would like to infect my army with the Crumbling Egg. 100 experience per turn, 35% additional casualty replenishment, Plague lasts 5 turns longer than it should. Way more corruption in the province I'm in, and 15% chance of spreading. Oh, baby. That is some good eating right there. Alright, you are going to just stay busy. Okay. So you're not there yet. You're not there yet, but we are... Okay, and we are out of infections. Okay. What would happen if Morgur encountered the Great Maw? I think Morgur would recognize it as like an adversary, but Morgur couldn't eat it. Morgur would probably be very, very dedicated to desiring a,
I bring grandfather.
The big thing Morgur would probably want is to lead like a massive amount of beastmen there. And for those beastmen to like start using a big ritual to probably corrupt somehow the corrupt it to make it even more like to dedicate it to the dark gods or to the beastmen instead of it being an ogre, kind of like an independent ogre deity.
Not some smith.
I wonder if I can lure him out.
Shall be done.
Into the forest. And we're gonna save up our money, as tempting as it is for me to spend it. Are cults like Skaven Undercities? Kind of, except for you can only build a single building in them, and they're much more limited on what they're capable of. They're mainly there for you to farm whatever your faction resource is, and you also can't just build them. Like, you're not able to build a cult in any settlement, like you can with the Skaven. Cults form by you building up so much corruption in an area that if you build up enough corruption somewhere, then you will get a cult there. I don't think the AI can discover it either. Like, I'm not 100% sure of that. I'm not sure if it can be discovered or if it's just like it's just you either have access to it or you don't. Come on, dwarfs, come out here. I wish I had a soul grinder. Within a dark ravine, your tallymen sight the pristine corpse of a colossal ancient stegodon. Oh no! The great lizard's presence here is a mystery, but nevertheless it shall become a glorious tribute to Nurgle's love. Haul it into the sunlight. Imagine the glorious putrescence that will result from carrying on the scale. Should its rot be expedited, grandfather will shower you with rancid gifts and get the dragon helm. Actually, fire resistance is pretty good for Nurgle. Stuff it with maggots. The vast cadaver will make a fine breeding ground for pox-spreading insects. The foul grubs will grow fat on its smoldering flesh, and upon reaching adulthood, they will blight the land. Plus 10 corruption. I'm gonna take the helmet for right now. So I'm gonna put that on my cultist, because my cultist is like hilariously not good if there's fire, like anywhere in the vicinity. Does Nurgle have garrison buildings? Yes. All of his infrastructure buildings are garrison buildings. So this one gives you plague bearers, 1 unit of plague bearers, 1 unit of Nurglings. This one gives you 1 unit of chaos spawn, 1 unit of Nurglings. This one gives you 1 unit of Nurglings, 1 unit of plague bearers. And then this one's like the true building. It also gives you 1 unit of Nurglings and 1 unit of Rotfly. So they give you the exact same thing. But his garrison buildings are just like these basic ones. But then the main buildings give you most of your garrison. That's like the main thing these are for. Because the only defense building you can build is this one over here. But for Nurgle, most of your garrison is going to come from your main structure, which is over here. Can Nurgle build walls in minor settlements? I don't think he can. Let me see. Unlock slots. I didn't see anything that said walls. Garrison. Control. No, I don't think Nurgle can put walls on minor settlements. He only has walls on his major settlements. Keep running around until you unlock a trait, bro. Oh, I can get a new plague ridden. I want a death plague ridden, actually. How many can I have? Oh, I can have 2. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this guy. I'm gonna get Falpus to join our army. And then I'm gonna get the other guy to actually go, like, be a, like, nasty little corruptor. That way I get some death magic in my army. And then this little piggy is going to go mess with enemy territory. Because I need to start spreading my corruption outside of my regions. How's the Plaguefather? He's fun. Man, a lot of people have submitted names for Plague Cultists. I'm gonna have to get a lot of cultists. Because chat wants to name cultists. Uh-oh.
The god bear roars in pain. A death rattle felt across the dimensions. Its arcane energy rips across the moat.
Is he as good as Scarbrand? Scarbrand's a lot easier. Do I have a turn limit? Yes, my turn limit is 75 turns. Yeah, I would say Scarbrand is, like, significantly easier to play. But I don't know if that necessarily translates to him being, better, I guess. How big is his garrison? Are they... Oh, God, they're still... Oh, I don't know how much health they have.
Nurgle's chosen.
What? I can't reach him? Are you serious? Oh my gosh. I thought for sure I could make that. Turns out I can't.
Patience while infection spreads.
You know, as much as I wanted to save up 10 grand, I think we're just going to go ahead and upgrade what we've got.
Do it. Go to the realm of someone.
Yeah, we're going to go. Let me get this dwarf situation under control. Do Chaos Gods ever try and poach followers from each other? Yes, they do. It's usually not the most successful process, but that they do try and steal each other's chaff. That is a classic chaos maneuver. If I could lure him out, I could absolutely destroy him before his friends get here. And by the time his friends get here, I think I could have them, like, pinned in. And we'll see what happens. Do any of the new races have any unique stances for their armies? The only new stances... Khorne has a stance where he can deal attrition damage to himself, but he gets some bonuses from it. And... like, he deals damage to himself, but he, like, gets experience and some other stuff. And then Tzeentch has teleport stance. which teleport stance is like underway stance, except for you can attack an army with it. And if you attack an army with it, you like automatically win. Or you automatically ambush. Like it's a guaranteed ambush.
All hail
I don't even know if it can fail. If it can, I haven't seen that noted anywhere. So this disease has my entire army ambushing. So we shall prepare for our guests. I'm going to assume this little group can take care of one measly little rune lord. And the rest of us are going to await the new arrivals. Because that's what a good host does, chat. And what is Nurgle if not a loving, beautiful host? So come, little Dawi. Come play.
Kugath, Plague Weaver.
Disease is a
Kill the Rune Lord.
Every foe we
Do all
slay
god factions start into Chaos Waste?
another rotting tribute
Yes.
to our beloved grandfather, the Pox Father.
Oh, good. And okay, they show up at the exact same time, so it'll be a big old cluster. Dude, the cultist is gonna put in work on him. I love that he has a plague trail instead of a like a plague fire trail instead of just a regular flame trail. Dude, this guy having an armor sundering actually makes him a nightmare for dwarfs. Why did I send you over there? You're way too slow. Get your butt over here. Not long now till our guests arrive.
Infection is inevitable.
When they've got like 30 seconds, maybe, yeah, 30 seconds left, I'm gonna summon a unit of bomb Nurglings and put them over here. Oh, dude, Blight Rose, I can't tell y'all any specifics about Slaanesh, but it's pretty hot. It's pretty hot.
Kugath, Plague Weaver.
Await reinforcements. I do like it gives you the option. You can be like, no, I want to get out of here before they get here.
The perfect plague.
Children, go join the greeting party. Enemy lord has died? Delightful. Come on over here, boys. Does the cultists of Nurgle have magic? No, cultists are not wizards. I think with the, only the Tzeentch cultists can use magic. It's playtime!
Calculating my destination.
Where are you, my little boobos? Oh no, why are you way back here? They're having a little bit of trouble getting back there.
Kugath, Plague Weaver.
Get in there. Use your
corruption
Plague
and
mace.
destruction.
You lads go over that way.
Unspeakable proxies.
Oh, what fun! Has CA announced when they'll be releasing the unified map? No, they have not. And nobody knows when they're going to do it. So if anybody tells you when it's going to happen, they are lying.
My experiment succeeds.
Where am I suffering the most damage?
Rot bag.
Y'all on ammo yet? Nope.
A new brew.
Yeah, I think the dwarves are doomed. What do y'all think?
Plague and pus! Kugath, plague! The perfect plague!
Go time.
What bearers? Do you? Bring out of sickness! Stomping! Kugath, plague! The love of Nurgle!
You heard him, chat. The love of Nurgle. It's all about love, man.
My experiment succeeds!
It's all about love.
For my studies. Kugath assaulting! Rot-bearing
Where's the big boil spell? I don't have it yet. I've been spending too many points on Nurgle's, or Kugath's personal tree. We'll have it soon, though. Nurgle seems like a nice guy. He is.
Nurgle's command!
Someone wants me to name a unit of Plague Toads, Oh, there's more reinforcements coming.
Done!
What a delightful surprise!
Kugath,
I wasn't expecting more friends. Well, this is just lovely. Here I thought we were wrapping up, and just look at all these new fresh arrivals, chat.
yes!
Worshipper of disease!
Nurgle's rot! What? Plague and pus!
Does Nurgle really love everybody? Yep. Nurgle never gets angry. He just if you're not accepting of his gifts and plagues, he can just get a little disappointed. A little disappointed with you, but never angry.
Kugath, plague!
Important to understand that.
Throne of distraction. Record
Kill him.
infection.
Actually, don't kill him. Just beat him up a lot. Leave him with just a little bit of health left.
Kugath, plague!
The only one he hates is Zinch. Well, okay, yeah, he does hate Zinch. He finds Zinch very frustrating. You think Alexander the Rotphiliac likes Nurgle too much? Nah, he's fine. We literally got Alexander from an event where we found him in a village that was killed by plague, and he was underneath a body of Ropsy corpses, and he came out and started like kissing the feet of our plague bearers. Like, dude likes what he likes, okay? We're not here to judge. We're just here to welcome him to the family. Sorry, my Reichspiel's a little unpracticed. You are uncouth, brutish, or primitive? Backward? Yes? Do you understand my meaning, Westerner? Says Zhao Ming to an ambassador of the Emperor from the Empire. Zhao Ming. I feel like the more I learn about Zhao Ming, the more he kind of comes off as a little bit of a doofus.
Kugath, the Plaguefather.
Lord of Stench. Actually, you know what? Although that's very good, I don't need it right now because I don't have any great unclean ones. Let's grab evasion. Yes, blight boil. We got the exploding pus.
Most promising reagent.
Increase mobility to max level. More training, and let's get life leech. And then I'm gonna lay siege. And I'm gonna wait outside.
Dissect.
All right, we're gonna take down Kadak Doom, and then it'll finally be time to go into the Realm of Chaos. So I do actually need to close some of these gateways.
Shields us.
You go close. We'll leave this one open. Go close this gateway. I do not want demons on my front. I do not want enemy demons on my doorstep. Preferably. We can create a new plague cultist up here to deliver a plague. Oh no, I need 200. Dang it. Okay. What happened to the 2 missing dragon kids? We don't know. One theory that I suggested that got a lot of like from Andy Hall in a conversation I had with him, which means that I honestly think it is Games Workshop will make it canon if they ever decide to expand on it. But I suspect that one of the dragon kids was corrupted by Tzeentch and became Flamefang, or known as Flamefang in the West, because we know there was a Cathayan dragon who was corrupted by Tzeentch and devoured Shirian in his eye, got Shirian's eye. And Archaon kills him as part of his, like, big quest thing. Give me Plague Bearer. I could generate Plague Bearers now, but still, I could actually use a lot of Plague Bearers, so let's plant in the fields. Are there any mods here? If there are, could the mods please do a vote about what Realm of Chaos we are going to invade? I honestly could not care less which one we go into, but if we could get a vote going on that, that'd be cool. Let's get Plague Beasts to make our Beast of Nurgle as good as possible.
Nurgle's pestilent calls.
Do I think one of the dragons is the Monkey King? No. No, the Monkey King is a very different entity. He's not a dragon. It is, if I had to guess, which I am, the list goes, so we know the Death Dragon, the Spirit Dragon, also known as the Death Dragon, is in the Cathayan underworld, and she's like guarding the dead and maintaining all that crap. We know the Light Dragon in the events of Total War Warhammer 3 has vanished over the Norscan mountains and been lost. Though we don't know how that story ends. And then we know where the 5 main dragon kids are, because they're still around and working. So that leaves 2 unaccounted for. And the 2 unaccounted for, I suspect one of them becomes Flamefang, who ends up being killed by Archaon. And then the last one, I presume, was killed. The last one, I actually think, was killed by the ogres. Is my working theory, is that the reason the Dragon Emperor got so enraged with the ogres that he threw a like he tried to exterminate their race with the equivalent of a nuke. Like didn't declare war on them, didn't do any of that. He literally was just like, kill them all, and he went like complete like over the top with it. I genuinely think it's because one of the dragon children was killed. Your maggotkin have been droning the same bone-chilling single-note drone for years, so it's surprised to hear them suddenly burst into disorganized, fragmented melody. They look to you to conduct them. A hymn to decay.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered.
Oh, that would be awesome, but I don't have
One
great
of them
unclean
is
ones.
Elspeth von Draken.
No, that's no. So slow-witted are plague bears that the process will be torturous, but you can believe you can teach them a basic summoning chant, the Ballad of Disease. Get out. Get out, Hammond. Out. Back out with you. Thus creating the Great Maw. Thus creating the Great Maw. Though they're actually, based on the conversation I was having with Andy Hall and some of the lore tidbits they apparently included in the new book, to me it seems very heavily implied, or one of my working theories that I think actually works very, very well for the setting, is that the Celestial Dragon Emperor did not intend to create the Great Maw, obviously. It was an accident. And what actually occurred was that his goal was to, his goal was to actually just wipe out the ogres, but such was kind of his haste and his desire to like get revenge on the ogres, and he like told his astromancers to summon like the biggest meteor they could find and to just wipe out the ogres, just exterminate them. That I think what they did is I actually think Tzeentch got involved, because I think Tzeentch distorted their ritual so that instead of just summoning any meteor, the meteor they summoned ended up being comprised of warpstone, which is why it was able to, when it slammed into the earth, it manifested into the Great Maw, which obviously has had serious ramifications for like everybody, but especially for Cathay. We'll just lose 3 units of Nurglings? I kind of want to fight this though. Y'all, do y'all want to see me root the Dawi out of their precious little hole? Are the gods of men the same kind of beings as the chaos gods? Essentially, yes. Could you kill or imprison one of the big four like Ursa if you had enough power? Absolutely, yes. You could absolutely do that. Kill them? Okay. Does Cetra ever interact with Khalida either before mummification or after? After, like, when they are Tomb Kings, they've interacted. Cetra doesn't like anybody, to be honest. He just, like, wants them to obey. But he particularly does not care for Khalida because he knows Khalida does not respect his authority. Like, Khalida does what Cetra tells her to because she does not see a point in fighting him, but she doesn't respect him. She just realizes that it's not worth the effort to deal with him. So she just does what he asks. But Cetra's not stupid. He knows Khalida doesn't like him. And he finds Khalida potentially problematic. I love the dwarf maps. Dwarves have very, very cool maps with a lot of like really interesting winding paths with like, look at this cool design where you have to go in and the dwarves have a double overhang to like have quarrelers mowing you down, and then they could have ramps where they'd have thunderers waiting for you with military units down here. Khalida's niece.
Woman Araloth banged?
No, that is not correct. That's every time you have used that sentence, you've been wrong, Hammond. You have yet to accurately mention the person that Erloth supposedly banged. But Khalida is not related to Cetra at all. Khalida is from the dynasties of Liberus, which are like on the other side of the mountains. And Cetra had been dead for thousands of years by the time Khalida was even like born. Cetra had been dead a really long time. Because Cetra was the first priest king of Nehekara. Khalida was around when like Neferata was mortal, which was like it was many years afterwards. They did not meet each other until after they were both resurrected as Tomb Kings.
Taliban of Nurgle.
Can't wait until I unlock Red Unclean Ones.
Kugath, Plaguefather. Nurgle's command.
On festering foot!
More noble than the study of death. So, let us fight.
Praise the Earth Father!
I just realized our Beast of Nurgle died. It makes me sad. Especially because I named it Chloe. Ow! Nurgle, Nurgle, Nurgle.
Oh, weapons. We do. Children of Nurgle.
Hey, dwarves, catch!
A new
Gross.
The lab of Nurgle. My experiment succeeds. Kugath, plague. Nurgle's pestilent Loremaster.
Tower's hurt.
Tear apart. Pox, plague, and pus.
Cleanliness is blasphemy!
Bats, plague decay. Kugath, plague weaver.
Onwards, Plaguefather, onwards! I almost have the big heal. Boop, boop. Yes, all the heals. Oh, I forgot you were over here. Which of these units is the least unit models? You.
Yes.
Kugath, let's provide some artillery support, please.
Unspeakable proxies. The perfect plague. Kugath, assaulting.
Face that way.
They die.
Oh, you can't shoot over that? Ah, that's dumb. Okay, let's go this way. I'll get over here so I can throw stuff at them, because they are actually hurting me a lot over here. Plague drones! Where are my plague drones? Plague drones, come here. There. You lot, after them. Actually, I lied. Take this post. Y'all are fast. Go ahead and grab it. Plague drones to me!
Worshipper of disease! Our father's sacred servant!
I just don't want to lose the chaos spawn. I don't care if I lose all the Nurglings, but I do care if I lose the chaos spawn. Chaos spawn, fall back.
They are worm food!
Kugath, plague weaver.
Little ones, go have fun.
The advantage is ours, children. Bringer of sickness.
Good job. Come to daddy.
Naked King slay. Enemy die.
Oh god, all those words rallied. Healing spell? I do not have the big healing spell yet because I wanted the boil burst. Was it the most efficient use of skill points? No, but it's fun.
The Plaguefather, the lab of Nurgle. Decimate them. Kugath, plague weaver.
Oh, they put a barricade up. That's gotta go.
Spreading infection. Kugath repositioning.
Disease is a boon wherever her father asks.
And rough bags. The perfect plague. I will. Nurgle's command. My experiment succeeds. Pox, plague, and pus. The perfect plague.
The dwarves are out of ammo. For the most part.
Destroy.
Okay. And there goes army losses. Alright. You are from the West. You know nothing of the monkey warriors. You haven't seen how they rip off heads and eat the tongues of their enemy. If you had, you'd quickly drop that mocking gaze and bow your head in terror. Cathayan soldier of the southern province. Oh, I want monkey warriors. Come on, CA. Where's my monkey king? Do you ever land units to make them harder to shoot? That would have been smart, but that did not occur to me until you said it. What's the best Golgfag Maneater story? There's actually a novel you can buy about him that's apparently pretty good. That follows him, like, being captured, in, like, I don't remember the specifics, but it's like he gets captured in some kind of tower. That is, like, supposed to be inescapable, but of course, he's Golgfag Maneater, so he finds a way to break out. But the best story about him is easily the time that he got hired by... So he was hired by a orc warlord. And the orc warlord very explicitly hired him to, like, run around and help them smash a whole bunch of stuff that included some stunties, you know, dwarfs. So he said, okay, cool, like, that sounds good. I will join up with you and smash some stunties. So he did that. However, although the guy he was running with was like a very skilled combatant and like a super spooky fighter and everything, he, there was a slight issue, which was that, ultimately, he, the greenskin kind of like started losing a couple of big fights. He started losing a couple of big fights. And Golgfag Maneater was like, this situation is not looking as awesome as it was earlier. So, Golgfag Maneater betrays the war boss, who had been a very big problem for the dwarfs in particular, kills the war boss, and rips off, I think, one of his legs as proof, and runs over to the dwarfs because he knows the dwarfs hate him. And it's like, hey, look, I killed this guy y'all really didn't like, so you should give me, like, lots of props, right? Like, can I join your side since I did that? And Ungrim Ironfist was like, whoa, you killed this guy we really hated. Yeah, sure, you're hired. Like, great, good job. Sure, we'll hire you on, you can help us finish off his army since you know where they are. He goes, great. So, the dwarves go and team up with the greenskins and fight this big fight, or the ogres, and they fight this fight. However, in the midst of this fight, Golgfag decides that he wants more because he gets greedy. So while after the greenskins are beaten, him and his ogre buddies ransack the dwarf, like, luggage train or what have you, steal a whole bunch of stuff, and run away. Of course, Ungrim is pissed about this, so Ungrim basically is like, if Golgfag Maneater ever comes back here, we're gonna mess him up. Your most beloved Nurgling greedily suckles suckles upon your pus for far too long. Alas, its tiny bloated body cannot contain the putrescent bile. It bursts, showering a nearby follower in flesh-eating filth. What a heavenly blessing. Scour your champion clean. Your champion can rake away the pollution, but doing so will scrub off vast strips of their own moldering meat. Such as a beauteous emissary of Nurgle they shall be. Plus 5% hero success chance. Allow the gore to fester. The foul gut fluids will bubble and burn indefinitely, and your faithful follower shall leave a glistening trail of infection wherever they tread. Living contagion. Plus 4 corruption. Yeah, give me that gore. Allow the gore to fester. Nice. Wait, who was this? Oh, this is our general. Yeah, why would I... Oh, no, okay, those were 2 different things. Okay. So he got supervisor, because he's in March stance. Okay, great. Now go to Arcane stance. So, sorry, not a team up with the Greenskins, a team up with Ogres. So, after the Ogres leave, having raided the train and pissed off Ungrim Iron Fist, Ungrim quite literally says, all right, keep an eye out for this ogre, and if this ogre ever comes back, you tell me, and I'll deal with it. And all the dwarfs are kind of like, okay. So, sure enough, a few years pass, and who should return but Golgfag Maneater, who is going through Peak Pass, which goes within sight of, obviously goes within sight of Kalakadrin, because Golgfag Maneater doesn't think that it should be a big deal, and surely the dwarfs won't remember that little incident from a while back. I mean, it was a while ago. You know, surely, like, I bet they forgot. I bet they forgot by now. So, he goes out there, and unfortunately for him, the dwarves very keenly remember that little incident. So, when Golgfag Maneater arrives in Peak Pass, near Kalakadrin, as he's going through the pass, he finds his way blocked by Ungrim Iron Fist himself with a collection of slayers. And the ogres have the slayers outnumbered. So Golgfag looks at this and just starts laughing and is like, oh, we're gonna eat stunty meat tonight. And so he charges forward with his little tribe to attack Ungrim. They get their asses destroyed. The ogres get absolutely obliterated. And Grease's Goldtooth is, or not Grease's Goldtooth, Golgfag Maneater is functionally arrested. He's captured and thrown into the dungeons beneath Kalakadrin to fester for a while Ungrim thinks about what to do with him. So Ungrim throws him down there and leaves him for a while. But eventually, he does end up going down there to see, someone goes to check on it, and it turns out that obviously the ogres were not getting enough food down there. So what is Golgfag Maneater to do? Well, what Golgfag Maneater decides to do is he kills all of his fellow friends and eats them. He eats all of his friends. So all of his buddies get devoured by him because, you know, he was either that or starve. So he kills and eats all of his buddies and his tribe. And, oh, we unlocked a new thing. Pick an army and improves the chance of their plague spreading. Interesting. So Ungrim finds out about this and goes down to look, and sure enough, Greases has ate all of his buddies. And Ungrim is like so deeply impressed by the survival instincts of this ogre that he genuinely has a bit of a crisis. Because Ungrim thinks that Golgfag should ultimately be killed, but at the same time, he has functionally struck out the grudge by killing all of his own tribe, or his own little, like, squad. Where did these guys come from? Oh, it's an underway stance thing. Okay. So, of course, what does Ungrim do? Well, Ungrim actually lets him go. Ungrim comes to the decision that while Golgfag is a traitorous bastard, does deserve to die, he should be killed properly. he should be killed on the battlefield, not as a caged animal. Like, he should be allowed to have a sporting chance, which is such a hilarious, goofy thing for Ungrim to come to. But Ungrim sees a potential challenge in Greasus and thinks that Greasus may be determined enough to come back. And if he does, then maybe Ungrim can fulfill his Slayer Oath and take down Gogfag Maneater. So he lets Gogfag go, and Gogfag scampers off back to the Mountains of Morn to start over. Has there ever been a mortal cultist that has become a demon? Sort of. There have been cultists, people who have started off to cultists that have gone on to lead very, very long lives as they ascended through the ranks, and they build it up to essentially becoming like chaos champions, though their focus was on like culty activity. And they eventually got to the point where they ascended to be a demon prince. Through traditional methods, you cannot turn into a demon. That's not generally how it works. The only way that I've ever heard of that you can turn a mortal into a demon is to kill, or is for someone to die of Nurgle's rot. And if somebody dies of Nurgle's rot, there is a fairly decent chance that instead of going to their proper afterlife, or to whatever would have awaited them normally, they will instead be turned into plague bearers to suffer for eternity.
Rotting tribute to our beloved grandfather. Bringer of sickness. Wicked pox. Children of Nurgle.
Get behind their shields and open fire.
Kugath, plague.
At least we have all our spells now.
Pox, plague, and pus.
What was the scale of Nagash's power? Well, Nagash almost successfully cast a ritual that would have killed every single living thing on the entire planet and resurrected everything as his undead slaves for eternity. He got very close to pulling that off, so he's definitely up there. I would say he is, without a doubt, the strongest human wizard that ever lived. Though, when he was at that level of power, he wasn't really human anymore. He was a lot more than human. He was human plus. Yeah, we need the cultists in on the warriors, because he's got the armor shredding.
Spread. Gang. A new brew.
You don't need well, actually. Have a boil on me. Enjoy, demons.
The love of Nurgle.
See your spell resistance block this. Ooh, good one. But seriously, you don't need melee attack. Stop.
Succeeds. Over here. Calculating my destination.
Are the Slann aware of Nagash pre-end times?
Kugath.
Yes, but the Slann are not aware of everything all the time. And generally, by the time the Slann would have noticed something like Nagash's ritual, it may have genuinely been too late to stop it. Nagash had a lot of prep time. And when he was gonna unleash that ritual, there was not a lot anybody was gonna be easily able to do to stop him. Because he had everything ready to go. It was not like just a casual spell, it was a full-on ritual. With rituals, take a lot of prep time, and there's a lot that can go wrong. when like preparing them, but Nagash was an expert at his craft.
A new brew.
Bro knew what he was doing. Yeah, that's what I thought, Corn, you nerd.
Yes.
Get out of there. Get out of here, Corn. Nobody likes you.
The perfect plague.
Bro, you should hit me just a little bit more. Come on. Do like 4 more damage. Do like 4 more damage. Come on, you little shit. 198. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, we got a heal. Thanks, you nerd. Good. It should actually, yeah, it infected all of my characters, so they'll all be healed back to full. What would Nagash do with a dying bear god? He'd eat it and consume it. He'd consume Ursin's power into himself, because that's like Nagash's like absolute go-to move. He's very good at it. Spartan Elite, I don't think I've gotten to it yet. It's a pretty long list. So let me keep moving here. Miss Bourbon Fire, I don't know if you're still here, but that's hilarious. I will do that right now. Have I hit rematch by mistake yet? No. I could definitely see myself doing that, but I haven't done it yet.
Kugath. Plaguefather. Yes. This will aid my studies.
I can't wait till next level, because then we get summons. So just curious, oh, I wanted to do a poll, but I don't think any mods are here, so I'll do it myself. What? Chaos, Realm, to invade. Chat, you get to pick which Chaos Realm will be invading. So if you want to do that, poll's gonna be up for a few minutes. Poll's up. The poll is up. No, I'm gonna go wherever chat tells me to. So probably not Celestia's Realm.
I'll concoct a perfect plague.
The Buckethead Legion. And then
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. It was already made. Titsnitch 1.
oh, it was already made? I totally missed it. Then I will cancel it. Zine 31. Okay, hold on. No. Well, don't I just feel silly? Wait, so are there mods here? Wait. Oh, there are. Great. Okay, hey, when that poll ends, can we do another poll just to get... I just want to see the Plague Tods. Did the Plague Tods make Fallout 76?
The rotting
Who was it that named them that? Aurelius? Oh, I think Aurelius had to go.
grandfather.
I'm just gonna assume. I bet they made Fallout 76.
Bring them to their knees. I must test my contagion. Plague demons move. Make rot bearers longer.
Yo, give me that armor of fortune. I need it more than you do. Lettering scales is just really good on Nurgle. Obsidian Lodestone is 20%. This is also 20. I don't want to upgrade one of these. Let's Let's drop the item off of our second lord and combine these and see what we get. Ooh, Fencer's Blades. That's actually not bad. I could put on the Trickster Shard. Fencer's Blades.
The fetid
Yeah, sure.
Brewmaster.
We'll do that, and then we can combine those. Ooh, Ogre Blade. I think for him, we'll stick with Fencers.
I'll concoct a perfect plague.
Let's get Fleshy Abundance to be cheaper.
I must
No, my turn limit is now 75, not 50.
the rotting oxymaker.
Okay, so we're going to Zinch's Realm, which actually means I need to hurry the hell up.
In
No, come back!
I must
Son of a bitch.
test my contagion.
Oh, we're so close to getting a 10,000 building. I need it.
A most
Do I think Festus will be Mono God or Warriors? Both. I'll be doing a video on that soon. See, I did that. Could the inevitable Tomb King DLC include the Demons of Thra? And do we know how they would perform mechanically in the lore? I don't think you're going to see the Demons of Thra, because from like a lore standpoint, they're like completely and utterly exterminated by the time the Tomb Kings die out. Like by the time the Nehekarans died out, because Nagash kills them during one of the big wars. I don't think you're gonna see them, because the only reason, like, they ceased to exist after good old Nagash like ripped them into itty bitty little pieces during the Nehekaran War of the Dead. Or no, it was actually just the Nehekaran War against Nagash. They were sent to get Nagash. Nagash killed them all and remade them in his own image, which is what we get the Morghast from. So I don't think you'll see them, though I would love to be wrong on that. Alright, and we are going to go Beast. We're going to go to the Beast building so I can get a gosh darn Great Unclean One. Because I need greater demons in my life, chat. I know you do too. We both feel it. Oh, yo, hold up. I'll wait. I gotta wait for that building. I can get a soul grinder, chat. Soul grinder! Wait, why can't I recruit it? Oh, I thought What? Oh, I've got 4 more turns and then I can get it. Damn it. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead then. I've got it. I'm not there yet. I'm almost there. All right. Let's grab another unit of Plague Bearers
Submit
and another
to
unit
my
of Nurglings. One more unit of Nurglings.
more
Great.
plague
Go.
fetters are useful.
Ooh, God. I don't think we're gonna win Zinch, but we're gonna go.
The realm of chaos, a place unbound. The constraints of the mortal dimensions have no effect here. Only the whims of the
it's
dark
cold in here.
gods matter. Yet there are places where no ruinous power claims influence. In the Forge of Souls, Be'lakor lurks, and Ursun dies. Until we have the 4 Demon Prince souls, it will remain out of reach. The realm of the sorcerer. Trust not your senses, for the intricate magics of the great sorcerer reshape reality around
Yeah,
you.
Zinch is a
Try
mace.
to stay on the right path as you fight through many-hued islands to stand triumphant before the impossible fortress. There, Zinch's favored demon prince The librarian stands sentinel. Slay him to claim his soul.
Do you get a bonus in Nurgle's realm when playing as Plaguefather? I have no idea. I actually have not gone.
Flee or no decay.
I actually have not gone into a realm that belongs to my faction yet. So I don't know.
His last scheme.
Alright, so we are by the ruins of the dead king. Why does the dead king no longer live? He possesses knowledge that Tzeentch does not want told.
Interference ends today.
Very cool. You defend the Glutport. And you need to close that portal as soon as you can. You keep... What's the corruption here? Like, non-existent. Okay, you live here now. Really need cultist heroes, which means I need to get a level 3. Oh, I have a level 3 minor settlement. So I should be able to recruit cultists. Oh no, I need to have their capacity goes up. Dang it! Oh my god! Oh, okay. So apparently, apparently the cultist is increased by the unique resource buildings for Nurgle. I guess, according to that horrifyingly large list that just got thrown in my face. Who would win in a dance-off, Warzog or the Mask? The Mask would definitely win if you were judging based on technical skill and ability. If you were judging on heart, though, like most movies do, then Warzog would definitely win. Oh yeah, but if we ever saw the Demons of Thra, which I highly doubt we ever would, but if we ever did see them, they would function like Morghast, but just be like angelic, fiery beings instead of spooky, undead creatures. So, flying monstrous infantry that kick ass in close combat. All right, I need a disease. Hey, this place has a disease. What does this disease do if it spreads onto enemies? Nothing really, I think. I need a disease. Okay, in the sunken sewers, we need something that's really gonna mess up these dwarfs, while also doing our best to complete these. So let's do a bubo, because that'll lower his casualty replenishment, and then let's do the. Oh no, I can't afford that. Damn. Okay, so let's just do a plague, because that's the only thing I can afford, and that'll do attrition.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Drink your drink and stretch your fleshy pus bag.
I can't select this unless he's out of the setup. Oh wait, no, I can't select it. Okay, yay. We're gonna select him and make him spread plagues. Thank you for the stretch. My voice hurts. I've been shouting too much.
Master.
Okay. Oh, dude, I want to spank the bird. He's right there. Oh, chat, what do we do? Do we spank the bird? Do we just go over there and give him just a big old slap on the butt? We'll go through these guys first. Spank him? Spank the turkey? Because, I mean, if we kill him, then we don't have to worry about competing with him to the end of Tzeentch's realm. My name was Jim. I definitely prefer the Skulltaker was always immortal. Or always a demon.
How much did I miss?
Ooh, we're in the realm of chaos. So now, if I use enough spells, I can use a super spell like Mercu's Monstrous Regiment, which would give the unit I use it on plus 50% to all forms of damage, plus 40 melee attack, and plus 22 physical resistance. Which is pretty sexy. It's like uber sexy. That's like anniversary that went really, really well, and she's like super pleased with you, or he or she or whoever your partner is, and they're just like, they just want to like, you know, like it went really well. They were very impressed by your efforts. Do the AI do good in Tzeentch's realm? Generally, I have lost the race. The AI in Tzeentch's realm. I find Tzeentch's realm to be the most difficult by, like, a lot. Okay, so I'm gonna try and minimize my damage by letting Kugath deal with the... Wow, instant barrier gone. Barrier be gone.
Unspeakable foxes, a new brew. Kugath, Plaguefather.
Go for it. Waste their ammunition, my sweet little boys.
Nurgle's
Make Pappy proud.
command.
No range on this. Pretty far, actually. How long does it last? 16 seconds? Wait for it. Wait for it. Cast a spell. Cast a spell, you little shit. I know you want to. There we go.
The perfect play.
Oh, he's shooting, but...
Fox, plague, the tusk.
Alright, go time.
My experiment succeeds.
You will not hurt the Buckethead Legion.
Praise the Fly Lord!
Kugath, Plaguefather.
If you lose the race, you have to hunt down the winner and take the soul? No. If you lose the race, you get kicked out of whatever realm you're in. And if you have time, you just jump into another rift in the hopes of, like, beating it before... And after a certain amount of turns, all the rifts will close, and if you haven't gotten a soul by then you wasted your time. But no, you just get kicked out, and that realm is sealed until the next rift event. So whoever gets the Demon Prince soul first gets it. And if you don't have it by then, you're kind of SOL.
The perfect play.
Oh, don't do that.
The love of Nurgle. A new brew.
But yeah, you don't have to hunt down the winner. You cannot take a soul from a faction.
Kugath.
You just have to wait until the next rift event and go back in there yourself.
Infection is inevitable. The perfect plague.
If you go into the realm you've already gotten to block someone else, no. Once a realm is done, it's done. You can't go back. So, like, once you've gotten Slanesh's Demon Prince Soul, you can't go back to Slanesh's realm.
Plague. The
Once you've gotten Corn, so, like, if you have not gotten it, then you can absolutely go in there to try and cock block them. But if you've already gotten a Demon Prince Soul, you cannot go back. Whose soul is the easiest to get? The easiest soul to get is either Nurgle. It's probably Slanesh, honestly. Slanesh you can get without even fighting. Because Slanesh, you just jump down the tiers and keep saying, like, keep going. Tzeentch's magic looks awesome. Yes, it does. Oh. Zalcor, Spell Spitter, you will get me over that wall so I may defile the dragon's daughter. You will do it this day or the next, or the Great Eagle shall have his own as a sacrifice. Zalcor sounds like a chill dude. Alright, so you'll notice, because we're in Tzeentch's realm, I have a new option here. So I can reveal a teleport sigil, which I'm going to do, otherwise I will never know where I'm going in here.
Let them spread it.
So, I now know that this portal has that symbol above it. And what that means is that if I find another portal that has this symbol above it, and I jump through it, it's going to deposit me here. But when you beat a army, so if you beat an army that like lives here, they will reveal a single sigil to you if you choose that option. If you move into these circles, these light circles will give you one of three options. You may heal your army back to full health. You may gain a boon of Tzeentch, which will be a very powerful army buff, or Tzeentch will tell you an entire portal. So he'll reveal 2 portals. Anyway, we're gonna kill Kairos Fate Reaver. What's up, bro? Who's the coolest champion CA will never make?
Another wretched foul lizard thing.
Ingra
joins
Death
the
Sword.
Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Ingra Death Sword is probably the
Is there
coolest
any new
character they
forests
could
that
do,
could
but
be
probably
included
won't.
in combined map the week? Tongue.
Yes, I'm elated. I would really like to see the Forest of Arden in Bretonia. I'd also I need the Forest of Shadows in the Empire. It's at the Northeast Empire. So like across the mountains from the Brass Keep.
Unspeakable toxies.
Who's Ingra Death Sword? Google him. He has really, really cool artwork. Ban you! Throw that man into the serpent pit immediately. He specifically requested it. Here, I'll do it myself. Be gone! Why aren't there any magical forests in the Far East? There probably are, but the Wood Elves have never indicated that they have any enclaves in the Far East, which is kind of like the major focus. Like, you could put one out there and it wouldn't be that crazy.
Servant.
They could literally just throw one out there and be like, oh, the Wood Elves never talked about it until now, and like, all right.
Yes. They
Teaspoon
die.
of salt cheered.
Kugath,
X100.
Plaguefather.
Do none of the races in this game have regiments of renown?
No, not yet. Presumably they will later,
Come on.
but not right now. Oh, Kairos, you big bird bitch. What is the Brass Keep? The Brass Keep was a major fortress that the forces of chaos built in the mountains next to the mountains north of Hockland, next to the Empire. The forces of chaos built a big old chaos fortress. Well, it was an Empire fort originally, but the chaos took it over, turned it into a chaos fortress. Back after the war against the Great War against Chaos. So around the time of Azavar Kul. And it has sat in the hands of Chaos ever since. There have been multiple attempts to try and take the fortress back from Chaos, and they have always failed. Miserably. Do I think they'll ever add the Southern Chaos Waste? I'd be surprised, but it depends on how big they decide to go with the map. Which god survived into Age of Sigmar? The only gods from fantasy that made it were Sotek, the Great Horned Rat, the Chaos Gods, Hashut, Grimnir, though he's dead now. Though I suspect he'll be coming back soon. Who else? Grugni, Gazul, the dwarven god of death.
Decimate them! The Poxfather!
I think that's pretty much all the gods. No, Cain didn't make
My
it.
experiment succeeds!
Cain almost made it, but Cain died at the end of fantasy and he never came back.
Loremaster.
Ow! What was that? Oh boy. Oh, it's a soul grinder. I was like, what was that, like, spear? That's what it is. Damn soul grinder. All right, my babies. Forward! Kairos, you big stupid nerd. You've got a whole bunch of magic all over the place. All right, you want to play Kairos? Let's play. I summon Gehenna's Golden Globe. I feel like I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh. It did some good damage.
Unspeakable Poxies! A new brew!
Kairos, are you fighting me? Oh, it's because he's shooting the shit out of me, that's why.
The love of Nurgle!
Alright, you want to play? Let's play.
The perfect plague! Throne of Destruction! Plague and us!
Plague drones, occupy them, please. I don't like being shot. It's very painful. I'm amok!
It is done! My experiment succeeds!
Cut them open! Praise the Earthfather!
He's almost out of ammo, but god, this is painful.
Is salvation!
Kugath, you alright, big guy?
Slaughter them!
Red mine 5250
Kugath,
shield. Next 100. You going to stay up to watch LVO?
Yes, I will be watching LVO live. Right here. Okay, he's out of ammo.
Yes.
Oh, I don't like that soul grinder. Come here, Kugath.
Repositioning.
I'm out of magic.
Kugath, please.
Visitor Hammond Shield.
A sensible
Hey
location.
Sotek, how do you jump higher on a water hose? Similar with sprint.
God damn it, Hammond, I don't want to hear your puns.
One eye. Rotters. Nurgle.
Get out of there, Kugath.
Come on. A new brew. The love of Nurgle.
We're gonna win, but like, ow.
Infection is inevitable.
Yeah, he's out of ammo. Zinch is out. He's out of shots, chat.
Sickness.
They need to fix that.
The Poxfather.
The explosion ability does not accurately show where you're gonna blow up, which is kind of annoying. You're running out of demon legions there, buddy.
Nurgle's pestilent Loremaster. Swords.
You may need a turn to get more forces. Well, luckily, Nurgle specializes in that.
The perfect plague.
We just gotta make sure our single entities don't die.
Can't dare stop the Plaguefather! I spread pestilence!
What is that? Ooh. I don't know what's going on, but it's spooky.
Record.
Dance of Despair. Suck on this. How much is fleshy abundance? 14?
The perfect plague.
Oh, that's cool.
Unspeakable toxins. Kugath, plague.
Okay. Chariot's almost dead. Now it's just Kairos
Assaulting.
and the Soul Grinder.
Die. On the move.
Get out here, you big chicken. Nobody likes you. So passes Kairos.
Yes.
He will not be missed.
Fox, plague, and pus. Plague bearers.
Dude, the Soul Grinders are so awesome. Oof. Alright. Where was I? Answer that. When I mentioned Morgar was a god, was that for fantasy? Morgar's always been a god, yes.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered.
But in fantasy, it's a little more
X10.
complicated. AOS,
What
he's
do
just a
you
flat-out
think of the
god now.
spin to win magic wheel?
What do you think of the spin to magic wheel? I love it. I think it's great. It's literally exactly like playing Storm of Magic on tabletop. Because on the Storm Magic, we literally had a wheel that we'd flick. With the Daughters of Cain, excess, Snoop Nash. Sotek, the Daughters of Cain excess killing in the name of their god Cain with the excess that it brings. Does that mean the Daughters of Cain are very susceptible to being corrupted by Slaanesh? I don't know if I would say necessarily that they're, like, super susceptible to corruption by Slaanesh, but more that, despite their hatred of Slaanesh, their acts are feeding Slaanesh, even if they think it's feeding Cain. Because no matter what you're dedicating that worship and sacrifice to, if it becomes excessive, then Slaanesh is feeding off of it.
Kugath, the Plaguefather.
Finally! Arcane Conduit.
It will supplement my boxes.
I think for the most part, we just lost like some plague bearers and nurglings.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host.
Hey, getting hickey with it. How you doing?
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Look at that. I don't even need to be in like a proper stance. I can just recruit. Isn't that sexy? Oh, we can get exalted plague bearers.
Submit to my research.
Let's get another unit of spawn.
I require only
That'll work.
the most.
And see, we are pretty much all recovered. Now I'm going to show y'all a really cool party trick in a second. So the only person left in this realm who could... Oh, we accidentally teleported. So Kairos was standing on a portal. So when I killed Kairos, I teleported over here, which is okay. So the only person left in this realm we got to worry about is Scarbrand. Stand there and look pretty. That is your primary goal right now. Close that gateway. That way I don't have to worry about anything else coming through in the middle of my empire. You know, I can't be sure of this, chat. I'm genuinely not sure, but I feel like Mr. Ulrikov here has a type. Can't quite put my finger on it. But, never mind, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's nothing. I don't know. Which legendary lord has the best voice acting in these games? Oh, that's a very hard question. I think I don't know. I don't know. I have a lot of favorites. Don't ask me to pick my favorite kid. Which Pokemon would best represent the 6 main dark gods? Oh, Jesus. Hashit would be best represented by Taurus. Zinch. Man, I don't even, like, know some of the new ones anymore. What am I stacking on? Ritz crackers? I think they're like low salt. Does Kairos have a greater arcane conduit? I don't know, actually. I haven't even touched Kairos. Actually, no, I think they're normal Ritz. I think. I'm not sure. Okay, so we're being attacked from 3 different directions, and our army is slow as butt. So we're gonna focus on defending. We're gonna focus on defending the top of our, like our final area here. Because I think if we try and spread out, we're gonna have a really bad time. So we're just gonna main holding on these 2 points. Everything else can die as far as I'm concerned. Normally, I find that it's a lot better to, like, take the enemy task across the base. But in this instance, I think it's gonna be better to just force them to funnel. Especially because we're going to be able to have, like, a lord fighting on each side. So they're going to come up probably on this side. So you'll be with the bigger force. You'll be with the smaller force. We got some rot flies. Ew. And we got some plague toads. It's going to be a desperate defense, but we'll do the best we can.
Flesh will spoil, bodies rancid, day of joy.
What barricades is this point control? Controls that one and that. Ooh, this one actually could be quite useful. But we're going to save as much of our money as we can to get our tower as big as we can make it. What makes plague toads adorable? I don't know. I think it's because, like, just their overall roundness and chubbiness, and also that they actually have, like, legit frog mannerisms. They do the whole, like, wipe themselves off thing. Try and finish answering the... Man, the Pokemon question's hard. Because I don't remember all the Pokemon that well anymore. Which is sad because I used to love Pokemon, but I just haven't played it in a long time. What makes a Lithanar famous / infamous? So the big thing with a Lithanar, like why he's not liked by other High Elves, is that a Lithanar takes it too far. The High Elves hate the Dark Elves. That's not a secret. Hey, Hunter, I really appreciate that. Oh, I'll be all right, dude. Thank you, though. I appreciate the kind thought. I can assure you I'll be just fine. But the big thing about a Lithanar, so the High Elves have a pretty not complex, but a very developed philosophy when it comes to a lot of aspects of life. And most notable of those is that the High Elves feel very strongly that there are certain things you should and shouldn't do, and that the only thing that separates them from the Dark Elves is suppressing, like, certain urges. So, like, not allowing themselves to give in to the ugliness of war. Because if they allow themselves to, like, they're kind of like Batman in that sense, right? If they allow themselves to go down that road, they don't think they're ever going to be able to come back, right? So the High Elves have a lot of very, very strict rules about what they can and can't do. And a lot of those, in particular, focus very heavily on how they behave against their enemies and how they handle certain issues. A lot of High Elves feel that the problem with a Lithanar is that he is so obsessed with revenge, and he does like some like downright depraved stuff to his enemies, that he no longer knows where that line is anymore. He doesn't know the difference anymore between too far and acceptable. So he is a danger to Ulthuan because he is inevitably going to become like the Dark Elves. He may not admit it to himself, but as far as they're concerned, he's basically just a Dark Elf that's killing other Dark Elves. Because he does not have any sense of, like, control. He is completely and utterly committed to destroying the Dark Elves, no matter what that cost may entail. And a lot of the High Elves feel very strongly that that is not a road where good things happen. That is a road that only ends one way, and it's bad. It's really bad. So it's that the TLDR of it is that they're just very worried about him, and they don't know whether they could trust him, because a lot of the Dark Elves thought they were doing the right thing for a really long time too. The big thing with the Dark Elves is that they thought they were fighting against, they were like, oh, we're fighting against the demons of chaos, so it's totally cool for us to get to the point where we, like, love war, or we, like, exult in killing our enemies, like killing the demons no matter how horrifically, and that we come to, like, love and indulge in it and enjoy it. That's fine, because they're the enemy, they're demons, like, who cares, right? Who gives a damn what happens to the demons? They don't deserve our sympathy. They're monsters. And that line of thinking got them in trouble, because ultimately it allowed them to, in the High Elves' opinion, it allowed them to become way too okay with, like, basically turning into monsters and, like, committing, like, war crimes and stuff. So, like, they just couldn't understand where the line was anymore. And without that kind of, like, guiding light, that sense of, like, holding back their baser urges, giving in to those baser urges, they allowed themselves to turn into what we know the Dark Elves as today. I'm getting lit up this fight? Yeah, he has a lot of Kossars with bows and guns, which really hurts. I'm gonna kill his general.
Who's going to ask, could you share the tale of Franco summoning Skipwright and what happened afterwards?
And our tower is fully upgraded now, so it should start unleashing some pretty heavy damage. Not that it's ultimately gonna matter that much, but we're gonna try. Fight to the bitter end, take as many of them with us as we can. Am I out of magic? Yep.
Putrid. Come here.
Man, no, we didn't stand a chance in hell, but... Okay, their general is dead or shattered? Well, he's not here anymore. That's the important bit. Problem is, all these guys have spears too, so it's not like I can like effectively deal with them. Like whenever any of my larger things run into them, they just get shot up. Wonder if we can make it back to the cat. Wow, it's not gonna matter.
Inquisitor Hammer Shield. X2. Bits for hype.
Do you think we'll ever see a return of Alcazar as a Tomb King? No. It is crucial to the Tomb Kings as a design, in my opinion, that Alcazar remains dead. Alcazar is ultimately he's a very interesting character who has a lot of power and was a very important character in the lore, but a critical aspect of his story is his death. And the thing about Alcazar is he was never given his burial rights. Alcazar was never properly prepared to be a tomb. He can't be a Tomb King because he was never buried. He never was like prepared by a lich priest to turn into a Tomb King. That's a very deliberate process that has to be performed after you die. Alcazar didn't get that. He literally died. He fell into an ocean and he fell into a river and drowned. And his corpse was discovered by Caden, and Caden just kind of like buried him under a tomb. This shit always happens, and it's so annoying if you're playing on very hard or legendary. When you send a legendary lord into one of the realms of chaos, one of the other factions will inevitably end up being like, hey,
A toast.
we're gonna invade since you don't have an army. And it's more difficult because we don't have walls. Have I read the latest Nurgle Battle Tome? Yes, I thought it was really good. I think it's good. I was very disappointed that there was not any, I was very disappointed that there was not any pestigors. But, you know, it is what it is. Rot Glor... Oh, this is our last army ability. Yo, give me that. Rot Glorious Rot. Deals 63 to 125 damage per second for 18 seconds and can infect up to 5 units. Damn. Yeah, I'll do that.
Nurgle's pestilent cause would benefit.
Dude, that's a redeem. We got Typhus. Hi, Skeleton. How you doing? Someone wants to name a unit. Let's do another unit. Forsaken. Peats. Putrid. howls. Who is the coolest Chaos Lord? Oh, I already answered that. Who's your favorite Lizardman legendary lord from the lore point of view? Krokar. Krokar has an amazing... Tanwin. Tanwin's my favorite Lizardman from a lore point of view. Which campaign do I enjoy the most? Gorok. Gorok has... In my opinion, Gorok has the only fun Lizardman campaign. The rest are the rest of them are close to being fun, but they're missing that little spice. You know, they're just missing a little something. How often do the Chaos Gods start cults within corrupt fight against greenskins? Very rarely. Greenskins are not susceptible to cults, really. That being said, the Dark Gods occasionally will have members like cultists or something that will manipulate greenskins into helping them out by kind of like playing them against one another. That can happen pretty often, like more often than you would probably suspect. But there's never been a Chaos Worshipping greenskin that I've been aware of in fantasy. Can you fight the survival battle without your legendary lord? I think so, because there's no like unique speech. How have I been enjoying it? Very much. It's fun. Not even Oxiodal. Oxiodal is very, very, very close to being very, very, very good. But he's just not quite there. He's just missing just that little bit of extra. I do like his campaign. Granted, I'm super biased because I'm in it, which is like a huge privilege, and I'm still very appreciative of CA for doing that. It's beyond my wildest dreams to have a cameo appearance in a Warhammer game. But that doesn't mean that I'm just gonna like pretend it's like great when it's not. They should have made it Lizardman XCOM, and I really hope there isn't a point where they will go back and fix it, because it should be Lizardman XCOM, just like Mandalore said. Okay, we're gonna change our position a little bit so I can actually hit him. He's behind that forest. Yeah, and for those who are like, what the hell is he talking about? If you play a campaign with Oxiodal, you start with the how did I name him? I think he's the Oracle of the Sacred Plaques, or the Seeker of the Sacred Plaques. They asked me if I were going to name a Lizardman character, what would I name it? And I told them that's the name I would use. Because I figured, at the time that it like kind of came up, I figured it would be a Skink Oracle, so that was the name I gave. And then the part they caught me off guard with was the trait, because it had a unique trait that talks about the Troglodyte being named Chloe, which is my dog, which was very sweet. And super unnecessary, but I deeply appreciated it. Who is the oldest being alive on the entire Warhammer planet? The oldest entity we know of in Warhammer Fantasy is either the Celestial Dragon Emperor or Krakenrock the Black. Which Krakenrock the Black is the father of the Dragon Ogre race. He's Kolek Suneater's dad. And he is a contemporary of the Celestial Dragon Emperor, so they've both been around a very, very long time. Why am I just sitting there? Because I have artillery. Not Croak? No. No, Kolek Suneater was like already around before Croak showed up. The dragons had owned the planet for a very long time before the old ones popped up and were like, oh, hey, this is ours now. He was trying to wait me out, but he's like, oh, he has artillery, and he's still throwing crap at me, so I guess I need to go fight him. To which I say, yes, come fight me, you little jerk.
The perfect plague.
Do we know of any interactions between... We don't know much about the Celestial Dragon. So the Celestial Dragon Emperor's name, for anyone curious, is Xin Yang. And we do not know a ton about Xin Yang. Like, we know that he is, like, active. Like, we know his name. We know that he has a very strong affinity for, like, the lore of heavens and, like, celestial magic. He's able to utilize pretty much all magic, but he's definitely got an affinity for it. As for, like, what his life was like before the old ones, we don't know any specifics. We know that he's very, 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 very old. And he seems to have been born, he seems to be in the same age bracket as... Man, that was actually kind of terrifying looking. It's just like a rip in reality, the super shadow spell. Like, dang, that's spooky. But, we do know that the Celestial Dragon Emperor was born in an area where modern-day Cathay now rests. Like, his whole focus on Cathay is because that's always been his home, like, as long as he can remember. Which is a really, really long time. He's always been here. And we know that he did not consider the old ones an enemy. He tolerated the old ones and they tolerated him. I imagine there were like small conflicts between them, but Xin Yang seemed to take a very keen interest in the humans that the old ones created. And the old ones allowed him to like live, and they allowed him to hang out in where they settled down a lot of the early humans, which I do think goes to show that they seem to trust him, or think that he was someone worth, having around. Because when shit hit the fan and the old ones died, and suddenly left all their creations without any defense whatsoever, Xin Yang could have just walked away. Like, he could have just been like, well, sucks to suck, and moved on. But he didn't. Like, he actively did what he could to, like, save the humans and protect them from the predations of chaos, which he did not need to do that. And, most creatures, especially dragons, would not have. But he did. So, like, he seems to have had a little bit of a soft spot for the humans, if nothing else. But, like, who knows? It's hard to say what all that means, What I'm saying is the old ones gentrified the planet. That is not what I said. However, that I'm just gonna leave that. I'm just gonna leave that. I just work here.
written.
Rose in Despair, thanks for the hydrate. Thank you very much. Random lore fact about Karl Franz. Here's a lore fact about Karl Franz I bet none of you knew. Unless you've been keeping up very much with Cubicle 7. Karl Franz is married.
What?
Not only is Karl Franz married, he has a son. Who he has, as of this moment, I think disowned. Due to reasons. Also, he has two daughters.
X300. Great lore talent. I wish the
He's been
DW books
clapping
were
cheeks,
half
man.
as good as you just talking about their lore.
Dr. Vulcan. Some of them are. Not all of them. Now, hold on a second. Let me dig something up to show you guys. Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. Where is it? Hold on, I'll find it. I want to show y'all something really cool. I gotta find the stupid image. Fortunately, it's like way fuck back in this conversation. Ah! Here we go. Alright, so this is going to make you laugh because this artist had a very particular way of drawing faces. So this is supposed to be Karl Franz and his family. I'm just giving you a warning that the artist, I don't think quite stuck the landing on drawing Karl Franz's face. But there's been a lot of different interpretations of Franz's face. But this is actually Karl Franz's family. So that's his wife. He has two daughters. I don't think that's his son. I think that's actually some random attendant of his. And then there's Ludwig Schwarzhelm in the background. Now, I don't know why he looks that way. It's very silly face. The girls look fine. Ludwig Schwarzhelm looks good. I don't know what happened to these two guys. The Crimson Chain. I don't know what happened to them. But yeah, he does have a family unit. Thought y'all would enjoy that. Zongmak, thanks for the stretch. Oh no, we've got the taint of Zinch! Not Zinch's taint!
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Seems that the Habsburgs got reincarnated in the Warhammer world.
I don't know
My
that
goodness.
reference.
The fetid Brewmaster.
Okay, so I don't know where this portal's gonna take me. I think it'll take me. Let's go. Oh geez. Let's go this way.
We move forthwith.
Damn it! We're back where we started. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. We'll make do. Lord Lad is just gonna keep defending our settlement. I don't know how those Kisselites have managed to, I don't know how they've managed to avoid getting infected, but it annoys me very much.
Dr. _Vulcan cheered. X500. If I may ask, how old are Mork and Gore, co-master of lore and stories?
Gork and Mork are intrinsically tied to the Greenskins, which is fine, but the problem with the Greenskins is that they're aliens. We don't actually know where the Greenskins came from. All we know is that one day, fairly late in the old one's grand design, one of their ships came out of space. Like one of their ships like showed up and was like, "Hey, what's up?" And they landed on the planet, and basically they had a bunch of spores on their ship that they didn't realize were on their ship, like the outside of the ship. And these spores were greenskins. So the spores fell off onto the planet and started sprouting greenskins everywhere. And the old ones were like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. And they like desperately tried to stomp out the greenskins by unleashing like their lizardman legions. But the lizardmen couldn't exterminate them because greenskins are very hard to wipe out. Basically, greenskins are an invasive species that one of the old ones really should have checked his luggage before he came to visit, and he didn't. So he accidentally brought home like a fruit that's from a place he visited that was very exotic, and it had some like stuff on it that got out, and creatures started getting born, and then it got really bad. They're an invasive species, essentially. Didn't they retcon that? Nope, that's still how the greenskins showed up in fantasy. The greenskins are not native to the Warhammer planet. They showed up from somewhere else. They're mushrooms. So they're aliens? Well, yeah, but like a lot of races in Warhammer are aliens, to be fair.
When flying your ship to unknown regions, always use protection.
Festering.
Nurgle's pestilent cause would benefit.
It does seem the old ones knew what the greenskins were, because they were aware enough of the greenskins that the millisecond they realized the greenskins were on the planet, they went like all out on these need to be like dealt with now. Ban you! Get out of my chat. Don't ever come back for 600 seconds. Do I think the Demon Prince faction needs some buffs? No. No, God, no. No, his faction is, like, upsettingly strong. No, he does not need buffs. He's just fine. I can assure you. Like, dude's not even playable in multiplayer right now because he's, like, a lot.
I have only a moment to spare between experiments.
Nangan77 cheered. X15. What do we know exactly about the Lunar Empress?
Not a lot. Well, probably more than you think. So, the Moon Empress the Moon Empress's name is oh gosh, it's Shenyang and Li Dao, Yin Yin, Yuan Bo, Zhao Ming, Miao Ying, Shenyang. Oh shit. Yeah, Kuei Yin. Yes, Kuei Yin. So Kuei Yin, the Moon Empress, we don't know a ton about her, but what we do know essentially is that she appeared at some point. Oh, well, yeah, way to tell me when I already know game. Jesus. Dicks. I hate Zinch's Realm, it's so annoying. He's like, oh, look at this path you just took. I'll tell you how it works. What we do know about her basically boils down to that at some point after the Cataclysm, when the Celestial Dragon Emperor gathered up all the humans that lived in his domain and he set himself up as their boss, he met Kuei Yin. And the two of them fell in love, and they recognized one another as equals. Where Shen Yang was very drawn to celestial bodies, but was more focused on like stars and the sun. Kuei Yin was much more an embodiment of the night and the moon. She represents, just as her husband represents Yang, which is masculine and light and very explosive and in your face, Kuei Yin represents that. She represents darkness, secrecy, deception. She's not... It's important to note that in Kislevite culture, Cathayan culture, Yin and the darkness that Yin represents does not mean evil. Darkness is not bad. It just simply is. You know, it's another state of nature. It's not something to like be afraid of, or so that's the symbol we're looking for. We need the purple S. There it is. Okay, so I need to get to this island. How do I get there? So if I go down here, I could go through the double green squiggle. Where's the double green squiggle take me? I don't know. So let's kill one Zinch army.
He's up. Our enemies are
see if it'll give me some answers. Ah, dang, that was not helpful. Not helpful at all. I'm hoping this guy will attack me. I have replenishment on cocaine right now. Let's go ahead and grab Lord of Stench.
Yes, this will aid my studies.
But Kuei Yin is the dragon. She's a very powerful dragon, and she is in charge of the kind of like the ninja slash secret service slash spies culture within Cathay. So she runs this vast network of spies and diplomats and anything that has to do with like countries outside of her realm, or their nation. She is probably quite heavily involved, for various reasons. But she's a very interesting character. We don't have a ton of information about her yet. We do know that just like Shen Yang's favorite child is Miao Ying, Kuei Yin's favorite child is the other one. The Iron Dragon. Who's a better spy lady though, Neferata or the Moon Empress? I have no idea. Scarbrand's where we were. Have I seen Krell? No. No, you do not get kicked out when the rifts close. Like when the rift event is over, you will not be kicked out. It's only if you only get kicked out if somebody finishes the event. Okay, so I know this will take us to where Scarbrand is, which I don't really want to go there, because he's just going to teleport up to where we are. Let's go this way.
Fresh experiment.
Okay. And we still haven't infected Kislev with a disease? What gives? Can I just give them a disease? Yes, I can. How many infections do I have? I have 132.
Cultist of the Plague God.
Just infect them, please. Alright. Good absolute grief. Yeah, I just need to be melting them down as best I can, so that I don't have to worry about them doing stuff. Okay, I'm gonna just decommission you for just a... we're actually okay right now. Who had the better relationship, Dragon Emperor or Vlad? I mean, I don't know anything about the Dragon Emperor's relationship with the Kuei Yin, so I'm gonna say Vlad. Are there any other relationships in lore, relationship between dragons like the one that they have? Well, presumably, we know dragons take lovers, but we don't know a lot of the specifics. There are very, very, very few female dragons that get much attention in the lore, unfortunately. Do I know of many characters that in the end times did not die but could possibly come back in AOS? Yeah, like most of... Hey, we're Ascendant in the Great Game. Nice. Yeah, we are like hilarious. The Lizardmen had a hilarious amount of characters who showed up in the end times but didn't die. Like they either got away or they just didn't like get, like they had a big moment for whatever reason, and then they just didn't show up after that big moment for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't make the rules. So because of that, there's like this whole situation where we don't really know what happened to a lot of the Lizardman characters, and we know that a lot of the Lizardmen escaped. A significant number of Lizardmen escaped the Cataclysm, or the end times, because they just literally peeked out into space.
Battle. The ultimate.
Wait, what? Does that line up with where I thought I would go? Alright, I guess multiple portals could... No! Scarbrand beat us. Yeah, Scarbrand beat us. That sucks. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. Like, the only chance we have of stopping Scarbrand would be if this portal takes us to where Scarbrand is.
This experiment requires speed.
Yeah, Zinch's realm is a bitch. Maybe he'll die. Nah, the AI never loses.
In Koroth's name.
It's Scarbrand. He's got nearly a 20 stack. Like the only way I've ever won Zinch's realm is I have to be the first one that gets there. If I'm the first one that gets there, I can usually beat it before the AI does. But if I get there late, the AI pretty much always gets it first, which sucks. I wish that wasn't the case, but that's just how it be sometimes. Do the sigils reset? I don't know. I think they don't.
Have you brought the Skaven bladders I asked for?
What was that Hannibal Lecter noise that Kugath just made? Time to kick out the ice hobos? You bet. How long can I go for? We can go until turn 75. Yeah, Zeech kicked us, or we got kicked out.
We look upon.
Oh, that sucks. It's like, not only did we get kicked out, but we got kicked out before I could, like, even hop into another rift. Just bad all around. That is a huge bummer. Oh, I could equip the Void Armor, which I actually think is worse than what I'm wearing. Wow, Void Armor is really not that great. Well, it's actually really good on my cultist.
Plague Weaver.
Causing terror is not bad for him. Dragonbane Gem, yo. Kugath, you don't have regen, do you? He does. Engar. No, he does not. Okay. At least not yet.
Nurgle's chosen.
Oh, it's Typhus.
Bring pestilence.
So we have 2 sets of Void Armor, which is not the best. Typhus, we could put into Armor of Silvered Steel, Ogre Blade, Scroll of Shielding is not bad. Am I going to do a video about all the unique buildings in the game? I would love to. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull that off, but I would love to do that. Alright, now the Kislevites are gonna... Now the Kislevites are about to feel some serious pain. Because I am... upsetty spaghetti, as the saying goes. That's a saying. Get out of my house.
Nurgle's love shields us.
Nurglish mutant. Ooh, 15% chance to spread plague? Yo, nice. Kislevites,
My contagion.
you are about to have a bad time, son.
The rotting Oxmaker.
God, I've got so many, like, skills and things to pick up still. Ugh.
My most promising reagent. God for deconstruction.
Dr. underscore
Yo, Soul Grinder!
X500. What other named Nurgle Lords do you want to see in the game?
My
Why?
research.
I would like the Glotkin with a Nurgle mortal focus.
Oh, the Glotkin. I have very complicated feelings about the Glotkin. Like, I love the Glotkin, but I do not consider them to be a Warhammer Fantasy army. I consider them to be an Age of Sigmar, or I don't consider them to be Warhammer Fantasy characters, I consider them to be Age of Sigmar characters. Which is not something that I think most people like to hear. I think people hear that and go, what? What are you talking about? Like, why? Why would you say that? But I just... I just don't think they belong in fantasy. Like, the whole thing about them is that they were introduced at the last possible second in Warhammer Fantasy, and they weren't introduced to make fantasy better. That's kind of like the critical thing, is they were very explicitly introduced very late in fantasy's life, and their purpose was to prepare the community for Age of Sigmar. Games Workshop just kind of rushed them out and shoved them out the door so that they could have a big bad ready to go for AOS. They did the exact same thing with Khorne, where they gave us like Scar Bloodwrath, who to me doesn't feel like a fantasy character. He's an Age of Sigmar character who just kind of squeaked his way into fantasy. Like, the only character that appeared in the End Times who I feel this will be interesting. The only character that appeared in the End Times who I feel had enough of an introduction and like had a lot of groundwork laid for them, who I felt, okay, this character makes sense in fantasy, is Gutrot Spume. However, Gutrot Spume almost feels more like a Norskin character that just is Nurgle leaning, as opposed to a Nurgle like super champion. Because if you're going to do champions of Nurgle, the characters that I think you're going to lean on are going to be Epidemius, the Tallyman, who's a demon. Festus the Leech Lord, which Festus the Leech Lord is a Warriors of Chaos character and like the big Nurgle character from Warhammer Fantasy. Honestly, if they were like, hey, like we need to do something with like Nurgle characters, I would much rather them like pull someone back from the dead who's like known but has like an interesting story to them than just like pull out the Glotkin. At least for me personally, I feel like the Glotkin steals too much thunder from the other Nurgle characters. Like, he's so over the top and like ridiculously like sized and skilled that he eats up a freakish amount of the spotlight. Give me Tarmakon, give me Valnir the Reaper, give me Festus or Slugtongue from the Beastmen. I just wouldn't do the Glotkin. I would much rather have like maybe the Magath Riders. There's 3 of those. I don't know how you'd like pick between them, but like one of the Magath Riders would be cool, or Festus or Gutrot Spume would be fine. But like if they're gonna, I don't think they're gonna give as many characters to the God factions as a lot of people want them to be honest. Like, I think they're maybe gonna get like 3 to 4 legendary lords and then 1 to 2 legendary heroes, and that's gonna be it. I think a lot of CA's time is actually gonna go towards developing new races, not like really stacking the races we have like they've been doing in Warhammer 2. I think most of the Warhammer 3 races are going to show up. They're going to get maybe 1 or 2 extra legendary lords, and then they're going to be done. Are the Warriors of Chaos going to get split up? I don't know. There will absolutely be a Warriors of Chaos army. And the Khorne campaign seems to very heavily suggest that the Warriors of Chaos armies will be split up. To have God-specific characters. I don't know how they're gonna fully do it. Like, I don't know if it's gonna be that, like, take Valkia the Bloody, for instance. I don't know if they're gonna come out and say, okay, so when you play Valkia the Bloody, what you're gonna do is you're gonna, when you play Valkia, what you're gonna do is you'll select Valkia, like, you'll go into the Khorne roster, and there's 1 of 2 ways they could do it, right? It'll either be that she's just exactly like Scarbrand, so she has like the exact same tech tree, the exact same mechanics, but she just has like a unique Lord mechanic. Or are they gonna do it where, no, okay, you pick Valkia, and what actually happens is that when you click on Khorne, the characters are then split into warrior characters and demon characters. So when you click on Scarbrand, you have a focus on demon units with a little bit of mortals. And he has like access to the great game mechanic, and he's focused on cultists and all this stuff. But if you play Valkia, you are dealing with like more of a Warriors of Chaos focused roster, with a little bit of demon. And then she has like a tech tree more based on the whatever the reworked Warrior of Chaos tech tree will be, with Warrior of Chaos, heroes, lords, and mechanics. So like they could do it that way. They could do it where you pick the Warriors of Chaos, and then like some of them have god specific themes and focuses, but they're still ultimately considered Warrior of Chaos characters. I mean, there's a lot of different. I don't know if this is actually what I want to do. Like, do I want to hold against these guys out here and just like say, nah, I think it's better to hold in the center still. So yeah, I honestly have no idea. There are a number of different ways they could do it. Oh, but this one doesn't have a tower. Dang. So yeah, I guess I do want to hold. Okay, yeah, I guess I will fight them out here then, to just try and do as much casualties as possible. I don't know how they're gonna do it. I don't think there's a wrong answer. I like there are multiple right ways to do it, and it doesn't ultimately matter to me which one they go with, because I don't think there's like a bad decision, honestly, because it's like, okay, either we make them solo Warrior of Chaos, like they are part of the Warriors of Chaos roster, but you pick a, like, you know, they have access to god mechanics, in which case, okay, cool, so that means that like maybe they'll have like bonuses to diplomacy with Demons of Khorne, and they get bonus allegiance points with Demons of Khorne, so you can literally just start recruiting Demon of Khorne units like almost immediately. So like, you know, no harm, no foul, we're done. Like, you, like, it doesn't matter, is I guess what I'm ultimately trying to say, because regardless of how you play it, they are ultimately going to kind of stay the same. Either way, like, you're going to still have a focus on, you're still going to have a focus on, like, if Valkia is part of the demons of, if she's part of just Mono God Khorne, and there's no separation between demon and warrior, and she does not get access to the full Warriors of Chaos roster, whatever, just make an alliance with the Warriors of Chaos, and you can recruit whatever units you're missing as allies. Or you make her Warriors of Chaos, in which case she might not have access to all the demon units, in which case you just make an alliance with the Demons of Khorne and recruit Demon of Khorne units. Like, it, I don't know, to me it doesn't really matter. I genuinely don't think there's a wrong answer. I think there's just different ways to handle it. But I encourage them to explore their options as best they can and really see what they can come up with. Because I would love to see them really stretch their muscles on it, and show us what they can do. You know what I mean?
Flame sword, ready.
I guess I should spirit leech the general, shouldn't I?
Rot. Power.
Oh boy, here it comes. If it was just these guys, I could definitely win this, but unfortunately it is not.
Swords.
Do you have flaming attacks? No? Like, the best thing I can do is delay him for a little bit, but not long. So probably try and come straight up through the pipe here. So I'll put a barricade just to buy some time. Get some supplies. There you go. Oh, the cycle charging is painful.
of destruction. Slime bearer.
Do the different gods' corruptions have different effects? Yes, they do. I will show you, like, I think Corn corruption, when it gets high enough, like, it causes, like, attrition and some other issues, but it also, like, improves melee attack, and, let's see, it improves melee attack and weapon strength, I think, and then beyond that, it also, I know Nurgle corruption improves growth and something else. But yeah, like back, because I'll fully admit this. Before they showed off, before I knew about the mechanic where you can literally just be like, oh, I'm gonna ally with this army so that I can then recruit units from that army. Before that system was revealed, I was like super anal about like, oh no, they need to have the Warriors of Chaos and the Warriors of Chaos roster, and they need to have the Demons of Chaos and the Demon of Chaos roster. Like, they, you know, Volkia has to be in the Warriors. They can't screw that up, or you know, all that stuff. I used to be like super like about that, but once they revealed that system, it's like, oh, it literally doesn't matter. How do I like Nurgle corruption? It's great. The corruption system is super fun. The demonic corruption is fun enough that I genuinely feel like I want to spread corruption as much as I possibly can, which is a hilarious thing to say. Like, I actively want to spread it as much as possible, because when I am spreading corruption, I am able to get a lot of cool things like cults and stuff. I really hope they rework vampiric corruption at some point, to have kind of a similar taste. I would really enjoy seeing vampiric corruption have a system where, like, oh, you've got high enough vampiric corruption, that means you can start infecting people. Like, you can have a vampiric cult, you know, not a cult, but like you know, like a clandestine vampiric thing, where maybe you can like farm blood kisses from the population, or you can like you know, you can like build up corpse piles in an enemy area, so that when you arrive in that province, you could be like, oh, I'm gonna take control of this by like unleashing a whole bunch of like you know, spooky, nasty you'd have like a large pile of undead to pull from, you know, instead of it just being you know, something a little more mundane. Oh, they're all coming at me from this direction. Well, that's not great. I mean, I guess that's good, but I wish I hadn't took down my tower. Please die, you accursed sleds. Thank you, Jesus. All right. I have enough money to turn this into that, so I'm going to, because that'll give me a leadership up. Into them. We're definitely gonna die, but we're taking as many of them with us as we can. We beat the absolute hell out of one of these armies. I know it's a long shot, but they're gonna put Jade Bloodlines in. I think there is a very high chance. Oh, never mind, I'm about to lose all these. That you will see something related to the Jade Bloodlines. I don't know what. I don't know when. I don't know how. But I think that you will see them represented in some fashion. I don't know if it's gonna be like a legendary lord, or maybe just like, maybe they're just gonna have like a cutesy, like, maybe they'll add a new lord to the like, oh, you've got enough blood kisses, you can unlock a vampiric line. Maybe they'll add the I think that's the best case scenario. I think the best case scenario for the Jade Vampires would be to add the Jade Vampires as like one of the bloodlines you can recruit once you have enough blood kisses that give you like unique faction-wide buffs. I think that would be really, really cool. To really like make them feel like they're part of the vampire counts and all that stuff. I think it would be a good time. Bora EC, how you doing? So after I saw the Scarbrand campaign intro, I was wondering what Scarbrand meant when he said, keep your skull, give me the bear, one skull for the throne, the rest are mine to collect. What Scarbrand is saying is he's telling the advisor that when he says, keep your skull, give me the bear, he's telling the advisor, keep your skull, as in, I'm not going to take your skull. I will take the bears instead. And then the second phrase, when he says, one for the throne, the rest are mine to collect, he is saying that he will harvest the bear god's skull and give it to Khorne for the skull throne, so that Khorne will like forgive him and allow him to come out of exile, and then Scarbrand will finally be free to once more lead Khorne's legions and harvest the rest of the skulls in the world. That's what he means.
Alchemical and biological wonders.
I love your wonders, Kugath. All right, Kugath, we got work to do. Oh. There were Tzeentch forces hiding in ambush. I'm going to kill them. Wow, he has 4 units of flamers and 3 exalted pink horrors? Good grief. Yeah, I can go to turn 75. I'll double check. Let's see. Where's that damn email? There it is. Yep, turn 75.
Kugath, plague.
So the question is, do I start right up in his face in the hopes of, like, bum rushing him? Yeah, I think so. Because, like, everything he has requires lots of shooting. Oh, we got it, chat! We've got a Defiler boy! Isn't he gorgeous? Just a big old boy. Nurgle seems unfun to play. Hey man, you're entitled to your opinion. I don't agree with it, but you're entitled to it. I actually find Nurgle to be pretty enjoyable.
Worshipper of disease!
I mean, I'm playing on the difficulty just below Legendary, so I'm playing on very hard instead of Legendary very hard. And I'm having a really good time with it. It's definitely very slow and methodical, but I enjoy it. Alright, we're gonna have to, like, immediately bum rush. Go, 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 go!
Cultist of the Plaguefather!
Go, 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 go!
Corruption is
Soul Grinder and
salvation.
Kugath, focus those flamers.
Nurgle's command. The perfect play.
Just gotta survive, like, the initial onslaught.
Father's sacred servant! In despair's name!
Summon reinforcements!
I spread pestilence!
A new build.
Alright, we've got him shut down.
Yes. Kugath, repositioning.
We've got him under control.
Fox, plague, and pus. So be it. My experiment succeeds.
Exalted Plague Bearers! We got the gross swords.
Nurgle's
I don't appreciate your nasty ass spells, son.
My studies.
Cut them open! All hail! Decay!
God's power. Kugath, plague. Yes. The love of Nurgle.
Yeah, I mean, there is a faction for everyone. Like, I do not think it will be possible. Well, I'm sure someone will prove me wrong, but it's gonna be very difficult to open Total War Warhammer 3 and not have an army that you're just like, I love this so much. Like, you're like, man, I really hate playing with infantry. I hate how they get knocked over. I wish I just had, like, some infantry chaff, and then I had just an army of nothing but big guys. Boom, ogres. Or, man, I just, like, really like crazy amount of shooting and magic. Like, I just wish I could just focus on that and have an army that doesn't rely so much on, like, having to deal with, like, cavalry and infantry garbage. Boom, you got Zinch. Oh, man, I really like being super fast and outflanking my opponent and ripping them apart and moving faster than they can respond and, like, really screwing with them. Boom, you got Slanesh. Like, oh man, I wish I could just, like, group my army together and just right-click on the enemy and laugh as I win. Boom, you got Khorne. Man, like, I really like Gunpowder, and I wish I could have, like, an Empire-focused faction, but I wish I could have, like, more consistent monsters. Boom, you got Cathay. You know, and like, and you're still gonna get all the factions you know and love from the prior games in here, in less than a year. I don't know exactly when we're gonna get them for sure, but it'll definitely be less than a year, unless something horrible happens. But I am going to knock on wood, and you should too. Don't want to be on a Rotfly, or do I want to be on a Palanquin? think I'll wait for the rotfly. Alright, but now I can finally turn my attention to all these pains in my asses. Alright, so the City of Splinters is having a bad time. Let's do a bonus 5 infections per turn. Because I do like infections. I need one more tech. Let's do Kislevian infect or Rancid Aloe building. That.
An aid to the plague crusade.
Oh no, I want that. Yeah, that's like a really good building. Yeah, I'll do
The
that.
rot horde would grow stronger. Infect.
Yo, plus 10% success chance? That's pretty sexy.
Infect.
Alright, we'll save the rest of our money. Great White Winter wants a lore fact on Nurgle. Cheers, Jin, good to see you. Probably the best... Ah, man, what's a good lore fact on Nurgle I've talked a lot about?
I've seen the Garden of Blight. You know.
Probably...
For the
That's actually tricky. What is a good lore fact about Nurgle? Ooh. I want that sword. Damn it. Dude, we are being like full on invaded. Can you see the map? So here's the map. You've got the Chaos Waste starting up here, swinging around all the way back up to here. Cathay is when you cross these, cross this little line of mountains right here. All of this is Cathay. The Great Wall, the Great Bastion is right over here. Then down below Cathay, you've got the Ogre Kingdoms, which is this big old stretch of mountains right here. And then south of the Ogre Kingdoms, you've got the Darklands, which is right here. And then next to the Darklands, you've got the mountains, World's Edge Mountains, which is right here. And then next to the World's Edge Mountains is Kislev up here. And then below Kislev is the Empire with just a little bit of Sylvania. And outside of that, all of this over here is Marienburg. Marienburg is very big on this map. And then right here is Norska. And that's it. No donut? No donut. Not right now. I'm sure the donut will return, though. Don't worry.
specimens required. Make them rot.
Don't run from me, you little shit.
Specimen. We spread disease.
Why am I taking... Oh, he invoked the motherland, little bastard.
Plague ridden.
Bloodport is not ready for siege. Oh gosh, and I can't move this guy because he's unable to move because he's spreading disease right now. Ah! And all my damn heralds keep dying.
You have rejected Grandfather Nurgle's embrace for the last time.
Peace tree with Kairos? Yeah, sure. For the main campaign, if another faction defeats a demon prince before you, do you have to go kill that faction? No, you have to go back to the realm of chaos and get it yourself. Once you have to go collect all of your own souls. You cannot steal them from another faction. Is there a reason why Nurgle's minions have bells in their weapon or character designs? There is a reason, but I'm not sure what it is off the top of my head. Like, I don't know what the logic is behind the aesthetic. Like, what a bell has to do with all of the Nurgle stuff. There's definitely a reason to it. Like, it's a very conscious choice by GW to have the, like, crazy hardcore bell aesthetic. But I'm not sure, like, what, like, the nitty-gritty discussion is behind that.
Shield us.
Yo, body counter, nice. Well, being a Nurgle line, I do like to count. It's true.
Carry me onward. Sickliness is next to godliness.
How did this... Did Kislev sell their settlement? Because it looks like they damn well did. Because there definitely were not any ogres there earlier. Yeah, I need you to go... I don't see any dwarf agents. Who else is he at war with? Oh my god, I have so many missions. He's at war with the Ice Court. There, okay, I will definitely find enemies in the Ice Court. Go to the Ice Court. Find an Ice Witch and kill her. Yeah, like, it probably has to do with, like, churches or the way they would, like, announce the dead or, like, plague scenarios in the old days. Ooh, Deadeye. More ammo, please.
It will supplement my
And also let them shoot faster. So now we can summon 2 units of Plague Bearers. Low Seeker. This little guy leveled up. Another point specialist. I want you to go help deal with the dwarf situation. Kugath's got a pretty good disease on him. Lardlat's got a pretty good disease on him. I could send... Yeah, I think we'll do that. I'm going to create a cultist with Boobos. That.
Cultist of the plague.
Oh dang it, I could have summoned it on Kugath. That's fine. Whatever. I could make Kugath not move for 2 turns, but he'll heal a whole bunch. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So he won't be able to move for 2 turns, but he's going to heal like an assload of health.
Nurgle's grace.
At least he should. Oh, do I need to actually? Oh, dang it! I have to be in a healing stance, and I can't do that right now.
Chosen.
My movement's been disabled, so I can't change stance. Great, perfect, lovely, awesome.
I must find
Thanks,
my
game.
dreams.
That's dumb. Yeah, whatever, we'll live. Bug report? Well, I don't know if it's so much a bug, but they definitely need to add a tooltip. Ah. Man, again, thanks for the hydrate. Wow, that's 48 minutes ago, but whatever.
I hope to remedy that. Good.
Do greater demons or other demons of chaos ever betray their respective chaos god for another? Not their god, but they'll betray, like, each other for various reasons. If we're at full health, we might stand a chance. By auto-resolve, he's gonna take, like, very few casualties, whereas if I fight it myself, I could actually damage him a bit. Sure, we'll make him work for it. Is the twin-tailed comet just a comet, or is there more to it than that? No, there's way more to it than that. The twin-tailed comet is not just a comet. It is a celestial body that deeply heralds significant events are coming to pass. I mean, it heralded the birth of two gods, being Sotek and Sigmar, which is pretty wild. Just a reminder, guys, we will be playing Kairos tomorrow. Just a heads up. Alright, I've got quite a bit of magic to work with. Dwarfs are pretty slow, and they're only attacking us from 2 angles. Like, I could build up this tower and let it just reap as much of a tally as it can. We're going to do that. And then we're going to try and figure out which angle the dwarves are going to come up. LVO going to start soon? I don't think the LVO doesn't start until midnight, right? Or 1 hour from now? Coming from both sides. So let's focus this side. Since I know I'll be able to... I should be able to beat this one little thing. What are my expectations from a lore perspective for the Naga Queen? My expectations for the Naga of Koresh, if they end up doing them, which I really hope they do, is that they are going to be, or they should be, a race that focuses... I want them to be one of the primordial races. We've had a lot of, like, primordial races make small cameos, or feature a little bit as like a antagonist, but they're like the last of their species or something. Something I would really like to see with the Naga of Koresh would be to let them be truly one of the original races of Warhammer Fantasy. Like one of the races that was here first before pretty much anybody else, save for like, you know, like up there with the dragons and stuff. But unlike a lot of those races who were like super powerful and reasonable and stuff, yeah, I would have them be very similar to the Famir, except for they survived and they thrived. Because the thing about most of the races that are like the Famir is that they're all like pretty much dead. You know, they're all races that have been slowly but surely beaten down over millennia until there's very little left of them. And they've been like pretty much wiped out. I would love for the Naga of Koresh to be a new spin on that, where no, they thrived because of the deal they made with Chaos, because we know they're a Chaos worshipping race. We know that they're supposed to be pretty old, and that they're really big into blood rituals and sacrifice, and they like hunt men in underneath the jungle canopy, like men like to think they can hunt animals. And I just have this like awesome mental image of this race that, where most of the races that made bargains with Chaos did so out of desperation. And it's like come back to bite them in the butt pretty hard. Oh, not them, not these guys. No, these guys like made the best out of that deal. And they have learned how to genuinely like become something truly terrifying. And like have mastered their place in the world. Because there's really no Chaos Empire that I feel does necessarily a great job with that dynamic. That is like an old race, you know, like the Dragon Ogres are very, very few. Like there's a very limited number of them. Same thing for pretty much any of those races. And I would just love to see the idea of like, yeah, no, these guys, they're still around, and they're like even scarier than your wildest dreams. Like they're way worse than you thought. Because I just think there could be so much good storytelling done with that. Where like, not that like Chaos has like made them good per se, or like allowed their life to be easy, but like although they transformed into something truly terrible, they are the dominant species in their world, you know, and they're part of everything.
Right.
And those dwarves are hustling. I think there's a lot you could do there. What do I think Naga's tier 5 units and monsters they could be should they become a race? I don't know enough about Southeastern culture, I feel, to answer that question faithfully. I think if you want a good idea on like what should be done for a Koresh focus culture, or culture focus, I would highly recommend checking out, there's a Reddit thread that is often put up by a team of people that are actually like from that part of the world, who have been visualizing their own interpretation of what the Naga would be like. And I think there's a lot of beautiful lessons to be learned from their take. Because that's the thing with the Warhammer races, right? It shouldn't just be what random mythological monster can I think of to fit this. There's also a culture that you're basing that race on. Because like one of the coolest things about Warhammer Fantasy literature and lore is that the vast majority of the time a race is going to draw heavy inspiration from some part of the world. You know, it's not gonna simply just be, oh, what fantasy creature of the week would be really, really cool with this. Like you gotta think a little further ahead than that, which I think is really cool, and is like the most important thing that you would need to observe. Especially because Southeast Asia has some like absolutely freakish and mind-boggling monsters. And they also have like a lot of really significant cultural things when it comes to like warfare that they could pull on to make a truly amazing faction that has some just really inspired designs and really spooky artwork and just all the things that we know and love, you know? Thoughts on a Snotling faction? Nah, not in fantasy. So a Snotling faction would be too much. Like, you can make a Snotling Blood Bowl team because it's Blood Bowl, but I don't think you can make a Snotling Warhammer Fantasy faction and have it make any remote sense whatsoever. That's as the Brits like to say, that's taking the piss a little too hard. And that would be like making like a, that'd be like making like a halfling faction. Like it's just not meant to be like that. Snotlings are not intelligent creatures. Snotlings are like so painfully stupid it defies explanation. Like they are a great part of a greenskin army, but they are never meant, nor never were meant, to be a part of anything like bigger than that, you know? Oh geez, that's a lot of, that's a lot of Dawi coming our way. Well, it was a valiant effort. And at least he is infected by disease. You just pictured an evil chaos gnome? Funny you mentioned that. There are actually gnomes in Warhammer Fantasy thanks to the recent updates to a lot of the old lore that Cubicle 7 has been doing in collaboration with Games Workshop. They've actually been doing a very, very good job filling out the world and adding in a lot of the really, really old races that like used to exist in Fantasy but don't anymore. The most notable among them being the probably the gnomes, but the gnomes are pretty interesting actually, because not only are they like they're basically halflings that are way more sinister and can use magic.
500. Did goblins also come along with the space orcs, and if not, why do they work so much with the orcs if their
Yeah,
enemies are losing?
so greenskins came from the whole space incident. And greenskins are orcs, goblins, snotlings, and squigs. Orcs, goblins, squigs, and snotlings are all the same species. And also half-orcs. I don't actually know what half-orcs are, to be honest. From what I've... Oh, and hobgoblins. From what I've heard, it sounds like half-orcs are like a... like something that's between a goblin and an orc, because when you say half orc with D&D you think, oh, half human, half orc, but I don't think that's what they are. I hope that's not what they are, because that would make absolutely zero sense. Yeah, they made a mention of the centaurs in one of the Warhammer the Old World posts. We don't know a lot of specifics though.
Another wretched foul-lizard thing joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek.
Half-orcs are just gonna be cruel boys renamed for fantasy? Hey, I'd be fine with that, honestly. If they wanted to be like, hey, there are these orcs that are like very goblin-y, in their like size and abilities, and they're like very spooky and they stick to swamps, and like, you know, be the, you know, like hint hint wink wink, they are
Cultist of the...
Oh, wait, I have an alliance with these guys?
Nangan 77 cheered. X25.
Oh, that's
Any idea
complicated.
about future Kislev DLC?
That's mine. Oh my god.
One Slaughtermaster, boys.
Now I gotta wait for like 10 turns before I can take it back. God damn it. Man, Kislev like did a very efficient job of screwing me over. I need to invade across the Sea of Chaos and start messing people up, because this is not going well. Outpost available? Wait, who do I have an outpost with? Oh, the Magathkin? Oh, the Crimson Skull!
Embodiment of fear.
Yo, we could get some Core Knight units? That would be kind of nice, not gonna lie. Getting some, like, Flesh Hounds to give us some fast units. Naomi, how you doing? And thanks for the bits, guys. Any idea about a future Kislev DLC? Ungoals. Ungoals with a DLC that revolves very heavily around a Warhammerified Baba Yaga. Give it to me. Everybody has outposts. Everybody has outposts. Beastmen have outposts. Everybody has the outpost system. No one is disqualified from building an outpost. It's awesome.
Specimens required. I must restock.
Alright, I'm gonna crush you, then I'm gonna focus on healing. The Baba Yaga Witch is an Ungol thing? Yes. So like, give me Ungol units, give me Frost Fiends, which are like terrifying ice bat creatures that are like big. Not like Terrorgeist big, but they're big. Give me the Lore of Hags on Hag Mothers, which is the Lord level version, and then Hag Witches, which is the hero level version. Give me
The Poxfather.
Give me Indrika as a mount option, which are reindeer from Kislev that have the ability to cause avalanches by like smashing, like stomping their feet and making a lot of noise. And they're like really intelligent and awesome. That way Katerin can get her stupid damn chariot. Where's my ice sled?
Nurgle's pestilent blue mask.
Where is it, CA? Where is my ice sled pulled by reindeer?
Kugath, Plague Weaver. Infection is inevitable. Yes.
Our father's sacred servant.
The perfect plague. My experiment succeeds. The love of Nurgle.
Oh, I can summon 3 units of Plague Bearers. Oh. Oh, lovely. Go have fun, Nurglings. Bears over sled? No. Not for Katerin. Katerin needs to have, like, a proper ice sled that invokes her tabletop mini. The current nonsense she has now is unacceptable.
Kugath, Plague Weaver. Fox, Plague, and Pus. Plague Weaver, moving.
Man, that thing's fast.
Bringer of sickness.
Wait till they're just a little closer. Make yourselves useful.
Decay Lord Cultist. The rocks.
Bear sled, it seems like the best you're gonna get. Oh, you grossly underestimate the nightmares I am capable of, my friend. Trust me. Just give me time, chat.
Unspeakable proxies.
Good things happen to those who wait and complain incessantly.
Nurgle's command. Kugath, Plague Weaver. A new brew.
Praise the Flydo.
The perfect plague. Kugath, Plague.
Inglorious Josh, Yeah, I mean they do. Yeah, they do have a lot of. They do have a lot of hybrid stuff. That is very true.
My experiment succeeds.
Praise the Earth, Father.
The love of Nurgle. Yes. Grandfather asks it.
Disease is a boon.
The perfect plague. Kugath, plague weaver. Nurgle's the pox father.
Cleanliness is blasphemy.
Very well. Kugath repositioning. Nurgle's pestilent brewmaster. Slaughter them. Infection is inevitable. I know.
I'm a concept artist. You could tell me if this makes sense. Made a chaos faction based on a god I created, god of indifference, emotionlessness, and natural death transition. Name is Thanril. He's a giant skeleton thought to be starved to death by the other chaos gods, but woke up because of the maelstrom. So generally when it comes to like Warhammer Fantasy and like creating a character or a god even, like there's really no like wrong answer. Technically pretty much anything you want is viable with very, very, very few exceptions. The Warhammer world is, I think in a good way, very open-ended. And there tend to be very few, like, super hardcore rules. Generally, the only times that you tend to run into very specific rules is when you're trying to mess with, like, a character who's already established. Or something that has already been written about extensively. But, like, if you're adding in a new god, yeah, do whatever, dude. There are countless chaos gods, technically. Just a lot of them are so small that they're just, like, not that significant to, like, the grand scheme of things.
Ingredients.
What size unit is this game balanced around? It's balanced around ultra and large.
Kugath, a Plaguefather. This will infect so many.
Oh, we can finally get a locus. Oh my god, dude. Locus of fecundity. Oh yeah, just give me that heal, dude. Who's calling me?
I must
Hello?
fine-tune my plagues.
Okay, bye. Excuse me for just a sec. Un momento, chat. I gotta grab something real quick. I gotta assist someone. Give me just a sec.
Nurgle's grace preserved us.
Okay. Would someone in chat be willing to double check for me? The Games Workshop event starts in 50 minutes, right? To kill 3 units, the game thinks I'm gonna lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units. Good grief. Snoop Nash. Skargoth's Asylum, there's a Sarome Gate no one else knows about. I don't know.
Kugath,
I have not read Skargoth's Asylum yet. The only realm gate that I know about in regards to like his asylum is the one getting into it. I haven't read anything about. I haven't read anything about. I have not read anything yet about something like that.
The perfect plague.
What GW bit? The Las Vegas Open is today. So Games Workshop is going to be revealing a lot of what they've been working on and a lot of what they're going to be revealing over this next year, or at least for the next few months. And we're going to watch it live together.
Infection is inevitable.
Kugath looks like he's just having a grand old time. Who's my favorite Chaos God in the lore? My favorite Chaos God from a lore perspective is Nurgle. I'm a big Nurgle boy.
Kugath, plague. Right decay.
Ooh! Kugath, that was dirty.
Praise the Father.
How is Kairos unable to perceive the present? So the way Kairos' sight works is that Kairos can see the future, right? But the problem with Kairos' future sight is that Kairos sees every possible future. So when Kairos is dealing with situations, his determination of what's going to happen is very heavily skewed by how fast things are happening. So for instance, if Kairos is in a solo conversation with you, and you and him are just having a casual chat, it is fairly easy for him to figure out what you're gonna say. Because there's not that many things going on at once. And he probably knows what you're going to say before you're going to say it, because he can see the future. And because he can direct his full attention to it, he can actually he can pick apart the strands of fate and figure out which one is going to happen. However, if Kairos is fighting in a battle, there are billions of potential things of like, when is someone gonna dodge? Is someone gonna jump? Is someone gonna parry? Is someone gonna like just do all these crazy things? So depending on what future they pick, Kairos has to try and react to that. But the future is, there are so many possible futures that are changing so quickly in a combat scenario that Kairos has a very difficult time trying to suss out which one is the right one. So often he can't, which is why he's absolutely miserable in close combat. He can't defend himself because he can't figure out which future is the one that's going to happen. He's just kind of like taking pot shots in the dark and hoping that he can like throw his staff in the way of an incoming attack. But he's a lot more skilled at dealing with enemy wizards, because by dealing with enemy wizards, he actively has to like, wizards take time, right? The vast majority of sorcerers, even like the best sorcerers, generally cannot just spit out a spell. There's a good moment where they kind of have to think about it. They got to consider their options, and even when they're going to cast the spell, there's a little bit of like a build up in order to be like, okay, I'm going to do this spell, which means I have to make this hand gesture and I need to like say these words, etc. So that gives Kairos enough time to formulate a response. But yeah, Kairos does not see the singular truthful future. He sees every possible future, and then he's got to figure it out. Is it normal that Kairos' head calls the other brother? Yes. Despite the fact that Kairos Fateweaver was technically one entity before his head split, his heads are on two different wavelengths. They argue a lot. They don't share a brain. I do like upkeep reduction.
The rot horde would grow stronger.
How long till I can declare war on him without getting in trouble?
Gristle for the gorges.
8 turns? I don't really have that many important allies. Fuck it. I need that city back.
The Plague Weaver.
I don't have time to be nice. Whoop. Oh shit, I didn't mean to get rid of that one. Damn it. So from my understanding, Archaon is just a dude in that all of his power comes from magic items. Kind of, not entirely. I mean, he's still... that is not technically true. Archaon has a lot of strength and power coming from his like personal coming from his own body. Like, he was a very well-trained, strong, prime of his youth Sigmarite Templar before he fell to Chaos. And after he fell to Chaos, hey, Commissar Azura, how you doing? Commissar, have you come to embrace the joyous fecundity of Grandfather?
The perfect plague.
Alright, we're just gonna have our characters deal with this.
Come, children. This day is ours. A glorious day of bloody experimentation. Yes! The Plaguefather!
Inside.
Unspeakable toxins! The love of Nurgle!
Dude, you know what? You know what I'm most excited for with this game, honestly, is co-op. The new co-op stuff is like, it's so good, dude. It's so painfully good. Oh, perfect timing.
I can kill you! The perfect play!
Like, I am so excited to show y'all all of the co-op stuff. Because it's mind-blowing, dude.
Infection is inevitable. A new brew.
Rancid visitations! What's the new co-op stuff? I can't talk to you about it yet, unfortunately. I would love to just start talking about it, but I can't yet. It's still under embargo. I mean, knowing CA, like, it's probably all leaked on Reddit already, but, you know.
Cleanliness is blasphemy! The Plague Lord's servant!
Nurgle's pestilent Loremaster. Pox, plague, and pus.
Who wants a boil?
Experiment succeed.
Everyone in chat, raise your hand if you would like a big, beautiful, sloppy kiss from this thing. I know you all want it. Wow. So gooey. Delicious.
All hail decay!
Nurgle's command.
Dude, Kugath's shooting is just obliterating these poor guys. I'll try anything once, I guess. Ooh, that's a dangerous attitude. I mean, I commend you, don't get me wrong, but, man, that'll get you into some trouble.
Kugath, plague,
Forward!
the perfect plague.
Bro, Kugath, what are you shooting at? Oh, oh! Close. We'll give you, we'll give you, like, most points.
Plague sword, ready. Yes. Very well.
Grant decomposition!
Do the thing. Oh, he did the kick! Check out this magic trick, Nobblers. Wow, those Nobblers are like, get out of there, man! Get out of there!
Corruption is salvation.
Who else wants some?
The love of Nurgle. Record infections. On the move. Cowards.
Anything in particular I'd like to see for AOS this year? I would like them to finish the damn Beastman stuff that they keep teasing my dick with, frankly. Like, I want my Pestigores and my Corngors. I am tired of them teasing it. I just want them to just do it and get it over with. I don't appreciate being, I don't like being edged for as long as Games Workshop likes to do it. Who's heavier, Kugath or Greasus? Definitely Kugath. Like, listen, Greasus is a big boy, but Kugath is larger, notably larger than Greasus is.
Worshipper of disease, our father's sacred servant.
Kugath, plague.
Ogres are gonna be fine, my dude. Ogres are gonna be just fine. Don't you worry about them.
Decay Lord Cultist!
They Taliban. Festa. Pass.
I think the outpost system is a little too broken. I disagree. The outpost system does have some drawbacks. The first being that you can only use it on someone that is at least a they have to at least be a defensive ally. After that, they have to have a unoccupied. They have to have a capital settlement that does not have an outpost already in it.
Praise the earth!
So, like, you can't just, like, spam them unless you just have, like, an insane amount of territory. Furthermore, you, in order to get access to them, you then have to build an outpost in that settlement, which at minimum will cost you 3,000 gold, and you'll have a very limited selection of units, usually just their absolute bitch tier units. And that's all you could do as a defensive ally. In order to recruit more units, you have to become at least a military ally to then upgrade your outpost to level 4 or level 2, which is like 4,000 gold. And then you can upgrade to level 3, which is like 5,000 gold. So it's pretty expensive. Furthermore, the units you recruit not only cost money, but they also are worth ally points. So you have to like be generating ally points in order to get them, which ally points are pretty expensive. Allied units can be very expensive in allied points, so you have to be like dedicating a good amount of attention and resources to making sure that like your allies are happy. Because if your allies aren't happy, then you're not going to be getting anything done. Furthermore, you have to deal with, so on top of all that, you also have to deal with issues regarding do this one and then that. Furthermore, you also have to deal with that those units cost upkeep, they're expensive, and while they do join your armies, you don't get any bonuses for them. So whatever units that you pick, you don't get any upgrades for them at all. Like, you can't reduce their upkeep, you can't improve their stats, none of your red tree skills will affect them, none of your agents will affect them, unless you have like very specific abilities for mercenaries. It's not going to do anything. So you have to fulfill all those conditions. And if you have all those conditions under your control, then you can recruit units from an allied army, but you can only have, I think it's 4 mercenaries per army. My friend got a PC, and I'm warhammering his brain. Am I proud of you? Yes, I am. Good job. Well done. Be proud. I am proud. So proud. So, I mean, there are a lot of limits on the system. The biggest being that you just can't have an infinite army of them. Which, like if you look at Kugath, when I open the mercenary menu, yeah, you can only have 4 allied units per army. So, you know, it's not the easiest thing to exploit, to be honest. All right, Katerin, where are your agents? I need to kill an agent for a mission so I can get like a 6 sword. Whee! Boom. Fresh plague, get your fresh plague here.
Carry me onward.
Yo, Greater Gate of Nurgle. Summon a great unclean one. Oh, baby. We just got the good stuff, chat. The real good stuff.
I must test my contagion.
Yeah, I actually don't know how Bretonnian units will work with that system. Like, are Bretonnians going to charge you full price because you don't have vows? Because if so, Bretonnian mercenaries are going to be horrible. Was that a cultist ability? Yes. Once cultists hit, I think, level 13, they can summon a unit of lesser demons. And then if you put 3 points into their summon demons ability, that you can upgrade it to let them summon a greater demon. Which is awesome.
We spread disease.
Oh, good. They're all infected. Joy upon joy. Oh, and he is doing, Falpus is doing a number on them. Excuse me, Mystified Heroes, where are you? You cracked the code. The real reason why CA made the night system so expensive was for outposts. Who's a bigger glutton, Grom the Paunch or Grease's Goldtooth? I would say Grease's.
That a great experiment.
Whatever. I've already started betraying everybody. What's a little alliance with Zinch isn't gonna hurt at this point.
We have a pact.
Sounds like they used the Goblin voice actor for that. Oh, the Rebels won.
The God Bear's roar is...
The God Bear's roar is imminent, huh? Give me back my house.
Grandfather loves us all. Fitted to master.
It's so nice to have my house back.
The rotting poxmaker.
You know, Kislev, I was gonna be nice, but I'm kind of upset at how poorly you've been treating me. You're a good friend.
It will supplement my foxes.
You two dwarfs. Ooh, Norse infection. Well, I'm not at war with any Norse right now.
It will further.
Did Zinch steal my house? No. I got invaded while Kugath was busy. Oh, I can make a commandment. Miracle. We're gonna reduce enemy time or enemy campaign movement by 20%. I could pay them a little visit. Yeah, 50 is now max level, which is good. You're gonna need it. I'm a mad lad? I guess. What monster or monstrous infantry would I create from scratch for Estalia, Teleria, and Border Princes? None. They don't get monsters. If you don't have Araby as part of the Southern Realms, you don't get monsters. The only kind of monster they would get would be like a singular creature that a character could use for a mount. Like, I would probably just give them like the option between griffins and hippogriffs. Well, other than that, I wouldn't give. They don't get anything. That's why I think Araby should be part of their combo, because with Araby, they would get something. Monster Camel. What do I think of the character mechanics could be for more Chaos characters? Oh god, I don't know, dude. How many people watching will be playing on release? I imagine quite a few. Especially if you have Microsoft Game Pass. Alright, we are going to hold these Dawi at the walls, because we have them hilariously outnumbered until their reinforcements arrive, and my towers are going to make them regret ever being born. You Dwarfs want to play? Then let's play. Okay, we need to switch this around a little bit. Makes me sad that I don't have, like, Kugath or artillery. Because something they've changed, which is actually really cool, that a lot of people don't seem to notice or care that much about, I guess, is that you can actually attack towers with units. So, like, if you have a unit of archers, or a unit of handgunners, or a unit of anything, really, you can attack the enemy as they are approaching you, which allows you to like blow up their towers as they're approaching. Like when I was playing with Cathay or Kislev, I would just shoot the towers as they were approaching. You just blow them up pretty easily. Like if I had some plague drones with death heads, I would absolutely do that. Fortunately, I don't, so I'll have to make do without it. But yeah. Do I want to activate that tower? Sure. Let's put the Death Wizard, like, right there. Okay. Open fire! Let's see if we can kill the Lord.
Expose Magati corpses on Nurgle!
25%. Yeah, the tower arcs are much, much wider. And also, they both shoot 2 shots, and they'll, like, split them if they can't accurately hit the target anymore. One more. Come on, one more big volley. Those dwarf towers move faster than the dwarfs. Ah! If they do, it's not by much. Hee hee. You'll notice, though, because the towers are a lot weaker, you also... Oh. Yeah, you take less damage if yours falls for some reason. But see, look, the volley of death heads just did like 25%. Oh, there's a lot of enemy troops coming on that side. Get over there.
I go.
Plague drones, I'm probably gonna need you over here. Yeah, this is you too. Oh, the Nurgle building heals? Holy crap, that's insanely strong. I did not know that. So the Nurgle obelisk heals you instead of just giving you like melee defense, which is the norm. That is awesome.
Rot. Fester.
Time to play.
Plague sword. Ready.
Bros, guys, just can't let them just run by you. Come on, guys. Gotta try a little harder. Try a wee bit harder. Holy mother of dwarfs. You stay on the wall. Keep them firing. Same for you. And we're going to start falling back towards the center and preparing bigger, badder towers. Wait, do you control any towers? Yeah, you control this one. Good job. Alright, everyone that is not necessary to hold the towers, we got places to be, which are not here.
Footprints.
Towers, open fire! I want to focus those quarrelers. Yeah, because we're going to get a ton of free damage as they're approaching us. We're going to take care, we're going to do our damnedest to get every single point.
I'll distract them. Mr. Boy.
Oh, they're all bunched up. That's gonna do something. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. All right, you lot, head back. No, don't focus the Lord, dum-dum. Focus the shooty things. Okay, y'all are done. Get here. Yeah, tier 4. Very nice.
Swords.
Alright, time to go. I don't think they're gonna make it, but we'll at least give them a chance. Free damage on a Dwarf Lord? I'll take it. Break that down. We'll leave this tower up because it's just going to get lots of free damage, which is totally fine by me. 13 minutes? Okay. Come along, come along.
Nurgle.
What does Corn counter? Zinch. Corn can be very nightmarish for Zinch, but you have to be very good. I would actually say Slanesh and Corn are pretty good against Zinch. But Corn could really get up in his face. But actually, I would probably say Slanesh is better than Corn. Just because of the speed. Because you need it. Like, you gotta be so on Nurgle's, or Zinch's butt if you're gonna hurt him. This is tied to that objective. Okay, one of you keep heading back. The other one run distraction, since I don't think you're gonna have time. We're just gonna put up a little wall here to try and make it a little more difficult for him to get to the back. And then we're gonna put up another tower here. 500. How long does this take to break down? We're gonna have these demons just hold them back for a minute. Oh, they just totally ignored my hero. Well, that's problematic. So just attack those Quarlers, I guess. I don't think there's anything I can really do right now. Alright, let's go ahead and break down this tower. Actually, nah, we'll just keep it firing. We're okay. We're not like dying for resources. So slow. Where does this tower link to? Way back behind me? Cool. The more towers we get up, the more genuinely awful and horrible we make this for the Dawi, which is our ideal situation. The more suffering we make the dwarves go through, the better. Alright, plague bearers, line up! Actually, Nurglings, get out there. Toads and rotflies, I want you all on the flank. You, I want back here. You just chase him. Come die, fools. You won't get past us. Not at this point. We want him to fight us inside the zone, because in the zone we've got a leadership bonus, and we regenerate. Like, we're constantly regenerating health in this area of effect, and our towers are giving us Overwatch fire. Pretty sexy group of circumstances. Yeah, the dwarves are totally boned. They don't have a chance. And the second that I'm confident that his ranged units are pretty exposed over here, we're gonna just... Actually, well, they kind of have a little bit of overfire there. Oh, there's army losses. Ha-ha! Victory! Victory! Are there any plagues that work on undead? Yeah, you can make plagues that work on undead. It's not easy, but you can make plagues like bacteria that feast on bone, stuff like that. Dude, the dwarves got ripped to pieces. Like, this was a massacre. It wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. Want those towers up. Is Spirit Leech better now than it was in the first game? I don't know. I mean, it was pretty damn good in the first game. It's just like a nice, easy, consistent way to apply damage to an enemy unit. I would be shocked if they made it better, because it was very good in the first game. Heroic victory? Hopefully. It's either heroic victory or a... hopefully it's heroic, but it might be Pyrrhic. Hard to tell with these things. But hey, our Herald won a big fight, so that's nice. Bro got to do his job. He got to be the hero. Not that we wanted, but we needed. Yeah, and that's actually going to be it for Nurgle today. We're going to switch over to the LVO stream here in just a second. If you want, I would encourage sticking around with us to watch the stream. It's just going to be us making fun of whatever stupid crap they show and hopefully checking out the awesome stuff they show. But LVO, I don't think they're planning on talking about Warhammer the Old World, but they might surprise us. What is LVO? LVO is the Las Vegas Open. It is a big old Warhammer Games Workshop event that they are having, where they're going to be revealing their plans for the upcoming year-ish. So they're going to be showing off a lot of tabletop stuff, but they might also be showing off some cool lore stuff, some new books, and it's just going to be fun. Let them go. Let them go. We want to hunt them down. CA will probably need to nerf those towers hard. I don't think so. The towers are not that bad. Like, they hurt, but they're pretty easy to avoid, and they also don't have infinite range. They have a very wide range, but it's not very long. And if you bring siege equipment, you could just blow them up. I mean, if you're prepared for them, the siege tower should not be a big deal. If you're not prepared for them, then yeah, they're going to make you have a bad day. Yeah, that was a pretty brutal loss for the Dwarfs. But if you're like, all I care about is Total War Warhammer 3 and screw everything else, A, that's totally fair. But B, then I don't really think there's anything else left in today's stream for you. In which case, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you all had fun. I hope you got to learn a lot about Nurgle. As I said, we will be, why can't you move? Oh, you got the Blessing of Nurgle on you. Okay. As I said, we're going to be hopping over to LVO, which should be a lovely time, and there should be like a lot of really, hopefully cool and interesting things happening relating to Age of Sigmar, Warhammer 40,000, Horus Heresy. Maybe there'll be some Warhammer Fantasy, but we don't know. So we're gonna go check that out and watch it all together as a big stupid family. So if you want to be part of our big stupid family, then sit right here. And if you don't, then thanks so much for joining us. Hope you had a great day. Alright, so let's get... Did y'all have fun? Did y'all enjoy some Nurgle? I will say that I definitely need to practice my Nurgle campaign, because it took me 61 turns and I have 1 province. I definitely need to practice. Because I apparently have some struggles. Alright. So, real quick, if vampire and a mortal human were to mate, could they make a child? No. Vampires cannot have kids. They are dead. They are corpses that are animated by magic. So they cannot have children. Lore fact about Kraka-Drak. Coolest fact about lore fact about Kraka-Drak is that despite the fact that the Norse... Ooh, I've got a little tear in reality here. Despite the fact that the Norscan dwarves were basically completely and utterly isolated for a good couple thousand years, they managed to survive by themselves out in the Norscan mountains, and even had a notable influence on Kislev and helped them quite a bit. So despite being like completely surrounded and frankly almost always overwhelmed by enemies, they survived and thrived. And they also developed a very hilarious culture that makes other dwarves find them a little weird, because they like really developed a unique culture. They even have a very unique dialect that makes it difficult for other dwarves to sometimes understand what they're saying. And they are much more berserky because Norskins had friendly relations with a good number of Norskins. And because of that, the Norskins kind of had a little bit of an impact on their culture as well. But they're not Chaos Dwarves, they're Norskin Dwarves. So they held true to the Ancestor Gods. They didn't give in like the Norskin Dwarves did. But the Dawi did not lose contact with the Norskin Dwarves until after the War of the Beard. The Norskin Dwarves had complete regular contact with the Dwarves even through the Great Cataclysm, or after the Great Cataclysm, unlike the Dawizar who were believed lost. All right. I think I've got everything we need. I just need to switch the title of the stream. Let me actually do that before I open that. So I'm gonna click edit. I'm gonna go to Warhammer. Watching and live reacting to LVO or Las Vegas open reveals, minis, books, and more. Come join us. Oh, we just started. Perfect timing. Boop. All right, can y'all see okay? Chatterunios.
I'm a preview online.
So we're gonna keep them pretty quiet because they like to do what, as Chapter Master Valrex so charmingly puts it, corporate waffle, which means that they're basically just like rambling about nonsense, and vaguely reading off a script, or at least like have a very planned idea of what they're gonna be talking about and saying, and usually it's like not very important. So we're gonna keep them quiet during those parts, because they're not gonna say anything interesting. But hopefully they'll have some cool stuff. I know a lot of people are hoping... Oh, is there anyone in chat that's hoping for anything in particular to be revealed today? Is Astalia and Talea just Renaissance clones of the Empire, or is there lore on them having unique... No, they have very unique looks. Because they're kind of in different time periods. Talea is very similar to the Empire in that they have a lot of that Renaissance flair, but like the city of Remus is also much more dedicated to like a much older style, so they have kind of more of a Rome aesthetic, because they're based on Rome, and the Talea has a much more complicated relationship with itself because each of the cities is almost like a completely independent nation that has developed very differently, and has their own like focuses on style and military. And they tend to be more colorful than even the most colorful of the Empire. And Astalia is just kind of weird. Astalia is like a legit kingdom, that is still ruled very strongly by its very mysterious monarchy that we know literally nothing about. So it'll be interesting to see. More Xenos models? Well, I know they were supposed to reveal the Avatar of Cain tonight, but it got leaked, so they went ahead and showed it off. Because somebody leaked it like really hardcore, which was rude. But so they can't show the Avatar of Cain tonight. So if you don't see like a crazy Xenos model, that's because they already had to show off their new Xenos model, which is the Avatar of Cain. But the Astalians in the modern age have much more of like a kind of like conquistador theming. Do I think we'll ever see the Avatar Cain in Fantasy of the Old World? Technically, yes and no. Not that Avatar of Cain. No, never. Morathi Cain is essentially the Avatar of Cain in Age of Sigmar. in fantasy, I would not be against the idea of them like bringing the statues, and like they do this in AOS, but like the statues on the Cauldrons of Blood can come to life in AOS and be used as an independent monster model. I'd be fine with that in fantasy.
Maybe it's just someone trying to shout "wah," but they just got too excited. 12 p.m.
Is there gonna be an AOS or 40k tournament following this? I have no idea.
I get that. I understand that.
I don't understand why they're doing this so late. Like, if they're in Las Vegas, it is like somewhere between midnight and 11 p.m. right now. So it's like super fucking late over there. There's no way they're doing a tourney like there. Like, this is a bizarre time. Las Vegas is definitely not Pacific time.
I've got a few things on my painting table at the moment, so I've been doing some custodies.
It should be 11 in Las Vegas. I think they're mountain time.
So there's 2 kill rigs currently getting painted up, which are bigger models than I expected when I started painting them. They're quite.
How many people stuck around? Oh, there's 500 of y'all? Goddamn, dudes.
Looking forward to blasting some stuff with some massive green lightning bolts of super hyper psychic death. So that should be fun.
That's very killing.
Hey, I appreciate you all joining me today. I hope you had fun. I know it can be like annoying sometimes to watch someone play a game that you want to play.
It's just a happy coincidence.
So I appreciate y'all sticking around.
Looting is the highest form of flattery.
No, I'm not underestimating the size of the Pacific Zone. I just know we're... But it is 10 p.m.? Hold on, now I gotta check. Las Vegas time zone. Oh, they are Pacific time. Huh. Where does Pacific time start? Well, now U.S. map of time zones.
But that's mostly where my hobby gets done at the moment. It's like midnight hobby is pretty much where I'm at. But yeah, if you're doing cool hobby at home, let us know.
Oh, okay.
Particularly awesome things recently. Are you doing any?
I thought Nevada was where like Utah is.
You know, we are here to see some cool Warhammer, but we always like to
Okay,
hear what you're up to.
I gotcha. Yeah, I thought Nevada was closer to Texas than it is. It is much further away. It is much further away than I thought it was.
Giga_Golgans cheered. X10. For me it is mainly hearing law facts with some Warhammer 3 in the background.
Well, that's cool. Geography, dude, my geography, history, engineering, like physics, all of my science, geography, and social studies knowledge and history knowledge went to Warhammer Fantasy. I don't know shit about the world I actually live in. I know nothing about this place. Every time I learn something about this planet, it sucks. I don't want to. I like dealing with this other world.
Yeah, so we know we're going to see some Warhammer 40,000, shocker. We know we're going to see some Warhammer Age of Sigmar, which is pretty cool. We know we're going to see some Kill Team.
I always hate these things because they spend a truly mesmerizing amount of time just talking about nothing. Not these, like, I'm not saying these two. I'm just saying, like, the way Games Workshop handles it. Whoa! Yeah, I'm feeling very wally right now. What's happening?
Las Vegas Open. We're back here for the first time after 2 years, getting ready to share an incredible preview with this amazing crowd that you guys can see all behind me.
That looks about as big as the Texas event was. The Texas GT I went to was huge. It was terrifyingly packed. And that was back in December.
Excitement up and getting ready to make that or not wait any longer. I hope you guys have a fantastic preview. Hello to the whole Warhammer community. We're so excited. Eddie, Wade, back to you guys.
That looks pretty excellent altogether, doesn't it?
They look like
Go to
So
my Discord. I can't right now.
Excellent reaction that Mike Brandt got from
I'd have to hold on.
an LVO preview over in Las Vegas a little while ago. I saw
So if
someone-
you could all shout,
I can't open it in my normal screen just in case it's on like a private conversation. There we go.
Some oohs and ahs, loud noises in block capitals is good to see. Plenty of woos, plenty of woos. That is the sort of feedback that we'd be looking to get.
That's what we
from
live
the
for.
upcoming preview. That's
It's fair
what
to say,
we
isn't
turn
it,
up
Wade?
at 6 o'clock.
That's what we're here for.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a bit of buzz with the previews in front of a live studio audience, so to speak, because you get to see people actually reacting in real time. There's a bit of a delay with the Twitch chat, so I'll keep looking down at the box every now and again just to see how excited people truly are about what's getting revealed and what's getting announced. But yeah, doing these things in meat space, as we like to say, when there are events and the opportunity to
Let's see.
hobbyists and see the delight and the excitement when these things get
Old
revealed.
man. Trailers of the age. Oh, that would be fun.
In real life previews, as it were, then do come along. They're a lot of fun. Usually get a chance to ask some questions and things at the end.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Like doing a look back at all the Warhammer stuff. That'd be great. That'd be fun.
But it's not quite the same as it as being in a room with, as you see, hundreds of thousands of excited hobbyists.
Yeah.
It's always cool.
I know people want
Canonical, thanks so much for coming by today. And thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Have a great night.
We'll have videos to show. We'll
Take
play
care.
Videos, then we've got pictures
Sleep well.
to accompany the videos. We can dive into some of the things that get revealed and seen, and make sure everybody understands just how excited and why.
Spartan Elite, I've had those issues too.
So please,
When I'm like, I'll be watching a streamer I like on Twitch. Oh, hold up. Here we go. What do we got? What do we got? Got Eldar. I don't know what any of this is. Hopefully it's cool. Someone in chat, let me know if this is good. Canonical, thanks for... Oh, jetpack riders. Yo, those look sleek. Oh, dude, that guy looks awesome. That's a sick character. There he is.
How much Buzz Lightyears do you think we'll see this year?
Dude, I love the Reaper guy. I might turn that into a Nighthawk mini. Damn, that's a cool... Is it a gun or a scythe? Yes.
they're walking.
Yeah, he does look kind of Necron-y, but that's just because Necrons are skeletons, so that's kind of cheating. Kaneko, thanks so much for getting to that sub, by the way. I really appreciate it. How many Buzz Lightyears do you think we'll see this year? You mean Space Marines? Hopefully none, but that would be too much to ask for. We should watch Valrak watch LVO, do a reaction to his reaction. Do I have any idea what unit size Warhammer 3 is balanced for? Reedy Rainbow, it has been balanced for Ultra and Large. As an Eldar player since the late 90s, I can assure you that was amazing. I love this guy. Though, the new Avatar of Cain looks great. He looks so much better. Like, that's a sexy mini. It kind of looks like they used a similar sculpting technique that they did for Durthu. Does anyone else get, like, really Durthu vibes from this?
We had his retirement party earlier on the Warhammer community this week.
Yep.
A glorious new plastic miniature.
Like, I would love to take that mini and make, like, a Cauldron of Blood out of it.
In detail, but let's just take a moment to revel in the pure awesomeness that is a molten god of battle made flesh again.
Like, just, like, get rid of the Eldar symbols and fiddle around with it, and you could just slap that on the back of a Cauldron of Blood and just let Hellebron look really scary.
All the Jez Goodwin designs of Avatar miniature that have graced tabletops around the world over the last few decades, but much, much bigger, it's fair to say, and much more detailed.
Loads of really nice little...
He's probably too big for that, though, to be honest.
The various represented in his various jewelry, so you've got
Well, it's the way they carved his muscles, because his muscles are literally carved into him, like through through his skin. It makes it. If you were to paint him in bark colors, he would look like a tree. Like he would literally look like a tree man, 100%. Yo! Oh, he's got 3 different heads. So you got the head with like the big plate, and then you got no helmet, and then you got the traditional helmet. I really like the no helmet with the axe. Dude, that axe, that's a sick axe. I didn't know avatars could wield something besides the sword. That's cool. I like having more interpretations. Oh, there's a spear too. So you get a sword, a spear, or an axe. Yo, that's a nice customization. That's a very nice customization. That's good. That's great. Awesome. Good job. Like, yeah, absolute big round of applause for GW on this one. That's a great mini.
Well, all of the Eldar aspects to some extent.
Obicus and Prophetum Nox, how y'all doing? Welcome to the stream. See, I need to return a bunch of points to people because we didn't get around to that.
The spear of him, you've got the axe there, inspiring the weapons of some of the Fire Dragon Exarchs, and
that looks great. That's a great sculpt.
Of the Avatar taken up by the Warriors of the Dark Reapers.
It's a shame because I've heard 40K is having some pretty serious problems right now, but it's due to the rules more than anything else. Like, they've been putting out a good amount of Xenos minis lately. You know, we had the Necron range refresh, and then the Orcs, and now the Eldar. Like, they're doing well. But I have unfortunately heard there's a lot of struggles in the game. So hopefully they can figure something out and get things cleaned up. Yes, this is 40K stuff. There's supposed to be Age of Sigmar and maybe some fantasy later, but yeah, this is 40K. Nurgle would be proud at the level of 40K rules bloat. Sounds like they're pulling the shenanigans that fantasy was suffering from really bad, where we just had like way too many books and they were like really busted. How much will this guy cost? I would be shocked if this costs less than $80. Like, it sounds like he's supposed to be pretty large. I would probably guess more like Nagash price, so probably like 100, 120.
Yeah, it looks like some of the very original sketches of the Avatar that included that. Nice as well to see the Avatar.
Dude, I didn't have to remember the souls that sustain them, or is it more of a battery? It's more of a battery.
Woke up from, right? That's the sense. Almost you could have
$200 is your guess? Damn.
Asleep, I guess.
I don't think he's Mega Gargant sized. But maybe he is. Wasn't 8th for 40K a lot more trimmed down? Squats, I meant 8th for fantasy. 8th edition fantasy was the last edition of fantasy. Chaos players are not happy. Yeah. Oh, those poor one wound babies. Didn't they like just release a new box set with more Chaos Warriors, so it was like kind of an update? And then it turned out that there's still just one wound. just to make the rules just as inconsistent as possible. Like, yes, Space Marines, they have 2 wounds. Unless you're Chaos, and you only get 1.
We know that the avatars of Cain are basically like shards of the god, aren't they? Once he was shattered by the birth of Slanesh, so it may be that they all have slightly different temperaments, that they represent different aspects of the god.
If there's one thing I've always appreciated about Warhammer Fantasy, and that I miss about it, is that Warhammer Fantasy did not have a main character. Like I guess it was the Empire, but like the Empire never really felt like Space Marines do, where they were just like horrendously overpowered. Like, it was always a mixed bag about who was going to be top dog. What does 1 wound mean? So in the tabletop game, when you deal damage to a mini, it has a certain amount of wounds, which means how much damage it can take before the mini is dead. And like the most basic troops will have 1 wound. 1 wound gets through all of, like, you hit them, you deal damage to them, it gets through any kind of armor they have or whatever, they take a wound and they're dead. In 40K, Space Marines have 2 wounds. So they have twice as many wounds as like the absolute most basic bitch foot troop. Chaos Space Marines should be the exact same, logically, but for some reason Games Workshop hasn't done that. So now regular Space Marines take 2 wounds per guy to kill, whereas Chaos Space Marines, who are basically the same thing, take 1 wound to kill, which is hilarious. Oh no, they're 1 wound less? Primaris Space Marines have 3 wounds, Chaos Space Marines have 2? That's still dumb. Chaos should have just as many as the Space Marines. Whatever, I don't play the game. Malgan Ra looks great.
He's still got that wicked side end.
He's still going to make a mess of you in combat.
That is a great looking mini.
I would reckon so, yeah. He's done that to a fair few people altogether. He was from the craft world Altansar, which
that weapon is so stupid. Like, I love it. I love this weapon, but it is so stupid. It is so gloriously stupid. How do you even like... How do you even use that in a combat scenario?
Yeah, I think Eldar very much proven that the Imperium doesn't have the monopoly on skulls in Warhammer 40,000. Interesting.
Is it a scythe sniper? That's what it looks like.
Than almost everything else in the craft world.
He looks so silly. Like, I love it, but man, he looks silly. He reminds me of like a death metal. He looks like a death metal band cosplayer because of like just the mask with all the skull aesthetics and then the robe. It just takes it over the edge for me. Like he looks like someone pretending to be cool a little bit. Like, I don't know. I love it, but he looks silly, like in a good way. That's a lot.
Shades of black represented. That's definitely the color.
Thanks for the hydrate.
And we saw the beautiful Dark Reapers miniatures. They've been revealed earlier on.
Cool, on the way too.
So getting to see their boss as we saw.
How do I feel about the current AOS rule set? I think for the most part it's pretty good.
Alongside the
I haven't played in a few months. That's not true. I haven't played in like 2 months. 1 month. 1.5 months. So I doubt the meta has shifted too much since I last played. But I love playing AOS. I have a very big tournament coming up next month that I'm very excited for. I need to double check the dates on that. But yeah, I have a grand tournament next month. And I'm looking forward to it. I love playing AOS. It's very fun. I hope Games Workshop continues to try and keep the game as balanced as possible. They've been doing a pretty good job with it. I haven't gotten to fight the new Nurgle yet, so I don't know how good or bad he is. But I've heard he's pretty decent. Those are I don't know if it's the paint job or the mini itself, but those are sleek.
These guys have been represented in the range.
Like, those are ridiculously clean.
Metal and plastic, and then resin and plastic. But we've never had a full plastic kit for these before, and they've still been using the kind of classic jet bike look. But
they look good.
With a brand new style of jet bike, so
I mean that paint job is like, oh my god. That white is glorious. And I would never ever try to do that because just no thank you.
It's got a few extra little features and things that are reminiscent of some of the
painting white is like it's nightmarish. I hate it.
Drive around, and then the warriors themselves are obviously an aspect.
When you want cavalry but don't have horses, yeah.
Those headdresses.
I wish 40K less often used the idea of, oh, we want a monster or cavalry, so here's bikes. I wish they had more like alien creatures. For Lord Croak, would I use an Old Blood or a Red Crest Skink Priest thematically? Old Blood. Inquisitor Hammond, when I run Lord Croak thematically, I always take an Old Blood and make him themed for, I think it's Quetzal that buffs Temple Garden Saurus, and I just make like a super Death Star with like support, with just some support shooty stuff. Death Corps of Krieg have the Imperial God use horses. Death Corps of
that's very primitive. Let's make it into a lance.
Death Corps, the guys that Forge World doesn't sell minis of anymore. That Death Corps.
Doesn't mean we can't go, Jack.
No, just remember our roots.
Like Tyranids. Yeah, I don't know. 40K is very for being an entire galaxy in a future far, far away that has a lot of alien species. They're just not playable. I've always been very disappointed in 40K's faction selection.
Ranger jet bikes, the Shroud Runners.
No, I'm definitely not thinking of Death Guard.
We've already got characters.
Death Corps of Krieg are the gas mask guys, right? That used to be sold through Forge World, and then Forge World stopped selling them, and everyone, like a bunch of people, got super pissed, and then they came back for they came back in Kill Team.
Very fast, and obviously,
right?
Eldar jet bikes are very good in game as well.
So like, they don't have the horse minis, right?
Kick people off objectives. So in game terms,
no felinids. Where are my cat girls? What's the point of having a What's the point of having a sci-fi or fantasy universe if you don't have cat girls?
You haven't got much better than a Shining Spear.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Things out is that they don't have horses. There are no horses. They don't have minis because Forge World stopped supporting the Death Corp line.
Pretty much, yeah. You like black, they like white. Yeah. You like standing still and shooting far away. I like going fast and stabbing people in the face.
You got the whole spectrum covered. So to go with the plastic Howling Banshees that are already out there in the world, the plastic Crimson Exarchs, of course, they're aspect warriors as well. Got more and more plastic Eldari aspect warriors.
In the lore, they have horses. Yeah, well, in the lore, I have Thunder Lizards.
Range of Eldari miniatures with that avatar of Cain.
Eldar are looking much better. They look much more fresh.
If you remember the previous version, he stood.
Was that everything? Are those all the new minis?
A Space Marine. This guy is considerably.
You got these like Ranger dudes, the Guardians, the Karthus from League of Legends, the Death Squad, the Avatar, and the looks like 2 versions of bikes. He's a big boy. Buzz Lightyear. Well, yeah, but he's not a new Buzz Lightyear, so it doesn't count.
He's usually got historic beef with almost every big major thing in 40K to some capacity. So yeah, he's gonna cook that beef.
And make all of the
waifu head right hand side. What?
Oh yeah.
What, this chick right here?
Absolutely. Do you have a preferred Eldari craft world? Are you thinking of getting into the craft worlds or the Eldari
So I like Sam Hyan a lot. So
I mean, GW's been pretty good about that lately, and like their more recent kits.
So I like the look.
Oh, the horses are available on Forge World again? Oh, well, look at that.
The Eldar color palettes have stood the test of time pretty well, so that they're all pretty great.
Hangs out, if you're gonna bring back the Arcanodon, you should give it its original War Machine, not just double solar engine would be stupid. That'd be boring. Like, if you're gonna bring back the Arcanodon, it needs to have its crazy ass spinning machine thing that shoots out like falling stars and acts like a catapult. Give me a Lizardman War Machine that fires in arcs. That'd be awesome.
Daunter, she cheered. X10. This actually has me tempted to start 40K quick. Someone talk me out of it. I have enough plastic crackers.
Daunter, she. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I'm responsible to. I don't know if I have that right.
But loads of Eldari stuff on the way, and this isn't even all of it.
Think of all the Warhammer 3 DLC that's probably going to come out this year that you're going to need money for.
People chiming in now with their favorite.
Speaking of Sotek, what's the deal with the Hunter, Angel, Stormcast Lady, and the Bloodthirster? Oh, so it's just kind of like a. So there's a Stormcast character you can take. I forget what her name is, but she's like a big monster hunter thing, and she looks like a big angel. And the whole deal with her is that she's actually really scary for most monsters, because what she does is she runs up to your monsters, and when she's engaged in battle with them, they count as being at their lowest bracket. So like when you're fighting against monsters in Age of Sigmar, they have a whole bracket of like the more damage you take, generally speaking, the worse your monster gets. So they get slower, they get less attacks, maybe their save isn't as good. Hold up, we gotta reveal.
None may steal from the god of death.
Ooh!
For too long, the elves have denied Nagash his due.
He's going after the elves?
It ends now.
Our souls belong to us. Who will take them from our stronghold of Huronka? A host of tortured spirits in service to a mad god?
Yo!
No war
Yo! Crossbows?
With my Craven throne guard by my side, I shall...
We got shooting...
Victory.
Craven by name, Craven by...
Shooting Nighthawks?
They will fall to my Heartrender's javelins.
Yo, what the fuck?
That is not the ending that is written this day. High Gladiatrix.
The scratch
Is that a special character or is that generic?
Means naught, Scripta Mortis. The only souls returning to Shaiish will be yours.
Yo, Craven Throne Guard? Spectral Standard Bearer? Why, is that separate? A High Gladiatrix? A Scriptor Mortis? Yes, it's a generic. Yo! Oh my god, I'm so down. I'm so down. Pre-order now? Like right now?
Excellent. So Warhammer Age of Sigmar
Hold up.
Battle Box Arena of Shades.
Hold up.
What did we see in there, Eddie?
So this is a brand new battle box for Warhammer Age of Sigmar Arena of Shades. This is the Nighthaunt versus the Daughters of Cain. Cain is having a pretty good day.
So not
today.
now.
He's very active, you know.
Yep.
He's up to stuff in the 41st millennium, and he's got his warriors, or possibly someone else's warriors, working under his name, fighting for him in the mortal realms. This is a new battle box with some new heroes and new units for the Nighthaunt.
Give it to
very
me.
Exciting.
Give it to me.
And loads of other stuff in there as well. So this heralds an exciting time for both those two armies.
Give me.
But some really very cool miniatures on the
Give
way.
me.
So, like a lot of our other battle boxes, this is a chance to get
Where
hold
is
of
it?
some new minis first.
Where
which
is
will
it?
have a
Where
larger
is it?
release later on, but also
Excuse me.
a great chance to start
Excuse
either
me.
of those two armies. So if you
Dude, we're gonna
fancy
have
yourself some ghosts
shooting!
or some cool.
Oh my god! I thought we were just getting a
bloodthirsty warrior
character.
gladiatrixes. This is a pretty good place to start. And if you've got
I'm so
friends who like
excited.
the other half of it,
Holy
there's pretty much
shit.
perfection. Absolutely. So should we have a look at some of these?
Oh, that
this
guy looks
guy
so
is
good.
Just an amazing miniature.
Oh my
very,
god!
very
I want it.
interesting, different.
Oh, look, he's got
kind
a candles
not
coming
a
out of
warrior,
his
certainly, but a
back.
very characterful,
Dude,
interesting.
man,
miniature. All
that's
sorts
a
of stuff to talk about.
great
Wade, where do we
mini.
start?
The number
Oh,
of
I'm not
arms
looking forward to
we've
painting
been
that book,
blessed with
though.
For the task at hand. There you go.
Oh, I love this.
The office the other day as we were drooling over it. So this script and
Why Nighthaunt versus elves? Because the elves are greedy little assholes have been stealing all of the elf souls.
Telling inconvenient truths, such as how Nagash was imprisoned under a cairn of Realmstone. Sigmar was the one that freed him. Nagash doesn't like people hearing these inconvenient truths, so has cursed these scribes from a former life to have to record the names of all of those who have wronged him and done transgressions. So you can see that Nagash is blessed
great.
this
That's a good
accursed
curse.
figure with an extra arm. So he's a benevolent god in some respects.
I
Like,
was
it's gonna be a
expecting
kind of
there to be a
writer-editor
fight
for all of
between
time.
Hish.
Nagash. He's going to twist you.
But
into
hey,
weird
I'll take
ways, but
this.
leave you with the tools that you need to do the job. We're also looking at the lanterns and candles. He's got an abundance
He's well
of light
lit.
sources.
Certainly.
He's lit.
Like
yes.
he's well lit.
He's got a book of
like,
grudges.
A candle coming out of what looks like his spine, which I suppose is fine. He's got a little lantern there as well, which
That's
is some kind of
really
weird
funny.
green ghostly vapor.
Now I could be a dwarf and a ghost.
Shaiish somewhere, can't you? And,
I am elated about this. Wow, I was not expecting them to do it already. Man, I can go to bed. I'm done. I saw everything I want to see. I can leave.
So in game terms,
Oh my
the way
gosh.
this guy works is that you pick an enemy hero and he goes, aha, you are being added to Nagash's naughty list right now, and then the god of death will pay close attention to your battle and basically curse that enemy hero.
Oh,
which is
dude,
quite
it lets us
fun
curse
in-game
characters?
mechanics. So you want to get rid of this guy early on if you're up against him. But
Oh,
obviously
dude,
he's
how
gonna
the
be-
hell am I
you
gonna
can
fit
see
him in my
not to worry
list? I
necessarily
already
able
run
to
6
defend himself. He's
characters.
got also kind of spectral defenses. So
Yikes.
he's going to kind of hide at the back of your Nighthaunt army and basically just write down his to-do list.
Dude, I
when you
cannot
go.
believe we got
He's gotta write
crossbows.
down your full name and the particular
That is
underworld.
it is blowing my mind that we
Some
got
paperwork to fill
crossbows.
out.
Yes,
basically.
so that gives you the time to battle the hammer or whatever your preferred.
Oh my
method
god,
of
I'm so
stopping
excited.
ghosts is
I am
before,
so
your
excited.
fate is meted out to you. So
Damn
the
it.
Lectern's very cool there as well.
I have
think,
so much shit to do this
lots of
year,
the,
and
the
now
death
I gotta
stuff
get
in the Mortal Realms
back
looks
into
really
finishing
interesting
my
aesthetics,
army.
basically like built out of bits of bone and spectral stuff.
Fire Slayers and
we're seeing
Idneth
that
got
again here,
nothing.
so the-
Yeah, I guess not. Well, they both
the
got a
Lectern there
character.
is
It's not
a
nothing.
little bit Ossiarch, to some extent. You've got
I
kind
do
of
find it
some
hilarious that the
bone
Nighthaunt,
reforged,
who have a
Nagash is obviously
huge
the,
range,
the
got
god of all of death. You've got
a new
ability
character
to kind of
and
call
a new
from all those
unit.
various powers.
Fire Slayers
there's
and
lots of stuff
Idneth,
on
who
the top dimension,
desperately
like
need
the,
new
the
minis,
candles there that
both get a
hark back
character
to
and
some
that's
of the wider things in the Nighthaunt range, like the Black Coach and things. So it was going to fit right in, but looks like it could be quite a fun project for painters as well. I think.
Absolutely. I've seen some appreciation in the chat for the liver spots on the back, which is like an extra quality of grimness.
Liver spots. That looks
You
more
would have
like
thought
somebody
that once
spilled
you
some
kind
ink
of,
and forgot about
got
it.
beyond
But
the mortal coil and no longer had skin.
how's Bretonia tabletop wise in AOS?
No. Nagash has decided to bring that.
Do you want the good news or the bad news first?
For the Night Haunt army.
The good news is, if you're a Bretonia player, you don't have to spend any money, because the bad news is you're not in AOS.
Yeah, so this is really interesting for a Death Army in Age of Sigmar, because generally speaking,
oh my gosh,
there's a lot of things going for Death Armies.
Dude, I can't believe Nighthaunt's got shooting. I never would have predicted
One of the
this.
things they haven't really been able to do is compete much in the shooting phase. They've got a few things that kind of.
Also, that is a great looking banner for Nighthaunt. We don't have many banners. Like, we don't have any banners in Nighthaunt except for like Erdos Valentian.
Thing into the mix. So, so in game terms first, I guess.
Is Broken Realms the current storyline? No, Broken Realms is over. The current storyline is the Age of the Beast, Era of the Beast, is what it's called.
Valentis's
Broken Realms ended like in fall of last year.
That's the fella, the Craven King. So these are his kind of spectral guard. And you
can these are my god, these are Valentian's guard.
Kind of fits in quite nicely.
Fuck, I need like.
And you can imagine these.
I need so many of these.
Cool, kind of cackling.
Dude, of course the Craven King would have crossbow guard, because he's like, oh, this is so good. They even kind of look like, oh, I love it. And yeah, they've got Valentian symbol because they got his crown. Is it? No, it's still separate realms. AOS is still like a bunch of different realms.
Doing a great job.
Isn't much of a banner. Listen, they're Nighthaunts. They're trying. Okay.
Well done. You're brilliant.
Valentian has a ridiculously huge banner.
Second in from the left. Looks like he's either pointing at other death.
These are god tier. I am getting at least 20 of these.
By the Soul Hunter.
I am getting at least 20 of these.
Like a really interesting kind of hunched aesthetic.
Yeah.
God, I need to go like jump in my bunk after seeing all these.
You can imagine like
oh my god.
A battlement somewhere in the.
This is so much better than what I was expecting. Like, I heard we were getting a monster, which, like, I was like, like, alright, like, that wouldn't be bad. Like, we have a Morngul, but, you know, alright. Like, this is way better, in my opinion. I hope they have good rules, but, like, I love the minis.
For generals or leader characters are better fighters, so that you have to fight your way through that shield wall or battle line, but just to have crossbows.
It is going to be so nice to be able to snipe enemy characters. Being able to snipe enemy characters is going to be a fucking godsend, because we can't do that with Nighthaunt, and it's super annoying. Wow, look at her butt. My lord, that is a sculpt job right there. She's got like that tuck thing. Like, look at the way her pants are tucking up under there. That's
a hero level character for
wow. All right.
This is from the gladiatorial pits.
Damn. Okay.
Lots of people in Age of Sigmar like gladiatorial.
These models need to be. I don't care about multipose. Whatever. I don't care.
The Dwarfs of Cain do it best.
They will look great in groups. Like I feel like I understand the multipose crowd, but I don't give a shit.
On the left there, and you've also got the helmeted and spear option on the right. I like the helmet a lot on this one. It's
we sexualizing
minimalist sort of armor.
Are we sexualizing the elves that like traditionally barely wear any armor, and what armor they do wear is used to accent their features instead of like used for proper defense? Come on, come on.
For the Warhammer Age of Sigmar side of things, beautiful details in them, and the story. I was looking through the.
That's really cool. So she's kind of like a Sister of Slaughter character.
This is all based around the story that
you could easily run this in fantasy and it would make perfect sense. She's literally just like a hero level Sister of Slaughter. We should have had this in fantasy. Dark Elves. Funny enough, Dark Elves were the only elf faction that did not get a new set of heroes to go along with like some of their new units. Because like the Wood Elves got like a hero level Waystalker and a hero level War Dancer. The High Elves got a hero level Lothern Sea Guard, and a Lord level Phoenix Guard. The Dark Elves did not get anything like that. So she would fit perfectly in fantasy.
Whether you're starting those armies from scratch with this box, or you're deciding to,
are they just showing their abs? Boo FN, have you ever seen this? The cool little set. Have you ever seen the Daughters of Cain range?
She loves the Night Haunt. That is like the beautiful goal of the.
They are very, very heavily inspired off the Witch Elves as like their core aesthetic.
Well, you've got more of an interest in the other one.
This is a pretty good box set. Oh, well, that's kind of shitty. So I heard they took Kralak the Jailer off of like shelves because we all thought they were gonna separate him from the chain gas, but no, I need this box. I need this box. Like another 10 blade guys, great. Oh, there's only 5 of these guys in the box.
Eldari ranges generally is there's a
That's
lot of
brutal.
flexibility between the kits. So we were talking a bit before about some of the new Eldari miniatures.
That's a good box.
Flexibility and like head swappability with various different bits. There's a lot of multi-part stuff in there.
I'm gonna have to sell my Daughters of Cain half, but I am very, very excited for the Nighthaunt half.
Cool heads. Lots of the elven stuff is nice and interchangeable, which is really fun. So if you like doing a bit of mix and match kit bash hobby, there's plenty.
They want to sell 3 to every Nighthaunt player. Yeah, it's gonna feel that way. Yeah, I don't know why they did Mirmorn Banshees. I feel like they should have kept the Mirmorn Banshees out and just given us 10 of the crossbows.
So this next thing we've got, Wade, I know you're...
I wonder if the crossbows like are only going to be able to build those 5 or if they're going to have an alternate build for them so you don't have to use like the banner. What is this? Yo, what? Kabanda? Yo! My most hated character in all of everything. Kabanda. Yo! Khorne's got a new greater demon. I wonder if he's gonna come to AOS. Wow, I actually really like his mini though. Oh, he's Horus Heresy. And there's the rebrand. Warhammer the Horus Heresy.
So, Wade, I know you are a fan of all things red with axes.
Demon General Khorne, Horus Heresy.
This is Kabanda, one of the finest.
Dude, that tail, that's like for a bloodthirster, that tail is huge.
It's got Warhammer associated with it. So you can see here, this is being presented for the Horus Heresy as the Demon General of Khorne. In the Horus Heresy setting, we saw this particular chap at Cygnus Prime, tangling with Sanguinius when Sanguinius was sent along with his pretty much his entire legion by Horus.
Yeah, good. He's got a great sculpt.
About doing his
he's got big hands relative to like the rest of them.
Of demons at Cygnus Prime, and Kabanda tussled with Sanguinius, and Kabanda cast Sanguinius down. And the entire Blood Angels Legion essentially said, "Leave Sanguinius alone," and got very, very angry altogether. But that was not the only time that we've seen or heard about Kabanda in the Horus Heresy. He's described as the one who then tussled again with... Tussled's not really the most...
I think you're underselling what is one of the most epic fights of all history.
Dueled, encountered. Kabanda and Sanguinius fought once more during the Siege of Terra.
I was going to say, didn't Sanguinius like bat or bane him? Like break his back?
At that point, Sanguinius broke the Bloodthirster's back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, didn't he Batman Kabanda?
But then, you know, it didn't end too well for Sanguinius.
Oh, dude, this model is probably stupid expensive.
But Kabanda's been there.
Why do I hate Kabanda so much? Because he showed up in the end times and he had no right to be there.
Through to the events of the devastation of Baal, tussled with the Sanguinor before that.
He had no reason to be in the end times, but he was there. And he ate up a stupid amount of screen time.
We're on Glotkin, I think, at the moment. A few more books to go before we see Kabanda materialise there. He's been everywhere. He's cut the heads off all sorts of things and smashed up Blood Angels, Leviathan, Dreadnoughts on the base of this beast by the looks of things. So to see him revealed in a Forge World Horus Heresy miniature, I think it's the Horus Heresy model everyone wants to see, really, isn't it? Right? Is that just me?
You know, I
think just a really,
I have to say, I'm really curious.
This is obviously designed to be.
I'm really curious how the Khorne, like the World Eater fans, are feeling right now, because there's been so many rumors about Angron coming to 40K's current edition, and that's what I thought. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was Angron.
One of the nice things about the
nice
things, I suppose. One of the nice things about the demons of,
I feel like
of chaos is that they can manifest.
I feel like this guy's got to be like super bittersweet.
Origin and his main stomping ground is the Horus Heresy. He certainly shows up all over, and I think most recently he's been chopping up Tyranids, hasn't he, in the 41st millennium?
Yes, just as it looked particularly bleak during the events of the devastation of Baal, and High Fleet Leviathan was closing in on all the Blood Angels and their successors, and then they kind of disappeared in the warp storm. And
well, I think Commander's very keen for a decider fight, right? So like it's 1-1 as far as he's concerned with the Blood Angels, and he doesn't want anyone else to ruin.
That was still one of the
Leave
dumbest goddamn plot points I'd ever seen in my life.
On Baal Prime in the image of the rune of Kabander.
Tyranids are literally about to win, and Angron just magically shows up and saves the day.
Superhuman killing machine, but quite small on the base for scale, and it doesn't look like.
Because that's the only way Angron can win a fight is if he's saving the
spikes
Blood
on
Angels.
The axe or across the whip that Kabander's got potentially to leave those jagged.
Yeah, we were
holes
saying
in.
that looking at the size of that axe, which is about twice the size of a Space Marine, if you were hit with that, you would be in more trouble than that Space Marine appears to be in.
Yeah, I think the rest of that.
So I'm assuming he is Horus Heresy or 40k only, because I'm not hearing anything about
Pretty
AOS.
much on the same sort of size and power level as Angrath the Unbound as a.
Yeah, so one of the things we know about the Chaos Gods is that their favour is fickle, right? So the various different Bloodthirsters of Khorne will at different times kind of rise.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. I don't know his 40k lore. Is he a punching bag / or a joke? Why the hate in 40k world?
I don't know 40k lore that well. The only thing I know about Angron or Kabanda is that he like loses a lot.
Favoured of Khorne throughout the various ages, but you can decide, I guess. Maybe you can take him in your army and earn skulls for the Skull Throne and rise his.
He seems like he's gonna be too big for AOS. Like he looks like he's fucking huge compared to the regular Bloodthirsters. Because they said he's more on par with Angrath the Unbound, and Angrath's model is like gigantic. So he might be too big for AOS. Because like some of the minis in Forge World, like Forge World for Horus Heresy, are like stupid huge.
But yeah, the kind of rune on
Be'lakor sized? I think he's bigger.
Looks like a kind of Eldari rendition.
I don't know. I'd have to see him next to something.
A nice rebranding and do it by the Eldari. Do it that way. But this is truly a proper greater demon of the war god of humanity and all other sensible mortal things, not the war god of the Eldari.
A couple of folks in the chat there asking, is it plastic or resin? This is one of the Horus Heresy character miniature series, so this is a resin miniature.
He's resin though.
Highly detailed Forge World resin. So it'll be available from the Forge World web store and alongside the rest.
Boo! Stop making those. They suck. Boo!
It's the same stuff that they're made of.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, I think I need this in my life altogether with an honor guard of probably slightly lesser plastic Bloodthirst.
Nobody likes your resin, Forge World. Literally no one.
There's 3 different ones, and then you've got a couple of. There's a few in resin now, and then there's Scarborough. So you're not far off being able to collect a full unit of 8.
And that's just the start.
Okay, so it sounds like he maybe is Scarbrand sized.
Yeah. A new year, new collection of Bloodthirsters. That's maybe we get that up and running. Yeah, good stuff. So a wonderful demon general of Khorne for the Horus Heresy, Kabander, his own self.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're not going to give him fantasy or AOS or fantasy rules, and they're just going to be like, you could run him as a regular Bloodthirster or a Scarbrand.
Should we move on?
There's a Space Marine under his foot. That doesn't mean anything.
Slightly different.
Doesn't mean it's to scale. All right, now what? Necromunda? Yep, definitely Necromunda. Whoa. What the hell? Interrogator. Wait, is this like a new board game? I'd be down for a new board game. Well, what is it? Oh, it's a show.
So that is the title sequence for Interrogator, which is one of the Warhammer animations that will be coming to Warhammer Plus very soon, by the looks of things. Spring 2022. It's not far away at all, is it?
No, it's not far away. So this is the animation that's on its way after the Exodite, which we know is...
Anybody in chat have Warhammer Plus?
So there's a couple of cool things that are worth calling out about the Interrogator. So this is a new animation. It's based on a kind of film noir-esque sort of style. And it's very much an animation that you probably don't want to watch with the kids.
You have it? Do you like it?
Themes going on.
Like, no, genuinely, no judgment.
It's very
Does anyone in chat have it and like it?
Who maybe enjoyed the Warhammer Horror series or like the kind of grimmer, grittier, darker corners of Warhammer 40,000 lore, some of the kind of Inquisition and shady back alley stuff that goes on. There's also some themes in there of things like addiction and dealing with some fairly harrowing stuff. But if you're into that sort of stuff and you like your grim darkness of the far future, there's a lot of things to
I've used it through a friend of a friend. It's still garbage.
Some of the themes kind of represented in that title sequence, as you mentioned, there's some fairly disturbing imagery.
Excuse me, sorry. Like, if anyone in chat hasn't likes it, I'd love to hear like what you enjoy about it. You enjoyed Angels of Death a lot, and some of the Hammer and Bolter is good. The Vault is also decent. Oh, is the Vault? Did I ever get Curse City? Yeah, I got Curse City in the original release. Very, very happy they brought Curse City back. Yeah, I've got it fully painted. It needs to be based at some point, but yeah, I've got a fully painted set. And I'm really glad they're bringing it back, because that means that A, everyone could get it, because it's a very good game, and B, they could finally get us work on getting us expansions. They brought back Curse City? Yep, Curse City is back. You could buy it now. Or maybe not right now, but like soon. Maybe right now. But it's back, yeah. The reason they got rid of it was because the person they sold the license to make the actual board game parts to was a Chinese company that like immediately crashed and burned because they like made themselves look bigger than they actually were, and then they just up and died during COVID. So Games Workshop was like, oh shit, because they had like already paid them a ton of money, and it was a whole thing. But they got it fixed finally. What's the difference between campaign books and battle tomes? Song of Power, a battle tome is going to be a book that tells you the lore about one specific race. So whoever's battle tome it is, like say the Maggotkin of Nurgle, it's going to be a lore book about the Maggotkin, Nurgle, their realms, their characters, their units, etc. And things from their point of view. A campaign book is going to be a book that features a campaign, like the Wrath of the Everchosen, which the Wrath of the Everchosen was about a series of events that involved a bunch of factions and telling the story of what happened. So it was about the factions of death, most notably the Nighthaunt and the Ossiarch Bone Reapers were invading Archaon's realm.
What's cooler than pirates? We all know these booty-loving buccaneers.
What?
The terrors of the high seas are the
Yo,
ultimate
Eldar
in
Corsairs?
But what happens if you use a complex scientific method to combine them with other things that are just as cool? Well, we at Games Workshop
Yo,
believe the
Eldar
results
Corsairs?
speak for themselves.
Yo, look at that! Eldar Corsairs! Yo, they look good! Oh, they showed one mini.
So we said there was going to be more Eldari.
You get one?
And there are indeed. That is a new Eldari Corsair.
Hey, that's cool.
Yeah, so Corsairs have been a part of Eldar lore for pretty much since there's been...
So it looks like they're
Eldar
not
or
kill
Eldar
team,
of any
they're
sort.
just...
What we know about them basically is these are the kind of pirate class.
So is it a
of
faction?
the Eldari. They don't necessarily fit neatly into one of the buckets as we
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
as the
they're
major faction,
so the Deepkin are getting
of Eldar,
minis?
So they're not Drakari, they're not Crackle Eldar, they're
yeah,
not
it's a
Rangers,
Deepkin
they're
mini.
not Exodites.
It
These
is a
are,
Deepkin. Dude, if you painted him in Deepkin colors and put him next to a group of Deepkin, you would not even notice. You would not even notice that was a 40k mini. It's so subtle.
Some nods to some of the,
oh my god, that's super
Drakari
funny.
origins as well. So if you look at that sword, very reminiscent of some of the swords we've seen in the Drakari.
So
range.
it's not a kill team. That's cool. Means maybe they'll get more than just like a handful of models. Maybe they'll get a little more.
About the Corsairs,
the Killian King on foot. Yeah.
Generally.
That's super funny. Yeah, if you showed me this and said, "Hey, look, it's Ineth Deepkin," I would not even notice. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, definitely." Like obviously. The only thing that would weird me out about it is I would be like, "Why does he have a pirate instead of some kind of like squid or something?"
Every single member of the team is kitted out very differently.
The Corsair Void Scarred.
We see all sorts of varieties of different abilities and kits in the same way that we did with things like the command.
Oh no, you're right. Kill team.
You can see this is just one model
Oh.
for the kill team.
Well, still better than nothing. The kill team. Hey, this is great for kill team though. Like if kill team is gonna have like unique little sub factions for all the races. Like you have your orc freebooters, your Eldari Corsairs, your Death World of Krieg. Like that's great. That makes Kill Team more like Warhammer Underworlds, which it should be. Bring back Mordheim? Yeah, dude, tell me about it.
Oh yeah, Slash doesn't mind. He's quite happy to.
I want Mordheim so bad. I would gladly trade. Can we just get rid of Warcry and get Mordheim 2? I would make that trade in a heartbeat.
He's been a famous. Went out on his Gap Millennium and spent some time with his Eldritch Raiders, and there's been a few famous formations.
I think you've Rain as well.
Yeah. Warcry just doesn't seem to have anything unique going for it. Like Warcry had some cool stuff when they were releasing like a bunch of unique monsters, and then they stopped doing that.
I suppose we're talking about. So you've seen that on. You've Rain's got kind of a little bit of kind of Corsairness about it. But you can see this. This is the artwork here of the.
Is this 40K exclusive? No. We got a really awesome Night Haunt release earlier. Night Haunt got a badass new unit and a new character for some reason, and then Daughters of Cain got a new hero.
An upcoming box set up against.
It's a new box set.
Find opponent.
Why an opponent as yet to be revealed?
Which Games Workshop? Oh, that's cool. Did y'all hear that? So the Kill Team is going to be a box set versus an unrevealed faction. So I think everybody and their mother is predicting some kind of chaos Kill Team.
Up for pre-order this weekend, I think, and then you can get your Kill Team fix in the Nakmund Warzone.
Something for fantasy possible? It's possible. Unlikely, but possible. Warhammer Fantasy maybe later? I don't know. But the only thing we could do is wait and see.
You can absolutely use these guys in Warhammer 40,000 as well.
Warcry is basically alternative chaos models to the game. I know, that's why Warcry sucks. No offense to anyone that likes it, but like Warcry, in my opinion, is a total failure because it's only about chaos, which is so stupid. Like it should be available for all the factions and be exploring all the factions, and instead it's pure chaos, which is just dumb.
In your army there as well. So we'll find out more about the Corsair Void's Guard, the rest of.
Because if you don't like chaos, then you're like, all right, well, fuck me, I guess.
Some really cool stuff on the way, but I think today we can confirm.
Jesus, I'm gonna have like a 10-hour stream by the time this is over.
This guy has an iPad.
And the worst part is I have to edit this stream now that I think about it, because I need to cut all this part out for the people that just want to watch the Kugath stream. Ugh.
You're always looking for more pirate-flavored things in their Warhammer releases, and that is the Eldari Corsairs for the upcoming Kill Team release. Superb stuff. So that's Kill Team ticked off. Delighted to see that. Should we move on to the?
Let's move on.
The next thing, big thing to reveal here.
What we got?
Necromunda.
Oh.
They say Lord Helmar sees everything, but in the ash wastes, we know that's a lie.
Well, rip bug thing. Outsiders? Oh, this is a surprisingly long little movie. Bro, you just...
Wastes decide who lives and dies. Not Helmar, not the houses. Everyone for themselves.
Gonna show us? No? Alright. Cool. Well, new faction. No minis.
Necromunda reveal.
Just
Wastes.
a bunch of teasing.
Ash wastes. Leave the
Necromunda, the Ash. Oh, so it's a full-on expansion. It sounds like.
It's probably fine, isn't it? It's probably fine.
It's not fine. It's not fine. So this is Necromunda Ash Waste. So this is an absolutely huge thing for Necromunda for the setting. Since we've been in Necromunda,
Are you gonna be able to leave the city?
Foot outside of the hive, and we know all about the hive. The hive is all kind of multi-leveled monstrosity of mechanisms and gantries and factories and all sorts of horrible stuff, and it's an absolutely hellish place to live. But you've basically been living on easy mode for the past few years, living inside the hive, because outside of the hive,
Hey, that's cool.
The Ash Wastes.
It's not just a faction; it's an expansion.
Of wasteland that is between the hives of Necromunda, between Hive Primus and the various other subsidiary hives that kind of sprawl across the great world of Necromunda, and this new expansion for Necromunda, this great new kind of setting for Necromunda, is set in the Ash Wastes, where your gangs basically have to step out of the hive and make the incredibly perilous journey across the wastes. Why would they do that? Basically, they've been paid. Which is pretty much why you do everything in Necromunda. So the various different organizations, planetary governors, different industries of Necromunda need materials, people, goods, services moved from one place to another across the various Ash Wastes. They need to put them in great big armored convoys that move across the Ash Wastes. Your gang's job is to protect these convoys from all sorts of horrors that might be out there in the wastes. And they're all sorts of horrors out there in the wastes. The air itself is toxic in various horrible ways. There are pools of horrible sludge and stuff that you can fall into and be dissolved by. There are all sorts of horrible critters that have kind of grown fat and awful and horrible on radiation.
Well, yeah, they say you can't leave the hive without like a gas, without like the air is poisonous. So yeah.
Home and aren't too happy about people riding big, great convoys through the middle of it. So the scene is set for a very exciting expansion.
And commerce is the lifeblood of Necromunda, isn't it? They don't make all of these things just for the good of their health. They do it.
Carnival of Chaos, would they ever come? Like they get referenced sometimes, but I don't think they're ever gonna like make it a reappearance.
Yeah, I don't think they
unless they like
they probably just
do a
like,
Mordheim game.
If the pay is good, we'll do it. Yeah. And certainly, if you've never been outside, the idea of seeing the sun on Necromunda probably sounds quite appealing. For all of 5 seconds before you realise that you've been tricked, and the outside of Necromunda is, infinitely worse than even the most awful of the various dives inside the city itself.
It's been really exciting seeing the development of this edition of Necromunda, because I remember the 1995 edition of Necromunda. We saw those gangs realised, and then I think in 1996 Outlanders came out and said, but this is the weirder stuff that was still in the hive. And we've had years looking at the development of the hives and the main gangs and the various hangers-on and ne'er-do-wells that exist within the hive. So to get a first sense of setting foot outside.
Y'all excited for a Cairo stream tomorrow?
And to imagine the amount of work that could
unleash some Zinchi shenanigans.
We've only really heard about in whispered rumours from madmen bursting their way in from outside the hive. It's exciting to look forward to the future of Necromunda.
There's a lot of interesting things this brings as well, because one of the main things about the Ash Waste is you can't walk across it.
No,
so
today was Fat Weaver.
Vast. So even though you can see the hive in the
tomorrow's Fate Weaver.
You are in the Ash Waste.
Same time as tomorrow? No, it'll be whenever I get on.
You could be 300 miles.
Keep an eye on my Discord and stuff, because I'll announce before I go live. Like I'll announce like an hour or 30 minutes before I go live.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Cairo Fat Weaver.
In the world of Necromunda.
Tomorrow's in today.
Cool.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't consider tomorrow until I go to sleep.
And you might even have seen some glimpses about what some of the
Legend didn't get to play Kairos today? What? Dude, since when does Legend like allow his community to vote for anything?
We also saw a little bit of some of the things you might face in the Ash Waste in that trailer.
See, this is what I really
speculate wild
don't really like is when like they announce something and then instead of them like showing it to you and talking about it, like that would be fine. But they're literally like, man, we can't wait to show you how cool this thing is that we're not going to show you. You'll have to just like they talk about like things that aren't being, I don't know, it's just weird. It's just weird.
Suggested, shown, flat out said is coming.
Now that we're able to go past turn 50, why did CA not want anyone to go past it? Because you can't get a second. So the portals into the Chaos Realms show up like every 25-ish turns after turn 50. So like if someone's playing the campaign right now, they could conceivably get
what was my
2
favourite
Demon
quote?
Prince
I think
souls
I
and
know.
show off the
I
second
think
cinematic.
It was Kabanda. He's enormous and he's wonderful, and I've liked him.
And then later, if you
exceptional set of releases altogether. Shall we just run
the next
through
big embargo, you'll probably be able to get 3
refresh
Demon
everything
Prince
today for anyone
souls.
who's tuned in
And
since
then
we
it'll be the
first
next
kicked
embargo
off
where
at
you'll
6
be able to
AM
get all of
an
them.
hour ago. So we had the reveal of
Oh, is this
the
it?
last of the Eldari miniatures. Lovely stuff. Thanks, Raph. So that is the avatar of Cain, his own great self, surrounded by his craft world of friends. Got the Guardians that we've already talked about and shown. We've got the Shroud Runners and the Rangers and the Dark Reapers. But over there on the right-hand side of the image, more
I mean, this was good. Don't get me wrong, but is that it?
above them, the contrast to the Dark Reapers, the Shining Spears aspect.
I think the Shining Spears might be my pick, my favourite pick from this, just because they open up an all-plastic jet bike army, which I've sort of wanted to do for probably since I was about 9.
You got a nice variety there because you see those Shroud Runners. They got the Samhain.
Am I excited to be able to showcase Ogre Kingdoms? Dude, the second I can showcase Ogre Kingdoms, I am hopping on that fat boy train so fast. So fast.
A nice variety of bike
Sounds like it's over? Yeah, but you gotta wait, because sometimes they do the one last thing.
releases to look forward to. And then we had the Arena of Shades
mwah.
box coming for ages.
Not even, like, I don't even care, dude.
Broken Realms.
Took them an hour to show off 4 things, but I'm not even mad because I got to see this and it's gorgeous.
The Scriptum Mortis cursed.
I am
those
so excited for those
truths
minis.
About Nagash and how bad he really is, and the new Craven Throne Guard tucked away at the back.
That's a very
Yeah, I'm shocked there's no battle tomes at all. Like, I was expecting at least an army book for somebody. There was not a single army book.
Beautiful photography, beautiful artwork on the front.
It was a
of the box,
pretty tame LVO, to be honest.
His own self, Kabanda,
Like, they showed
Demon
like
General,
basically one new release for every setting,
see him tussle with
and that was
Sanguinius
it.
As the Siege of Terror rolls on. I hope so.
I mean, I think we
No
went
books.
The semi-final fight of the Horus.
No like long-term announcements.
But you can get hold of this and recreate the
No Fire Slayer book. No Idneth Deepkin book.
if you so wish. So Kabanda, his own self, my favourite. And then we saw the opening sequence for Interrogator, which is going to be the next.
Am I gonna do the ogre challenge and take a bite of food after every battle?
Great stuff for
Barbaric,
Fun
I
World.
would fucking
The
die.
world is themselves. We're going to be talking about Exodite in some fashion.
You would
You'd
imagine
like to
so.
think, but then we'll have
So, no.
Interrogator, which will be about an interrogator. You'd like to think as well. So the first glimpse of what we can expect.
That wing is upside down, was it?
Themes.
They did look a little funky.
All of that. And then
Oh, it is? Was it really upside down? That's hilarious.
along with the new Eldari
1
quest
bite
and
per
voice,
turn?
and
That's even
we're
worse.
gonna paint that as a
One bite after every battle would be less than 1 bite per turn. I already said no. Why would you like be like, hey, do this thing for $50? I say no, and you go, okay, do this thing for $20. That's literally what you just did.
and the teaser, first suggestion of what the Corsair imagery would look like, a fusion of various Eldari.
What would I say if the Ice Court mechanic is only for Ice Banes in the lore variant? No Patriarchs or Boyars?
Nachmund box with opponents yet to be revealed.
Oh, yeah.
Information on that.
Yeah,
And finally,
yeah. The Ice Court's only for Ice
Necromunda
ladies.
Wastes.
It's only for Ice Mains and Ice Witches.
Out in the
It has nothing to do with your other
This is a
characters.
huge thing for Necromunda, I think. So, be very excited. This effectively literally opens the horizons of Necromunda for all sorts of exciting things coming. So, if you're a Necromunda fan, this is probably the most exciting year for Necromunda ever, even including the relaunch of Necromunda. So it's a pretty sweet year for Necromunda.
Plenty of good stuff to look forward to.
One last thing?
Yeah, the Wastes. Yeah, seen a lot of excitement in the chat about the Necromunda Ashes.
One last thing?
Something that we've heard about, known it's out there, but we've not been given the freedom to go and roam.
Guys, if y'all are done, stop talking.
That is the end of the Warhammer Preview Online, taken off the back of the LVO 2022. Thank you so much, Eddie, for sharing
alright.
with us.
I did this anyway, even if you weren't filming.
Oh, did they do this at the end of LVO? That would explain why it's so late.
Make sure everything happens.
They did it
as it should do.
after the tournament
Thanks
was over.
as always to our moderator, Notley.
If I understood
You can
correctly.
record it in the
No,
chat.
that wouldn't make
If you have
sense.
questions,
It's Thursday. The tournament should be starting
Thanks
today
very
or
much for
tomorrow.
Tuning in. If you've missed any of these reveals, I'm sure the rerun will be happening, so it'll be happening again as live as soon as we finish. But all the information.
Well, that
on the
was-
community website, and all the information about when these things will come out will be revealed in the.
It's the
format
start?
of
Jesus
the website.
Christ.
We'll be back.
Starts at 8. Okay, so it starts at 8 a.m.
for Hangout and
Dude, that
Fight
sucks
UK time.
for like the people that are there. That's brutal.
So thanks very much for tuning in.
So they like got up and watched this, and then they have to go to bed and like try to immediately go to sleep so they can maybe get a full night's sleep. Why would they do that to the tourney players? That seems kind of cruel, to be honest. Like, maybe it's just me, but I know if I was there, I would be very upset that I am not getting a full night's sleep. But I don't know, maybe I'm the weird one. Okay, chat. I hope you all had fun. I hope that was a good time. It was a lot less than I was expecting. I was expecting like 2 books, the new Horus Heresy. Dude, the Horus Heresy fans have to be losing their goddamn minds, because every single time there's been a reveal, people are like, oh, it's the new Horus Heresy, it's the new Horus Heresy. Dude, Valrak's stream must be hilarious right now. Like, I bet they are losing their shit over there, and not in a good way. Hold on, I want to pull it up. I want to pull it up on my phone so I can roll back time and watch the whole thing. There we go. He's just sitting there. Dude, I'm literally gonna go watch his stream as soon as I finish. That poor guy. He's like, dude, Valrak. This was a bad night for most 40k fans. Oh, poor bastards. It's so sad. Oh, it's so sad. Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. It's just because I'm tired. Like, and if I was watching the stream, I would be laughing because, I don't know, like, I feel like Valrak is kind of cursed that when he's in pain, it's really funny. So it's hard for me not to laugh. But for the record, I would be laughing if we got a really bad set of reveals too, because that's all you can do, right? Is just laugh. All right, so we're gonna do a raid. Oh Jesus, who do we raid? We should raid somebody. I assume there's no one playing Total War Warhammer 3 at this hour. Oh, that's not actually true. There is a Korean player playing it. Would y'all... Okay, so question, chat. We'll do a poll. Do y'all want to where to raid? We could raid random weird thing or Korean Total War Warhammer 3. You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute. It's a Korean streamer. He's the only person other than me. Well, not me now, but he's the only person now streaming Total War Warhammer 3. So if you're like, nah, I'd rather just like watch something weird or whatever, then vote for the random weird thing. Vote's up. Go vote. Go vote right now. I'll post his link in chat if we don't rate him, just so you like know where he is. And then I'm just gonna pick like a random person if we go for random person. Not random person, but well, no, his stream is completely in Korean. Like everyone's talking in Korean. His title's in Korean. I don't think he supports other languages. I'm guessing. It's too bad Jesse I was thinking about rating Jesse Cox, but he's not. He's playing Final Fantasy tonight instead of random weird thing. Okay. Which weird thing looks the most entertaining? See, Bao's playing a horror game. Tricky is playing the new Pokemon game, which I'm actually kind of interested to see if that's garbage or not. Raid Jesse anyway. Y'all want to raid Jesse Cox? We could go there. That's fine. So, okay. I'm just going to ask, because there's not that many of y'all in chat that are talking. I think most people are just kind of lurking. Would y'all rather raid... Do y'all want to see the new Pokemon game? Jesse's playing Final Fantasy. And Bao is playing some kind of weird ass horror game. Like, it looks weird. I don't even understand what's like. I'm looking at it and I have no idea what's going on. She's in a hallway that spins. Bao? Okay. Looks like we're going Bao. B-A-O-O. Here, I'm gonna undercase it just in case. Okay, did I type it correct this time? I typed it correct this time? I did? Yes, I did. All right. Thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you all had a fun time. Shoot, what should our raid message be? Someone come up with a raid message. What's a suitably nurgly raid message that uses emotes? Dude, I had a great stream. I had an awesome time. 10-hour stream, but it was fun. Also, I saw someone in chat that was like, hey, I'll edit your Twitch videos for money. Whoever that was, hit me up. Because, like, depending on how much money you want, I'm kind of down. Because I have a lot of Twitch streams that need to go on YouTube. And I don't like doing it. So, Plaguefather be with you. Nurgle loves you. That might be a little unsettling for someone that like doesn't know what Nurgle is. Let's do grandfather. Just do red host raid. Just do red host raid. Let's keep it easy. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. Red host raid. Bye, chat. See you later. Bye. Comment that message. Bye. Bye.